Before we begin tonight's investigation, I want to give a huge shout out to Michael and Norman for suggesting this topic. Your ideas help truly shape this channel. If you're enjoying this documentary and finding value in the research we do here, please consider using your hype points on this video. It genuinely helps the channel more than you could possibly know, and it allows us to keep diving deep into these fascinating mysteries. Also, if you'd like, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from, whether you're winding down for the night or just starting your day. But only if you want to share, no pressure. Now, let's descend into one of the most controversial construction projects in American history. Marin Cole had been working late in her home office in downtown Denver, reviewing zoning permits for a residential development project, when her computer chimed with the notification. The glow of her monitor was the only light in the room, casting long shadows across walls decorated with framed architectural drawings and her master's degree from the University of Colorado. She almost didn't open it. After 15 years as an urban planner, she had learned to be cautious about late-night emails from unknown senders. But something about the timing felt deliberate, as if whoever sent it knew she would be awake, knew she worked these late hours. The sender line read only, "A friend." No subject line, no message body, just a single attachment. Marin's hand hovered over the mouse. She thought about her father, who had been a structural engineer before his death 3 years ago. He'd taught her to trust her instincts, but also to verify everything. "Buildings don't lie," he used to say. "Paper trails always tell the truth if you know how to read them." Against her better judgment, she clicked it. The image that filled her screen was a blueprint, aged and slightly faded, with the unmistakable header, "Denver International Airport, Sublevel Construction Plans, January 1993. Marin had seen plenty of DIA blueprints in her career. The airport's construction history was part of local legend, taught in planning courses as a cautionary tale about budget overruns and project mismanagement. But this blueprint showed something she had never seen before. Most people knew that Denver International Airport had underground levels. The automated baggage system that famously failed occupied much of the subterranean space. Public tours occasionally took visitors through the abandoned tunnels, showing off the miles of empty conveyor belts and sorting stations that cost hundreds of millions of dollars and never worked properly. Those tunnels occupied sublevels 1 through 3. This blueprint showed a sublevel 6, and it extended miles beyond the airport's runways, spreading like roots beneath the eastern plains of Colorado. Massive rectangular chambers were labelled with clinical precision: Environmental Control Station 12, Biological Storage Wing C, Containment Observation Gallery. The technical specifications were extraordinary. Each chamber had ventilation systems more complex than hospital operating rooms. The walls were marked with thickness measurements that suggested bunker-level construction, power systems redundant enough for a military installation. In the bottom right corner, written in faded red ink, were 4 words that made Marin's hands go cold. They built much more than an airport. Find what's beneath. She stared at the screen for nearly 10 minutes, her analytical mind racing through possibilities. It could be a hoax. Conspiracy theorists had been making wild claims about Denver International Airport since before it opened. The internet was full of fabricated documents and photoshopped images designed to fuel paranoia. But something about this blueprint felt different. The technical specifications were too detailed, too precise. The handwriting in the margins matched the style of construction notes from that era, the kind her father had used. The paper grain visible in the scan showed authentic aging, with water stains in the corners that suggested decades of storage in less than ideal conditions. Marin zoomed in on various sections, studying the architectural symbols and measurements. Whoever created this document understood structural engineering at a professional level. The load-bearing calculations, ventilation shaft placements, and electrical grid layouts all followed proper protocols. More than that, they followed protocols from the early 90s, before computer-aided design had standardized everything. These were hand-drawn specifications with the small imperfections and personal touches that marked genuine period documents. If this was a fake, it was the most sophisticated one she'd ever encountered. She saved the file to 3 different locations, printed a physical copy, and spent the rest of the night researching everything she could find about Denver International Airport's construction history. The coffee pot emptied twice. Dawn began to grey her windows, and somewhere in those early morning hours, Marin made a decision that would change everything. She was going to find out if Sublevel 6 was real. The question was whether she was prepared for what that truth might cost. Part 2. The airport that shouldn't exist. Denver International Airport opened on February 28, 1995, 16 months behind schedule and billions of dollars over budget. The official story blamed the delays on the automated baggage system, which had been plagued with technical failures from the beginning. But as Marin dug deeper into the construction records over the next several days, she found inconsistencies that troubled her professional instincts. The airport sits on 53 square miles of land, making it one of the largest airport properties in the world by land area. That's bigger than Manhattan. For a city the size of Denver, the scale seemed excessive, particularly given that the old Stapleton International Airport had been handling traffic adequately. She pulled up satellite imagery, comparing the footprint of Denver International to other major hubs. Chicago O'Hare, one of the busiest airports in the world, occupied less than 8 square miles. Los Angeles International, serving a metropolitan area 3 times Denver's size, sat on just over 4 square miles. Why did Denver need 53? The official explanation was that city planners wanted room for expansion. Fair enough. But why choose a location so far from the city centre? The new airport sat 25 miles northeast of downtown Denver, a significant inconvenience for travellers compared to Stapleton's 6-mile distance. Marin made a list of contractors from public records, cross-referencing names against business registries and construction union databases. She spent the next 3 days tracking down former contractors who had worked on the airport's construction. Most were retired now, in their 60s and 70s, scattered across Colorado and neighbouring states. She presented herself as a researcher, working on a book about major infrastructure projects, which wasn't entirely untrue. She had been writing case studies for professional journals for years, but this research felt different, personal, as if she were following a trail her father would have wanted her to pursue. The first person she interviewed was Thomas Burkhart, who had supervised concrete work on the underground levels. They met at a diner in Aurora, one of those classic American places with red vinyl booths and a smell of coffee and bacon grease that had seeped into the walls over decades. Moran arrived early, choosing a booth near the back with a clear view of the entrance. Thomas arrived exactly on time, a heavy-set man with weathered hands that spoke of 40 years in construction. His eyes were cautious, the way people get when they've learned that talking about certain things carries consequences. He ordered coffee and pie, studied Marin for a long moment, then said, "What do you really want to know?" Marin decided honesty was the best approach. She pulled out a copy of the blueprint and slid it across the table. "The truth about what you've built down there." Thomas stirred sugar into his coffee, watching the liquid swirl. He didn't touch the blueprint, didn't even look at it directly, but she could see the recognition in his eyes. "We poured concrete for sections we never saw completed," he said finally, his voice low. "Whole wings got sealed off before we could finish the work. They'd bring in different crews who didn't talk to each other. Every team had its own section, own access point, own supervisor. That's unusual. It's unheard of. On a normal project, you've got coordination, you've got continuity. Guys from different teams eat lunch together, complain about the same problems, compare notes. This was compartmentalized like military work. Nobody saw the full picture. Nobody was supposed to." He took a sip of coffee, grimaced as if it were bitter. "I've been in this business since I was 18. Worked on hospitals, government buildings, even some Department of Energy facilities out west. But I've never seen anything like the security protocols on that airport. The deep sections especially. Did you ever see blueprints for Sublevel 6? Thomas went very still. His coffee cup paused halfway to his lips. "Who told you about Sublevel 6? "So it exists." He set down the cup carefully as if it might shatter. "I never said that." "But you just confirmed it." Thomas looked around the diner, checking the other customers. An elderly couple near the window, a trucker at the counter, a waitress refilling coffee, no one paying attention to them. When he spoke again, his voice was barely above a whisper. There were sections we weren't allowed to enter, whole areas cordoned off with military-style security, men in suits watching everything, not airport authority, not city inspectors, federal people. They never talked to us directly, just stood there, observing, taking notes, sometimes photographing us while we worked. What were they building? I don't know, but I can tell you what we built to access it. Elevator shafts that went down farther than any airport needs. Reinforced walls thick enough for nuclear bunkers. Ventilation systems with filtration protocols I'd only seen in biohazard facilities. He pulled out his wallet and dropped cash on the table. I've got grandkids, miss. 3 of them. I'd like to keep seeing them. Some things you're better off not knowing. Mr. Burkhart, please, just tell me. You want to know what scares me most. He was standing now, preparing to leave. It's not what they built. It's that after all these years, nobody's asked, nobody's investigated. Every journalist who gets close to this story suddenly drops it. Every researcher who digs too deep finds a new job somewhere else. That tells you something, doesn't it? About how important it is to certain people that nobody knows what's down there. He left without touching his pie. Marin sat in the booth for another 20 minutes, staring at the cold coffee in front of her. Through the window she could see the mountains to the west, the Front Range rising against the morning sky. Somewhere out there, 25 miles to the northeast, Denver International Airport sprawled across the plains like a secret waiting to be uncovered. She had 2 more contractors to interview, but Thomas Burkhart's fear had told her more than any blueprint could. Whatever was beneath that airport, people had been keeping it hidden for 30 years, and they were still keeping it hidden now. Part 3. The Dedication Stone. The next day, Marin visited Denver International Airport herself. She parked in long-term parking, noting the massive lot that seemed to stretch forever across the plains. The terminal rose in the distance, its white tensile fabric roof designed to resemble snow-capped mountains, or, as some conspiracy theorists claimed, the tents of a massive encampment. She took the train to the main terminal, moving through crowds of travellers with her phone camera ready. She wasn't sure what she was looking for exactly, but she knew the airport's peculiarities were hiding in plain sight. The first stop was the Dedication Stone. It sat in the Great Hall, near the south end of the main terminal, mounted prominently on the floor. Most travellers walked right past it without a second glance, rolling their suitcases over the polished surface, focused on reaching their gates. But Marin knelt down and read the inscription carefully. New World Airport Commission. Below that, a dedication date, March 19th, 1994, and in the bottom corner, unmistakably, the square and compass symbol of Freemasonry. Marin had read about this stone in various conspiracy forums, but seeing it in person sent a chill down her spine. The New World Airport Commission sounded official, important. But according to every public record she could find, no such organisation existed. Not in Colorado, not in federal registries, nowhere. So who commissioned this dedication stone? And why did it credit a fictional organisation? She took multiple photographs from different angles, adjusting for the lighting that streamed through the terminal's windows. Around her, travellers continued their journeys, oblivious to the mystery beneath their feet. A child ran past, chasing a rolling ball. A pilot in uniform walked by, checking his phone. Normal airport life. Utterly mundane. But nothing about this place was mundane. She sat on a nearby bench and started researching on her phone. The Freemason connection was well documented in conspiracy circles, often dismissed as coincidental. Many public buildings had Freemason symbols. It didn't necessarily mean anything sinister. The Freemasons had been involved in construction and civic projects throughout American history, but combined with everything else, it formed a pattern. An airport built far from the city centre, massively over budget, with underground construction that nobody seemed to understand, dedicated by an organisation that didn't exist, and marked with symbols of a secret society. Either this was an elaborate series of coincidences, or something very deliberate was happening here. Marin stood and began walking through the terminal. studying its architecture with new eyes. The Great Hall was massive, with ceilings that soared overhead and windows that flooded the space with natural light. Beautiful in its way, but also excessive, wasteful even. Why build something so large for a city this size? Unless the terminal was designed for purposes beyond commercial aviation, unless it was meant to accommodate something else entirely. Part 4. The Murals of Prophecy. The murals were impossible to miss. Located in the main terminal, the massive paintings by artist Leo Tangumer had become infamous in conspiracy communities. Marin stood in front of them now, trying to understand what she was seeing. The first mural, titled "Children of the World Dream of Peace," showed scenes of destruction that seemed anything but peaceful. Burning forests consumed ancient trees, flames rendered in vivid orange and red that seemed to leap from the wall. Dead animals lay in heaps, their bodies twisted in unnatural positions. Children in caskets, their faces pale and lifeless, lay in rows that stretched into the distance. Above them all, a massive soldier wearing a gas mask loomed over the devastation, holding a rifle and a curved sword. The colours were vivid, almost violent in their intensity. Behind the soldier, crowds of people fled in terror, their faces twisted in anguish, their bodies pressed together in desperate flight. The soldier's gas mask was the most disturbing element. It was rendered with technical precision, every detail carefully painted. The rubber seals, the filter cartridge, the reflective lenses that showed no humanity behind them. This wasn't an abstract representation of war. This was a specific piece of military equipment, painted from reference. Marin moved closer, studying the details. In the background, barely visible among the chaos, buildings burned. And one of those buildings had a distinctive shape. It took her several minutes to recognize it, but once she did, she couldn't unsee it. It was the main terminal of Denver International Airport itself. The second mural depicted transformation. The same soldier from the first painting now lay defeated, broken. His gas mask was shattered, his weapons transformed into plowshares. Children from various nations gathered around, holding implements that had been beaten from instruments of war into tools of peace. Doves flew overhead, their wings spread against a sky of impossible blue. The world bloomed with life and colour, flowers growing from ground that had been scorched and barren. The official interpretation was that these murals showed humanity overcoming war and oppression, moving from darkness into light. A message of hope. But standing in front of them, Marin felt anything but hopeful. The level of detail was disturbing. The dead children looked too real, their features too specific. The environmental destruction showed particular types of collapse, chemical contamination indicated by the yellow-green tint to the smoke, biological warfare suggested by the protective equipment worn by the soldier, ecological disaster visible in the way the trees had been stripped of leaves before burning. These weren't abstract representations of war. They were specific scenarios. Marin took dozens of photographs, documenting every detail. She noticed other travellers stopping to look, some taking quick snapshots with their phones, others moving past with expressions of discomfort. A mother hurried her children along, not wanting them to see. A teenager laughed, making jokes about the creepy artwork. But Marin saw something none of them did. She saw a timeline, a narrative. The murals weren't just showing the past and future of humanity. They were showing a sequence of events. First panel, catastrophe. Second panel, recovery. But what happened between those two moments? What was the transition? She had managed to track down Leo Tanguma's contact information through the artist's gallery in Denver. He was elderly now, living in retirement, but he had agreed to a phone conversation. "People have been asking me about those paintings for 30 years, he said, when she called later that evening. His voice carried the weariness of someone who had answered the same questions too many times. I painted what I was commissioned to paint. The themes were provided to me. Provided by whom? The airport authority, or at least that's who I thought I was working with. Looking back, I'm not entirely sure. The instructions were very specific, very detailed. They wanted particular imagery, particular symbols. They gave me reference photographs for some elements. The gas mask, for instance. They were very insistent that I get every detail correct. Did they explain why? They said it was about humanity's journey, war and peace, destruction and renewal, the triumph of the human spirit over adversity. But honestly, I didn't fully understand what I was painting until it was finished. Some of the symbolism, the specific details they insisted on, I couldn't tell you what they meant. The burning building in the background, Marin said, the one that looks like the airport terminal, was that in their instructions? There was a long pause. I don't recall. It's been so many years. But now that you mention it, yes. I think they provided a photograph for that element. They were very specific about the architecture. Did that strike you as odd, having the airport shown in a scene of destruction? At the time, no. I was focused on the larger themes, on making the work powerful and meaningful. It was only later, after the murals were installed and I saw them in context, that I began to wonder. Why would you commission artwork showing your own building being destroyed? What message were they trying to send? What do you think they were trying to say? Leo was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was softer, almost reluctant. I think there are people who knew exactly what they wanted those murals to say, and I think they chose me because I could paint what they described without asking too many questions. I was young, I needed the work, I believed in the message of peace overcoming war. I didn't realise until much later that I might have been part of something bigger, something I still don't fully understand. Do you think the murals are a warning? I think they're a story, but whether it's a story of what has been, what could be, or what will be, I honestly can't say. After the call ended, Marin returned to the airport. It was evening now, the terminal quieter as the day's flights wound down. She stood in front of the murals for another hour, photographing every detail as the light changed, the shadows deepened in the corners of the painted scenes. One detail caught her attention that she hadn't noticed before. In the second mural, the one showing peace and renewal, the children held a dove between them. And behind that dove, barely visible in the background, was a shape, a rectangle. When she zoomed in with her phone camera, she could make out details. A door, sealed shut, with a symbol painted on its surface. The same symbol that marked the dedication stone, the square and compass of Freemasonry. The children in the mural weren't just celebrating peace, they were standing guard over something, protecting it, or perhaps keeping it contained. Part 5. The runway pattern. That evening, back in her apartment, Marin pulled up satellite imagery of Denver International Airport on her laptop. From ground level, the airport looked like any other modern transportation hub, but from above, the runway configuration revealed something unusual. The 6 runways formed a pattern that, depending on how you looked at it, resembled a swastika. She traced the lines with her finger on the screen, following the angles. Runway 16, right 34 left, ran northeast to southwest. Runway 16 left 34 right parallel to it. Runway 725 crossed them, running east to west. And the 3 shorter runways filled in the spaces, creating angles that definitely formed a shape that made her uncomfortable. Official explanations attributed this to wind efficiency. Denver's weather patterns required runways positioned to handle crosswinds from multiple directions. The configuration was purely functional, designed by computer models to maximize operational capacity under challenging wind conditions. The front range created turbulent airflows, downdrafts, sudden shifts. The runways needed to accommodate approaches from any direction. But Marin had studied airport design in graduate school. She knew dozens of major airports around the world, all dealing with complex wind patterns, and none of them had runway configurations that looked anything like this. She spent hours comparing DIA's layout to other airports. Hong Kong, notorious for its challenging winds. Wellington, New Zealand, one of the windiest airports in the world. Chicago O'Hare, dealing with lake effects and prairie weather. None of them had patterns like this. She reached out to a former FAA airport planner named Richard Voss, who had worked on airport designs throughout the Western United States in the 80s and 90s. It took several calls to track him down, but she finally found him living in retirement in Boulder, a modest ranch house with a stunning view of the Flatirons. They met on a Saturday afternoon. Richard was in his early 70s, thin and sharp-eyed, with the careful speech pattern of someone who chose his words deliberately. He invited her into a living room lined with bookshelves filled with technical manuals and aviation history. Photographs on the walls showed airports under construction, Richard in various hard hats and safety vests, shaking hands with officials whose faces Marin didn't recognise. The runway pattern, he said, studying the satellite images Marin had brought, spreading them across his coffee table. Yes, I remember the controversy when these designs were first proposed. There were concerns about the optics, about what people might think when they saw this from above. But it was built anyway. It was built exactly as specified, despite objections, despite alternative designs that would have worked just as well for wind coverage. He traced his finger across one of the runways. This configuration isn't just about wind patterns, it's a directional code. What do you mean? Richard stood and retrieved a file folder from his study. Inside were yellow documents, old FAA memos, design specifications from decades ago. During the Cold War, certain airports were designated as emergency contingency sites, places where government aircraft could land if primary locations were compromised. These airports had specific runway patterns that could be recognised from high altitude, even without radio communication. Visual codes that pilots could identify and understand the purpose of the facility from the air. He pulled out one document showing similar runway patterns at various military installations. You see these angles? They're not random. They're navigational aids for pilots who need to identify secure locations quickly. You're saying Denver International Airport was designed as an emergency government landing site. Richard looked at her carefully, as if weighing how much to reveal. I'm saying the runway pattern serves multiple purposes, and one of those purposes has nothing to do with commercial aviation. Look here. He pointed to a section of the pattern. These angles would be visible from 50 miles away to a pilot at altitude. They'd know immediately that this facility had specific capabilities, specific resources. Why haven't you spoken about this before? Because I like my quiet life, Miss Cole. I like watching the sunset from my porch and visiting my grandchildren. There are some truths that cost more than they're worth. He handed back the satellite images. But I'll tell you this. When I heard they were building that airport so far from the city, with so much underground construction, with security protocols I'd never seen on a civilian project, I knew something else was going on, and I decided I didn't want to know what it was. But you kept the documents. Insurance, he said simply, in case someone ever asked the right questions, in case someone needed to know the truth. He walked to his window, looking out at the mountains. You're not the first person to come asking about Denver International, but you're the first one who's gotten this far. The others, they either stopped digging or... He trailed off. Or what? Or they had accidents. Strange coincidences. Job offers in other cities that were too good to refuse. That's how they operate. They don't threaten directly. They just make continuing more trouble than it's worth. Marin felt a chill run through her. Who are they? Richard turned from the window. That's the question, isn't it? And I honestly don't know the full answer. Federal agencies, military intelligence, contractors with security clearances so high they don't have names. People who believe that national security justifies any level of secrecy. Maybe they're right. Maybe what's beneath that airport needs to stay hidden. Or maybe transparency and truth matter more than security, he shrugged. That's not for me to decide. I'm just an old airport planner who wants to see his grandchildren grow up. Part 6. The tunnels that failed. The automated baggage system was legendary in engineering circles as one of the most expensive failures in infrastructure history. Designed to transport luggage through miles of underground tunnels, using computer-controlled carts travelling up to 20 miles per hour. The system was supposed to revolutionise airport operations. Instead, it mangled luggage, crashed constantly, and was abandoned before the airport even opened. The official cost, $400 million, wasted. But Marin had found something interesting in the construction records. The tunnel system was far more extensive than necessary for a baggage system, and many sections of the tunnels had never been used for baggage at all. She managed to gain access to the maintenance areas through a contact in airport operations, a technician named James who owed her a favour from a previous consulting project. She had helped his department with an efficiency analysis 2 years ago, saving them from budget cuts. He agreed to give her an unofficial tour of the abandoned sections. "This is completely off the record," he said when they met at the service entrance early one morning. "If anyone asks, you were never here." "Understood." They entered through a service elevator in Terminal A, descending past the active baggage levels into older, darker sections. The elevator car was industrial, scarred with years of use, smelling of metal and grease. It descended for what felt like a long time, the numbers on the panel counting down: 3, 4, 5. When the doors opened, they stepped into a different world. The air smelled of concrete dust and stale ventilation. Fluorescent lights flickered overhead, casting shadows that seemed to move. The temperature was cooler than above, the humidity different. Marin could hear water dripping somewhere in the distance, an irregular rhythm that echoed through empty spaces. Most of this was supposed to be demolished after the system failed, James explained as they walked through a wide concrete corridor. But demolition costs money, and there was no real reason to remove it. So it just sits here, miles of empty tunnel. The scale was staggering. These weren't narrow maintenance crawl spaces. They were wide enough to drive trucks through, tall enough to require safety railings along the upper walkways. The walls were reinforced concrete, far thicker than necessary for a baggage system. Marin ran her hand along the surface, feeling the smooth finish of professional construction. "Why would they overbuild like this?" she asked. James shrugged. "Official answer is they expected future expansion, but between you and me, this looks more like bunker construction than tunnel construction. See these walls? They're built to withstand serious pressure. I've seen specs on some of these sections. The concrete is reinforced with enough rebar to handle a building collapse above it. You don't need that for baggage carts." They walked for nearly 20 minutes, passing through section after section of identical corridors. The tunnels branched, intersected, formed a maze that would be impossible to navigate without the colour-coded markers painted at intervals on the walls. Red for north-south corridors, blue for east-west, green for service tunnels. But there were other colours too. Yellow markers that James avoided. White markers that led to locked gates. "What do those colours mean?" Marin asked. "Yellow is sections that are still active for utilities. Power conduits, water mains, that kind of thing. White is restricted access. Beyond my clearance." "How much of this tunnel system is restricted?" "More than half, maybe 2/3. I've been working here for 8 years, and I've only seen maybe 30% of what's down here." They reached a junction where 3 tunnels met. James stopped, checking his phone as if confirming their location. "This is as far as I'm cleared to go," he said. "Beyond here you need special authorization, Homeland Security level clearance, for abandoned baggage tunnels. That's what I said when I first started working here. Never got an answer that made sense." He pointed down the leftmost corridor, which disappeared into darkness beyond the range of the fluorescent lights. "That tunnel runs east, way past the runways, goes for miles according to the old maps, but it's not on any current airport schematics. It's like they erased it from the official records." "What's down there?" "No idea, and I don't ask. People who ask too many questions about the deep sections tend to get reassigned, or fired." He checked his phone again. "We should head back. Shift change happens soon, and I'd rather not explain why I'm down here with an outside consultant." Marin took photographs of everything, noting the junction point on her mental map of the airport. The tunnel James indicated aligned almost perfectly with the Sublevel 6 sections from the anonymous blueprint. As they walked back toward the elevator, she heard something. A sound like voices, distant and muffled, coming from one of the restricted corridors. She stopped, straining to listen. "Don't," James said quietly. "Just keep walking." "Did you hear that?" "I hear lots of things down here, and I've learned that the smart move is to pretend I didn't." He kept walking, and after a moment Marin followed. But she couldn't shake the sound of those voices, because they hadn't sounded like maintenance workers or security guards. They had sounded urgent, almost frightened, as if something in those tunnels was worth being afraid of. Part 7. The Men Who Went Missing. Back in her office, Marin began compiling a list of key contractors who had worked on the airport's underground construction. The list was surprisingly difficult to assemble. Many records were incomplete or had been archived in ways that made them nearly impossible to access. Some documents had been digitized with OCR errors that garbled names. Others existed only on microfiche in county records offices that kept limited hours. It took her nearly a week to compile a comprehensive list, cross-referencing construction permits, union databases and payment records. Eventually she identified 3 names that appeared repeatedly in connection with the deepest construction levels: Howard Trent, electrical systems specialist Miguel Perez, tunnelling engineer Everett Shaw, structural engineer. She started with Howard Trent. According to public records, he had worked for an electrical contracting firm based in Denver throughout the 90s. His work on the airport project ended in 1995, coinciding with the airport's opening. His name appeared on dozens of permits and inspection reports for the underground electrical systems. After that, his trail went cold. No tax records after 1998, no death certificate, no forwarding address, no social media presence, though that wasn't unusual for someone his age, but also no obituary, no property records, no vehicle registrations. He simply disappeared from all public databases, as if he had never existed beyond 1998. Marin tried to track down family members. She found a sister living in Grand Junction who agreed to a brief phone call. Howard was always paranoid, the sister said. Her name was Ellen, and she sounded tired. After he finished work on the airport, he became convinced someone was watching him, following him. He'd call me at strange hours, saying his phone was tapped, his apartment was bugged. I thought he was having some kind of breakdown. Mental health crisis. Did he say why he thought he was being watched? He said he'd seen things during the construction, things he wasn't supposed to see, rooms that weren't on the official plans, people who didn't belong. He tried to report it to his supervisor but was told to mind his own business. After that, the paranoia got worse. Then one day he just vanished, packed up his apartment in the middle of the night and left. I haven't heard from him since. Did you report him missing? Of course. Police said there was no evidence of foul play. Adults have the right to disappear if they want to. They filed a report, but nothing came of it. Eventually, I just accepted that Howard didn't want to be found. Maybe he finally got away from whatever was scaring him. Or maybe, Marin thought, whatever was scaring him found him first. Miguel Perez's story was different, but equally troubling. He had continued working in construction for several years after the airport opened, primarily on government contracts, mining operations, tunnel boring projects, underground infrastructure. Exactly the kind of specialised work that would make him valuable to certain agencies. In 2003, he died in what was officially ruled a workplace accident. The details were vague. Something about a toolshed collapse at a site in Colorado Springs. Marin requested the accident report through public records requests. It took 3 weeks to arrive, and when it did, the document was heavily redacted. Entire pages were blacked out. The cause of death was listed simply as blunt force trauma. No further details provided. The investigation had been conducted not by local police but by federal workplace safety inspectors. The site where the accident occurred had no other identifying information. Just a permit number that led nowhere. She tried to contact Miguel's family. His widow had remarried and moved to Texas. When Marin called, the woman refused to discuss her first husband's death. I was told not to talk about it, she said. I was told that for my own safety and the safety of my children, I should never discuss what happened to Miguel. That's all I can say. Who told you that? People in suits, federal people. They visited me after the funeral. They said Miguel's death was connected to classified work and discussing it publicly could compromise national security. They didn't threaten me directly, but the implication was clear. So I moved away, I remarried, I started over, and I don't look back. That left Everett Shaw. Finding Shaw took considerable effort. He had moved multiple times since leaving Colorado, each time covering his tracks carefully, but Marin finally located him through a property record in Wyoming, listed as the owner of a small ranch outside the town of Pinedale. She called first, but the number was disconnected. She tried emailing, but the address bounced back. Finally, she decided to drive up and knock on his door. The ranch was isolated, accessible only by a dirt road that wound through pine forests and open meadows for miles. A hand-painted sign near the entrance read "No trespassing, serious." Below it, a second sign, "Property under video surveillance." Marin parked near the gate and walked the remaining quarter mile to the main house, noting the camera mounted on a tree near the entrance. The property was well maintained but austere. A weathered log structure with smoke rising from the chimney, a barn that looked recently painted, a garden plot covered for winter. She was halfway across the yard when a man emerged from the house holding a rifle. "That's far enough," he called out. He didn't point the weapon at her, but he kept it ready. Marin raised her hand slowly. "Mr. Shaw, my name is Marin Cole. I'm an urban planner from Denver. I'd like to talk to you about the airport project." The man was in his 60s, lean and weathered, with grey hair pulled back in a ponytail. His face was deeply lined, carved by weather and worry. He kept the rifle pointed at the ground, but didn't lower it completely. "I haven't worked on that project in 30 years. Got nothing to say about it. Please, just 5 minutes. I drove 4 hours to get here." Something in her voice must have reached him. Shaw studied her for a long moment, his eyes moving from her face to her car to the road beyond, as if checking whether she'd been followed. Finally, he jerked his head toward the house. 5 minutes, then you leave and you don't come back, and you never tell anyone where you found me." Inside, the house was surprisingly comfortable. Books lined the walls, technical manuals mixed with philosophy and history. A wood stove radiated heat. The furniture was simple but well made. On a desk near the window, Marin saw surveillance monitors showing different angles of the property. Shaw poured coffee without asking if she wanted any, then sat across from her at a rough wooden table. The rifle leaned against the wall within easy reach. "Why are you really here?" he asked. Marin pulled out a copy of the blueprint she had received and slid it across the table. "Someone sent me this. I've been researching the airport's construction, trying to verify if it's real. I've talked to other contractors. Most are too scared to say anything, but I think you know the truth." Shaw looked at the blueprint for a long time. His hands trembled slightly. Whether from age or emotion, Marin couldn't tell. "Where did you get this?" "It was sent anonymously. Is it real?" He didn't answer directly. Instead, he stood and walked to a closet, rummaging through boxes until he found what he was looking for. He returned with a yellowed folder containing his own set of construction documents, pages covered with his handwritten notes and calculations. "We were divided into specialized teams," he said quietly, spreading the documents across the table. "Different contractors for different sections. No one was supposed to see the complete picture, but I kept copies of everything. Force of habit from 40 years in the business. My father taught me to never trust that someone else had the records you might need someday." He pulled out several documents showing various levels of the underground construction, each more complex than the last. Sublevels 1 through 3 were the baggage system. Everyone knew about those. Sublevel 4 was supposed to be mechanical systems, HVAC, power distribution. Sublevel 5 was utilities and emergency backup power, redundant systems that could keep the airport operational during a crisis. And Sublevel 6? Shaw met her eyes, and she saw something in his gaze that made her understand why he lived out here, alone, watching his perimeter with cameras and keeping a rifle within reach. "We were told to build containment rooms, not storage, not utility spaces, containment. With pressure seals, air filtration systems rated for biological hazards, reinforced observation windows made of material I'd only seen in military applications. The specifications were unlike anything I'd worked on in civilian construction, and I'd been building for 40 years at that point. What were they designed to contain? They never told us. But I can tell you what they built. Holding chambers with walls thick enough to survive a direct missile strike, environmental testing labs with equipment that could monitor conditions down to parts per million, a central vault with security protocols I'd only seen in military installations, multiple redundant power sources, air systems that could maintain positive pressure for months, water filtration that could purify anything. The whole level extended for miles way beyond the airport property boundaries. We tunnelled under federal land BLM territory, areas where no one would notice construction. Why would they build something like that? Shaw leaned back in his chair, his eyes distant. I've spent 30 years trying to answer that question. My best guess. It's a research site. Something they needed to keep hidden, secure and accessible only to people with the highest clearances. During the Cold War, the government built facilities like this all over the country. Underground bases, continuity of government sites, research installations studying things the public wasn't supposed to know about. Most people think that ended when the Soviet Union fell, but I think they kept building, and Denver International Airport was the perfect cover. He pulled out another document, this one a rough hand-drawn map. This is my reconstruction of Sublevel 6's layout based on what I saw, and what I could piece together from talking to other contractors who'd work on adjacent sections. The main access points are here and here. He pointed to locations near Terminals B and C. But there are other entrances, emergency exits, service tunnels, and connections to other facilities miles away. Connected to what? That, I don't know for certain. But I heard rumours during construction. Whispers among contractors who'd had one too many beers after their shifts. Rumours about connections to Cheyenne Mountain, to NORAD, to other facilities that officially have nothing to do with the civilian airport. One electrician told me he'd wired a tunnel that ran due south for 50 miles. Another guy said he'd installed communication equipment that was hardened against electromagnetic pulses. Military-grade stuff. Why would an airport need that? Marin studied the map, committing every detail to memory. Why are you telling me this? Everyone else I've talked to refuses to say anything. Shaw was quiet for a moment, his fingers tracing the lines on his map. Because I'm old, and I'm tired of carrying this alone. Because Howard is gone and Miguel is dead and I'm probably next. And because someone needs to know the truth before we're all silenced. He looked up at her. Do you know what it's like to live in fear for 30 years? To know that everything you built, every calculation you made, every blueprint you drew was part of something you don't understand, something potentially terrible? Do you think you're in danger? I've been living off-grid for 20 years. I don't use email. I barely use the phone. My property has security that would make a paranoid survivalist proud. I take precautions because yes, I believe talking about this is dangerous. He folded up the maps and handed them to Marin. But I also believe the truth matters more than my safety. So here, take these. Find out what's really down there. Just be careful. People who dig too deep into this tend to have accidents. What kind of accidents? Howard disappeared. Miguel was crushed in a tool shed that somehow collapsed, even though it was new construction that had passed multiple safety inspections. I had a close call myself in 2001. Someone tampered with the brakes on my truck. I survived because I was paranoid enough to check them before driving anywhere important. After that, I moved here. Changed my name on everything except the property deed. Cut ties with everyone from my old life. Do you know who's behind it? Not individuals, but organisations. Federal agencies with budgets so black they don't appear in any public documents. Military contractors who answer to people without names. Intelligence services that operate beyond oversight. The kind of shadow government that conspiracy theorists talk about, except it's real. It's been real since the Cold War and it never went away. It just got better at hiding. Marin took the documents carefully, treating them like the precious evidence they were. Thank you for trusting me with this. Don't thank me yet. This information might just get you killed. Shaw walked to the window looking out at the forest surrounding his property. But if you're going to do this, if you're going to dig all the way down to the truth, then do it right. Document everything. Create redundant copies. Send it to people you trust in different locations. And most importantly, if you find something definitive, something that proves what's down there, don't try to be a hero. Release it all at once. Make it public immediately. That's your only protection. Part 8. The Federal Visit. The men arrived 3 days after Marin returned from Wyoming. She had been working from home, reviewing the documents Shaw had given her and trying to cross-reference them with other construction records, when someone knocked on her apartment door at 8 in the evening. Through the peephole she saw 2 men in plain clothes. They looked official in the way federal agents always do. Neat haircuts, conservative suits that managed to be both expensive and deliberately forgettable. Expressionless faces that gave away nothing. She had been expecting this. Shaw had warned her. Thomas Burkhart had warned her. Even Richard Voss in his careful way had warned her. When you start asking questions about Denver International Airport, when you talk to too many people and dig too deep into records that someone wants to stay buried, people notice. Marin considered not answering, but they knocked again, firm and patient, and she knew they would keep knocking until she opened the door. Marin Cole? The first man asked when she cracked open the door, keeping the chain lock engaged. Who's asking? We'd like to talk to you about your recent research activities. He didn't show identification, didn't introduce himself. His partner stood slightly behind him, hands clasped in front, eyes scanning the hallway. I'm not discussing my research with anyone. The second man spoke for the first time. His voice was quiet, almost gentle. Miss Cole, we're not here to threaten you. We're here to give you some friendly advice. Stop contacting former airport contractors. Stop requesting restricted construction documents. Move on to other projects. There are plenty of interesting infrastructure stories that don't touch on matters of national security. I haven't done anything illegal. No one's saying you have. But understand that certain projects have ongoing security implications. Interfering with those projects, even inadvertently through historical research, can lead to complications you don't want. Questions from other agencies, difficulties with future employment, problems that would make your life significantly less pleasant. The first man pulled a business card from his pocket and slipped it through the gap in the door. It was blank except for a phone number. If you decide you want to discuss what you found, call this number. Someone will listen. But if you continue down your current path, we can't guarantee your safety. Not because we would harm you, but because you're getting close to things that other people we don't control, might want to remain hidden. Is that supposed to be reassuring? It's supposed to be honest. There are forces at work that are bigger than any individual, bigger than any single agency. Some things are classified for good reasons. Some secrets exist because knowing the truth would cause more harm than maintaining the lie. They turned to leave. But as the second man descended the stairs, something fell from his pocket. A small laminated card which he didn't seem to notice. Marin waited until they were gone, counting to 60, listening for the sound of car doors, an engine starting. Only then did she open her door fully and retrieve the card. It was an access badge for the Defense Threat Reduction Agency. She stood in her apartment doorway, holding the badge, trying to understand what it meant. DTRA was a Department of Defense organization focused on countering weapons of mass destruction. Chemical weapons, biological threats, nuclear materials. They worked on preventing the proliferation of WMDs, responding to biothreat scenarios, developing countermeasures against radiological attacks. Why would DTRA care about an airport, unless the airport was involved in exactly those kinds of threats? Unless Sublevel 6 was a research facility studying the very things DTRA was designed to counter, or perhaps containing them. Part 9. The Cheyenne Mountain Connection. The Defense Threat Reduction Agency badge changed everything. Marin spent the next week researching DTRA operations and historical government programs related to continuity of government and bio-threat response. What she discovered painted a disturbing picture. During the Cold War, the United States had built extensive underground facilities designed to preserve government functions in the event of nuclear war. Some were well known. The bunker beneath the Greenbrier Hotel in West Virginia, where Congress would relocate. Mount Weather in Virginia, the Emergency Operations Center for Executive Branch. Raven Rock in Pennsylvania, the Pentagon's alternate command center. But there were others, classified sites that appeared only as rumours and declassified hints in historical documents. Site R, Site E. the dozens of facilities that fell under the umbrella of continuity of government planning but were never officially acknowledged. The declassified documents she could find revealed a massive infrastructure of underground installations built throughout the 50s, 60s and 70s, designed to preserve American government and military capability in the event of catastrophic attack. And according to reports from various investigative journalists and researchers who had spent years tracking these sites, the construction never stopped. Even after the Cold War ended, even after the Soviet Union fell, the underground facilities continued to expand and upgrade, because the threats didn't end with nuclear war. Biological weapons, genetically engineered pathogens, chemical agents that could devastate populations, these threats were harder to detect, harder to defend against, and potentially more dangerous than nuclear weapons because they could be deployed with far less infrastructure. Marion found references in government documents to strategic biological repositories and continuity of species programs. The language was bureaucratic, deliberately vague, but the implications were clear. The government had been collecting genetic samples, storing biological materials, preparing for scenarios where human DNA itself might need to be preserved. The Svalbard Global Seed Vault in Norway was a public example of this thinking. A facility built deep in Arctic permafrost, designed to preserve seeds from every known crop species in case of agricultural collapse. It was openly acknowledged, even celebrated. But what if there were similar facilities for human genetic material? What if someone had decided that preserving the human species required the same kind of ark? And where would you build such a facility in the United States? Somewhere secure, somewhere with extensive underground construction that wouldn't attract attention, somewhere with connections to military command structures like NORAD, somewhere like Denver International Airport. Cheyenne Mountain, home to NORAD, was 75 miles south of Denver. It was one of the most famous military installations in the world, carved deep into granite, designed to withstand a direct nuclear strike. The installation could seal itself off from the outside world, operating independently for months if necessary. But even Cheyenne Mountain needed support infrastructure, supply lines, personnel transit, emergency protocols for moving critical assets quickly from vulnerable locations to protected ones. What if Denver International Airport wasn't just an airport? What if it was part of a larger continuity of government network, a hub in a system of underground facilities designed to preserve not just government functions, but human capability itself? Marin created a map showing all the known underground facilities in Colorado and Wyoming. Then she added the tunnel networks from Shaw's documents, extending them based on the geological surveys and transportation corridors that made sense for underground construction. The pattern was undeniable. They formed a constellation of connected sites with Denver International Airport at the centre. Lines radiated outward, south to Cheyenne Mountain, west toward various military installations in the Rockies, north toward Wyoming facilities, east into the plains where surveillance and early warning systems had been built during the Cold War. She found references in old military reports to strategic relocation routes and emergency population management scenarios. One document, partially declassified in 2007, mentioned genetic preservation protocols and biodiversity contingency planning without providing any specific details about where these programs were implemented. Another document, from a 1980s congressional hearing on civil defense, contained a single telling line: the committee recommends continued funding for underground biological repositories, with primary sites to be established in geologically stable regions with existing federal infrastructure. Geologically stable regions, like the Front Range of Colorado, existing federal infrastructure, like a major airport built on federal land with extensive underground construction. In the event of a catastrophic attack or breakdown of civil order, certain facilities would become operational. People deemed essential to national security would be moved to protected locations. Genetic samples would be secured, research materials would be preserved, and the infrastructure for that movement needed to be built in advance, hidden within civilian projects where it wouldn't attract attention. Denver International Airport, with its massive underground construction, its federal involvement, its connections to military installations, made perfect sense as part of that infrastructure. But that didn't explain the containment rooms, or the observation galleries, or the specific reference to anomalous biological specimens. That suggested something beyond just genetic storage, something beyond just continuity of government. That suggested they were studying something, containing something that required the kind of security protocols normally reserved for the most dangerous materials on Earth. Part 10. The infiltration. Marin knew she needed to get into Sublevel 6 herself. The documents and witness testimonies had given her the outline, but she needed proof. Physical evidence. Photographs that couldn't be dismissed as fabrications or misinterpretations. She spent 2 weeks planning her approach. Getting into the secure areas of the airport would require either extensive hacking of security systems, which was beyond her capabilities, or finding someone with access who could help her. The answer came from an unexpected source. One of her college classmates, a woman named Patricia Chen, worked as a facilities manager for the airport authority. They had stayed in touch sporadically over the years, meeting for coffee every few months to catch up on their careers and lives. Patricia had been with the airport for almost a decade, long enough to have access to areas most employees never saw. Marin invited her to lunch at a quiet restaurant in Cherry Creek and carefully broached the subject. "I'm working on a research project about underground construction," she explained, after they had ordered and exchanged the usual pleasantries about work and family. "Particularly the older sections of the airport that aren't in regular use anymore. I was wondering if you could give me a tour of some of those areas for the book I'm writing." Patricia looked uncomfortable. She set down her fork and studied Marin with an expression that was hard to read. "Most of the old tunnel sections are restricted. Even I don't have clearance for everything down there. But you have clearance for some areas." "Some, yes. The decommissioned baggage tunnels, certain mechanical sections, emergency access routes that haven't been used in years. But Marin, there are places down there that nobody talks about. Places that technically don't exist on any current airport maps. If you're asking me to take you to those places, the answer is no. I could lose my job, possibly face criminal charges if I accessed restricted areas without authorization. I'm not asking you to risk your career. Just show me what you're allowed to show me. That's all." Patricia studied her for a long moment. "Why is this important to you? You're not writing a book about infrastructure. You're looking for something specific. What is it?" Marin considered lying, constructing some plausible cover story. But Patricia deserved the truth. They had been friends for over 15 years. Patricia had always been honest with her. So Marin explained everything. The anonymous blueprint, the contractor interviews, the federal visit, the connections she had uncovered between the airport and government programs that officially didn't exist. Everything. When she finished, Patricia was quiet for several minutes, pushing food around her plate without eating. The restaurant buzzed with lunchtime conversation around them, people discussing business deals and vacation plans, normal life carrying on while they talked about conspiracies and underground facilities. "I've worked at that airport for 10 years, Patricia said finally, and there are things I've seen, things I've noticed that never made sense. Security protocols that seem excessive for a civilian facility, sections that require federal clearances to access, deliveries that arrive at odd hours with military escorts, trucks with no markings. I always assumed it was related to post-9/11 security measures, heightened vigilance. But maybe it's more than that. Maybe it's always been more than that. Will you help me? I'll show you what I can access. But we do this my way, during a maintenance shift when fewer people are around. And if we get caught, the story is we were just doing a routine inspection of systems that haven't been checked in a while. Plausible deniability. Understood. Understood." They scheduled the tour for the following Tuesday, during the overnight shift between 2 and 4 in the morning when airport traffic was minimal and most of the facility staff was at reduced capacity. Part 11. Descent into Sublevel. 6. Patricia picked Marin up at 1:30 in the morning from a parking garage 3 blocks from the airport. They drove separately to a service entrance on the eastern perimeter of the airport property, far from the main terminals and the areas where late-night travellers might see them. This entrance is used mainly for maintenance crews and contractors, Patricia explained as she swiped her access card at a plain metal door marked only with a number. Security is lighter here, but we still need to move carefully. There are cameras in most sections and the security centre monitors everything. Won't they notice us? I filed a maintenance inspection request for tonight. As far as the system knows, we're checking HVAC systems and electrical panels in the lower levels. Normal work. But we'll need to stick to areas where that story makes sense. They entered through the metal door into a concrete corridor lit by industrial lighting. The air was cool and slightly damp, carrying the smell of machine oil and ozone. The floor was painted concrete, marked with yellow safety lines and directional arrows that had faded over time. Patricia led them through a maze of passages, each turn taking them deeper into the facility's infrastructure. They passed through Sublevel 1, where the active baggage systems hummed and clicked, automated carts moving luggage between terminals. The sound echoed off concrete walls, creating a rhythm that was almost hypnotic. They descended further into the abandoned sections. Sublevel 3 was where the failed baggage system equipment sat in silent rows, a graveyard of broken conveyor belts and rusting machinery. Everything was covered in dust, untouched for years. The air here was staler, the temperature cooler. "This is normally as far as I go," Patricia said. They stood at a junction where a locked gate barred further progress. A sign read, "Authorised personnel only, federal clearance required." Beyond the gate, the character of the tunnels changed. The lighting was newer, LED instead of the older fluorescent fixtures. The walls were smoother, more finished. This wasn't abandoned infrastructure. This was actively maintained. "Can you open it?" "My card technically has clearance, but there's a log. If anyone checks, they'll see I accessed this area outside of normal maintenance hours. They'll have questions." "I understand if you want to turn back." Patricia hesitated, her hand on the card reader. Marin could see the conflict in her friend's face, weighing curiosity and loyalty against career and safety. Finally, Patricia swiped her card. The lock disengaged with a heavy clunk that echoed through the tunnels. "No going back now," Patricia whispered. Beyond the gate, everything was different. The passages were climate-controlled, the temperature precisely maintained. Digital keypads controlled access to various doors. Security cameras mounted in protective housings tracked their movement, red lights indicating active recording. They descended 2 more levels via a service stairwell that seemed to go down forever. Marin counted the steps. 53, 54, 55. At the bottom, they emerged into a corridor unlike anything in the upper levels. This was Sublevel 5. And it was definitely not abandoned. Climate control units hummed in the walls. Digital keypads controlled access to various doors, each requiring card authentication and presumably tracking every entry. The floors were polished concrete, clean and well maintained. The walls were painted institutional white, marked with coloured lines that indicated different zones and purposes. "We shouldn't be here," Patricia whispered, even though they appeared to be alone. "This area is definitely off limits." But Marin had come too far to turn back now. She moved forward, checking doors, searching for any way down to the 6th sublevel. She knew from Shaw's documents that the access point should be near this location, somewhere in this section of Sublevel 5. She found it near the end of the corridor, an elevator shaft with buttons labelled 1 through 5 and a blank button at the bottom of the panel. No label, no indication of what the blank button led to. But Marin knew. This was the entrance to Sublevel 6. Patricia saw what she was looking at. "That button requires a keycard I don't have. I've seen it before, but never had authorization to use it. I've never been to whatever level that accesses. I don't even know if anyone on my team has." Marin examined the panel. There was no label, no indication of what the blank button led to, but she knew from Shaw's documents that this was it. The final level. The place where the truth was hidden. She pressed the button, not really expecting it to work. But to her surprise, the elevator engaged. The blank button glowed red, and she heard the mechanism activating above them. "How did you do that?" Patricia asked, her voice tight with nervousness. "I don't know. Maybe the security protocols are looser during maintenance hours. Maybe your card has more access than you thought." The elevator arrived with a soft chime. The doors opened to reveal an interior that was immaculately clean, stainless steel walls reflecting the LED lighting. Marin and Patricia exchanged glances. "Last chance to turn back," Marin said. "We're already caught on camera. Might as well see what we came for." They stepped into the elevator. Marin pressed the blank button. The doors closed, and the elevator began to descend. It took a long time, much longer than the descent between normal floors. Marin watched the digital display, but it showed no floor numbers, just a blank screen. They were descending into a part of the facility that officially didn't exist, into Sublevel 6. When the doors finally opened, they stepped into a space that took Marin's breath away. This was not a maintenance tunnel. This was not abandoned infrastructure. This was a facility. The corridor stretched ahead of them, pristinely white walls with sealed doors every 30 feet. The air was temperature controlled, filtered, with no hint of the mustiness that pervaded the upper tunnels. Overhead lights were embedded in the ceiling at regular intervals, creating a clinical brightness that reminded Marin of research laboratories or hospital operating theatres. Everything was clean, everything was maintained, everything suggested active use. They walked forward slowly, their footsteps echoing off the walls. Each door they passed had a digital keypad and a small window, but most windows were covered from the inside. The doors were labelled with alphanumeric codes that meant nothing to Marin. A12, B7, C19. About halfway down the corridor they found a door that was slightly ajar. Room designation. Observation Gallery 3. Marin pushed it open carefully. Inside was a large observation room. One wall was entirely glass, looking into a chamber beyond. The chamber was empty now, but the walls showed signs of heavy use. Scuff marks that looked like something had been thrown against them. Discoloration in places where chemicals or biological materials might have been present. Mounting points on the floor and ceiling where equipment had been installed and removed. The observation room itself contained equipment racks, now mostly empty. Along one wall, metal shelves held dozens of identical sealed containers. Each container was about the size of a shoebox, made of some kind of specialised alloy, with temperature gauges on the sides and biohazard warnings stamped on the tops. Marin examined one of the containers. It was heavy, carefully sealed. The temperature gauge read -20 degrees Celsius. A numeric code was stencilled on its side, but no other identifying information. No labels indicating what was inside. "These are biological storage containers," Patricia said quietly, joining her at the shelves. "We use similar ones in the airport's quarantine facilities for handling potentially contaminated materials. But these are much more sophisticated, military grade, the kind of thing you'd use for long-term storage of hazardous biological materials." They explored 3 more rooms, finding similar setups. Observation areas overlooking empty chambers, storage facilities with specialised equipment, sealed rooms with reinforced walls and sophisticated ventilation systems. Everything spoke of active research, careful containment, protocols designed to handle materials that required the highest levels of security. In the last room they checked, Marin found something that made everything clear. On a door at the far end of the chamber, painted letters were visible beneath layers of grime and half-hearted attempts to cover them with white paint. Someone had tried to erase these words, but they showed through. Anomaly Containment, Section A. The letters had faded, been partially obscured, but they were unmistakable. This wasn't a storage facility. This wasn't a government bunker. This was a containment site for something that required isolation, observation, and federal security. Something anomalous. Patricia was taking photographs with her phone, documenting everything. The empty chambers, the storage containers, the labels on equipment racks, the warning signs, evidence that Sublevel 6 was real and active. "We need to go," she said, checking the time on her phone. "We've been down here too long. If security's watching the cameras..." An alarm began to sound. Not loud, but persistent. A red light started flashing above the elevator. They ran. Part 12. The Blue Horse. They made it back to the service entrance without encountering security, but Marin knew their time had run out. By morning, someone would review the access logs and camera footage. Patricia would be questioned about why she had accessed restricted areas during a supposed maintenance inspection. The facility would know they had been there. In the parking garage, Patricia handed Marin a USB drive. "Everything I photographed. All of it. Take it. I'll claim I was doing a routine inspection if anyone asks, but I don't think they'll believe me. I'll probably be fired. Maybe prosecuted. But at least we'll have proof. I'm sorry I got you involved in this. Don't be. I've been ignoring my instincts about this place for years. Every time I saw something that didn't make sense, every time I encountered security protocols that seemed excessive for a civilian facility, I told myself it was none of my business, that there were good reasons for everything. But maybe it's time someone actually looked at what's down there." She got into her car, started the engine. "Be careful, Marin. Whatever this is, it's big and dangerous. People don't build facilities like that without being willing to protect them." Marin drove home as dawn broke over Denver. She was exhausted, running on adrenaline and too much coffee, but her mind wouldn't stop racing. She thought about everything she had discovered: the containment chambers, the biological storage, the federal security, all hidden beneath an airport that shouldn't have needed any of those things. And she thought about something else, something she had noticed during all her research but hadn't fully connected until now. The Blue Mustang statue. Everyone who visited Denver International Airport knew about the statue. It was impossible to miss. A 32-foot sculpture of a rearing horse, painted bright blue with glowing red eyes. Locals called it Blucifer, a name that captured both the statue's demonic appearance and its dark history. The sculptor, Luis Jimenez, had been killed during its construction when a section of the statue fell on him, severing an artery in his leg. He bled to death in his studio before help could arrive. The statue was unveiled in 2008, 13 years after the airport opened. The official explanation was that it represented the wild spirit of the American West, a symbol of freedom and untamed nature. But the statue had always generated controversy. Parents complained that it gave their children nightmares. Some people claimed to see the red eyes glowing in the dark, visible from the highway miles away. Local legends sprang up about the statue being cursed, about Jimenez's death being a sacrifice, about the horse being a guardian of something beneath the airport. Marin had always dismissed these stories as simply bad art combined with urban legend, but now she pulled up photographs and technical specifications of the statue's construction. The statue weighed 9,000 pounds. Its internal structure was made of steel armatures and support brackets. Complex engineering required to keep the rearing horse balanced on its hind legs. The plans showed a sophisticated system of internal supports, anchoring deep into the ground to prevent the massive sculpture from toppling. And those support brackets, those internal structures, those anchor points that extended deep underground, looked remarkably similar to the containment bracket designs she had seen in the Sublevel 6 blueprints. The same angles, the same reinforcement patterns, the same engineering principles used for structures that needed to withstand extreme stress. What if the statue wasn't just art? What if it was a marker, a symbol visible from the air indicating the location of the facility below? She spent the morning researching the statue's design process, its funding sources, the decision to place it exactly where it stood. The more she learned, the more deliberate everything seemed. The statue sat on the western edge of the airport property, at the end of the main access road. Directly beneath its location, according to Shaw's maps, was one of the primary access points to Sublevel 6. It was a sign. A massive, impossible-to-miss sign, telling anyone who knew what to look for exactly where the underground facility could be accessed. The glowing red eyes visible from miles away. A beacon. a navigational aid for aircraft that needed to find this facility quickly, even without radio contact. The blue colour? Blue was the NATO standard for identifying biological hazards. The rearing horse, positioned as if about to strike. A warning, a symbol of power and danger. And Jimenez's death? Marin didn't want to believe it was intentional, but the timing was suspicious. He had completed the statue. He knew how it was built, where the anchor points were located, what lay beneath. Had he asked questions? Noticed things? Discovered the truth about what his statue was really marking? She couldn't prove any of this, but the pattern was there, visible once you knew how to look. Part 13. The Truth Hidden from the Public. With all the pieces assembled, Marin began to see the larger picture. In the documents Patricia had photographed, there were references to something called MK Denver. The name appeared on file labels, on storage containers in the observation rooms, on digital displays that Patricia had captured in her photos. Marin searched for any mention of MK Denver in public records and found nothing, but she did find references to other MK programs from the Cold War era. MK Ultra, the notorious CIA mind control experiments that tested LSD and other drugs on unwitting subjects. MK Search, its successor program, which expanded the research to include hypnosis and behavioral modification. MK Naomi focused on biological weapons and incapacitating agents. The MK designation seemed to be associated with classified research projects that pushed ethical boundaries, programs that operated in the shadows of government oversight, studying things that the public wasn't supposed to know about. MK Denver could be another program in that lineage, but what was its purpose? In one of Patricia's photos, Marin had caught a clear image of a document lying on a desk in one of the observation rooms. She zoomed in, enhancing the image as much as possible using photo editing software. The document header read, MK Denver, Population Continuity Through Genetic Preservation, Phase 2 Implementation. Below that, a list of objectives. Maintain viable genetic samples of strategic personnel. Create controlled environment storage for biological materials. Establish protocols for rapid DNA sequencing and analysis. Develop containment procedures for anomalous biological specimens. Coordinate with DTRA for biothreat response scenarios. This wasn't just a bunker. It wasn't just a storage facility. This was a genetic vault, similar to the seed vaults built to preserve plant species in case of global catastrophe. But instead of seeds, they were preserving human genetic material, DNA of strategic personnel, whatever that meant. Government officials, military leaders, scientists, people deemed essential to rebuilding civilization if catastrophe struck. And there was that word again. Anomalous. Anomalous biological specimens. What did that mean? What kind of specimens required containment in a secure underground facility with federal oversight and military-grade security? Marin found another photo that provided a clue. Patricia had photographed a wall chart in one of the labs, a timeline showing different phases of the MK Denver program. Phase 1, 1975 to 1988. Sample collection and storage protocols established Phase 2, 1989 to 2003. Facility construction and anomaly containment procedures. Phase 3, 2004 to present. Unknown, listed only as operational contingency. The timeline suggested that MK Denver had been running for almost 50 years. It had begun during the Cold War, continued after the Soviet Union fell, and was still active now. But what was Phase 3? What operational contingency required a facility this size, this secure, this hidden? Marin spent hours going through every photo Patricia had taken, every document visible in the images, looking for more information. She found references to other programs with cryptic names: Genetic Arc Protocol, Biodiversity Contingency, Species Preservation Initiative. All of them seemed to be connected to MK Denver. All of them suggested preparation for some kind of catastrophic event that would threaten human survival. But none of them explained the containment chambers. None of them explained why observation rooms had been built with reinforced glass capable of withstanding extreme impacts. None of them explained what anomalous biological specimens meant, unless they had found something that didn't fit existing categories, something that required study and containment because it posed a threat that no one had anticipated. Part 14. The tape. Among the items Patricia had photographed was an old VHS tape, sitting on a shelf in one of the observation rooms. The label, barely legible in the photo, read, "Anomaly Behaviour Footage, 98. Marin needed to see what was on that tape. She knew returning to the airport was reckless. Patricia had almost certainly been identified by now. Her access privileges revoked, possibly even detained for questioning. Security would be heightened. They would be watching for exactly the kind of intrusion Marin was planning, but that tape might contain the proof she needed. Visual evidence of what Sublevel 6 was really for. Something that couldn't be dismissed or explained away. She returned alone that night, using the same service entrance Patricia had shown her. The access card Patricia had given her still worked, which surprised her until she realised it might be a trap. They might be letting her in, watching to see what she would do, who she would contact. But she had come this far. She couldn't stop now. Getting into the underground levels was easier than she expected. The route was burned into her memory. Down the stairs, through the checkpoints, into the restricted zone. She moved quickly, confidently, as if she belonged there, as if she had every right to be in these tunnels at 3 a.m. She made it to Sublevel 6. The elevator descended with that same unsettling smoothness, carrying her down into a place that officially didn't exist. The corridor was as she remembered it. White walls, sealed doors, clinical lighting. But something was different. She could hear something. A low humming sound, like machinery running behind the walls, and voices distant and muffled coming from somewhere deeper in the facility. She found the observation room where the tape had been. It was still there, sitting exactly where Patricia had photographed it, as if waiting for someone to find it. Marin took the tape and retreated back through the tunnels, her heart pounding every time she passed a camera or heard footsteps in distant corridors. She was certain she would be caught, certain that security was watching her on monitors, letting her get deeper into the facility before they moved in. But no one stopped her. She made it back to the surface, back to her car, back onto the highway, before she allowed herself to breathe normally. Again. Back in her apartment, she set up an old VCR she had kept from college and inserted the tape. Her hands were shaking as she pressed play. The footage that played was unlike anything she had expected. It showed one of the containment chambers from Sublevel 6, clearly the same room she had seen in person. The timestamp in the corner read August 14th, 1998, 0300 hours. A figure stood in the centre of the chamber. At first, it looked human. Roughly human-shaped, wearing what appeared to be a hospital gown. 2 arms, 2 legs, a head. But as the camera zoomed in, details became clear that didn't make sense. The figure's proportions were wrong. Arms slightly too long, reaching below where the knees should be. Legs bent at angles that suggested additional joints. The head tilted at an angle that should have been impossible without breaking the neck, turned almost backward while the body faced forward. And the way it moved. It didn't walk. It jerked between positions without seeming to transition, as if skipping frames in reality itself. One moment standing still, the next moment across the room, with no visible movement between the 2 positions. Behind the observation glass, several people in full biohazard suits watched, taking notes on clipboards. Their voices came through on the audio, clinical and detached, discussing the subject as if it were a laboratory specimen rather than anything that had once been human. Subject remains non-responsive to verbal commands. Cellular degradation continues at the accelerated rate. Current estimate is 72 hours until complete breakdown. Recommendation: transfer to Cheyenne Mountain Facility for further study under Level 4 containment protocols. The figure in the chamber suddenly moved directly toward the camera, impossibly fast. Its face filled the screen for a moment, features distorted and wrong, eyes that were too large and the wrong colour, mouth opening wider than any human jaw could stretch, before the video cut to black. When the image returned, the chamber was empty. The observers were gone. A single voice spoke, barely above a whisper, speaking quickly as if afraid of being overheard. Transfer to Cheyenne Mountain failed. Containment breach during transport. 2 personnel lost. Subject remains active. Keep it here. Maintain Sublevel 6 operational status until Phase 3 protocols are implemented. No further attempts to move specimens until new containment procedures are established. The tape ended with one final shot. A blueprint of the entire Denver International Airport with Sublevel 6 highlighted in red. In the corner, a handwritten note in the same red ink as the original anonymous blueprint. Sublevel 6 must remain operational until Phase 3. Marin sat in her dark apartment, staring at the static on the television screen. Her mind struggled to process what she had just seen. That figure in the chamber, that thing that looked almost human but wasn't. What was it? Where had it come from? The clinical tone of the observers suggested this wasn't the first time they had dealt with something like this. They had protocols, procedures, language that indicated familiarity with whatever that thing was. Anomalous biological specimen. Not human, not animal, something else. Something that required containment in a facility built to withstand catastrophic containment failures. Something that had killed 2 people during a failed transfer attempt, and they were keeping it at Denver International Airport in Sublevel 6 because Cheyenne Mountain had refused to accept it after the transport failure. She now understood what Denver International Airport really was. Not just a transportation hub, not just a government bunker or a genetic vault. It was a containment site, built to isolate and study things that couldn't be explained, things that existed at the edge of scientific understanding. Anomalies. Whether they were products of secret experiments, recovered from unknown sources, or something else entirely she couldn't say. But they were there. Beneath the terminals and runways, beneath the tunnels tourists saw deep in Sublevel 6, contained and hidden and watched by federal agencies that officially didn't exist. And Phase 3, whatever that meant, was still coming. Epilogue. The knock at the door. Marin spent the next 2 days organising all her evidence. Photographs, documents, witness testimonies, the tape. She created redundant copies, stored on multiple drives, sent to different locations. She followed Shaw's advice exactly. Document everything. Create backups. Prepare to release it all at once if necessary. She began writing a comprehensive report, detailing everything she'd discovered. She planned to send it to journalists, researchers, advocacy groups, anyone who might be able to corroborate her findings and help make them public. But as she sat at her laptop in a cheap motel room in Colorado Springs, having fled her apartment when she became convinced it was under surveillance, playing the footage one more time to ensure she had captured all the details, someone knocked on her door. 3 precise knocks. A pause. Then 3 more. The pattern was too deliberate to be random, too controlled to be housekeeping or another guest. Marin felt her pulse spike, adrenaline flooding her system. She closed her laptop, walked slowly to the door, and looked through the peephole. 2 men in plain clothes stood in the hallway. Not the same men who had visited her apartment, but the same type. Federal agents or contractors who worked for agencies without names. One of them was holding up a badge she couldn't quite read. They knocked again. The same pattern. 3 knocks, pause, 3 more. Marin didn't open the door. Instead, she returned to her laptop and sent one final email to a list of addresses she had carefully curated. Journalists she trusted, activist organisations focused on government transparency, researchers who had studied classified programs, even a few members of Congress who had shown interest in oversight of intelligence agencies. The email contained everything. All the documents, all the evidence, all the witness statements, the photos from Sublevel 6, the contractor testimonies, Shaw's maps, Richard Voss's explanations of the runway patterns, the connections to DTRA and continuity of government programs, and the video from the tape. The email's subject line was simple: Denver International Airport, what they built beneath. She pressed send just as the knocking stopped. In the silence that followed, she heard other sounds. Footsteps in the hallway, multiple people, a radio crackling, someone speaking in low tones, the metallic sound of equipment being prepared. They weren't leaving, they were preparing to come in. Marin watched her laptop screen, watching the email progress bar inch forward. 50%, 60%. The files were large, the video file especially. It was taking too long. Outside her motel room, she heard a key card being used in the lock. Not her card. A master key, the kind that maintenance or security would have, or that federal agents would obtain. 70%. The doorknob began to turn, slowly, as if whoever was outside wanted to give her time to realise what was happening, time to understand that there was nowhere to go. 80%. The door opened. 3 men entered, moving with professional efficiency. 2 positioned themselves between Marin and the window. The third approached her calmly, hands visible, showing he wasn't armed. "Miss Cole, we need you to step away from the computer." 90%. "Please don't make this difficult. There are things you don't understand. Information that's classified for reasons beyond your clearance. We need to talk about what you think you've discovered." 95%. Marin looked at the screen, then at the men surrounding her. She thought about Howard Trent, who had disappeared, about Miguel Perez, who had died in a suspicious accident, about Everett Shaw, living in isolation because he knew the truth, about her father, who had taught her that buildings don't lie and paper trails always tell the truth. 100%. Send complete. The man reached for the laptop. Marin closed it gently, meeting his eyes. "It's already out there," she said. "Everything. All of it. Sent to 50 different addresses. By tomorrow, people will be asking questions. And this time, you won't be able to make the questions go away." The man's expression didn't change. "You have no idea what you've done. No idea what you might have compromised. There are reasons, good reasons, why certain things remain classified. Reasons that have nothing to do with covering up wrongdoing and everything to do with public safety. Then let the public decide. If Sublevel 6 is really necessary, if whatever's down there really needs to be kept secret, then make the case. Openly, transparently, but you can't make that choice for everyone." "Sometimes," the man said quietly, "that's exactly what we have to do." He took the laptop. The other 2 men began searching the room, gathering her notes, her phone, anything that might contain additional evidence. "You'll need to come with us," the man said. "We have questions, many questions, about how you accessed restricted areas, who helped you, what else you might have shared. Am I under arrest? That depends on how cooperative you are." Marin stood, knowing she had no choice, but she also knew that the truth was out there now, distributed across the internet in the hands of people who would know what to do with it. The story of Denver International Airport Sublevel 6 wasn't ending with her detention. It was only beginning. Part 15. 3 weeks later. The story broke on a Tuesday morning. A major investigative news outlet published Marin's email in its entirety, along with extensive verification work. They had tracked down Everett Shaw, convinced him to go on record with his knowledge of the underground construction. They had interviewed former contractors, analysed the blueprints, and sent investigators to the airport to document the visible elements of Marin's claims. Most importantly, they had shown the video from the tape to experts in various fields. Forensic video analysts confirmed it hadn't been manipulated or fabricated. Biologists couldn't explain what they were seeing. Physics professors suggested the movement patterns violated known laws of motion. The story spread rapidly. Within hours, it was trending on every social media platform. Other news organisations picked it up. Congressional representatives started asking questions. Aviation authorities were forced to respond. Denver International Airport issued a statement denying everything. No Sublevel 6 existed, they claimed. The blueprint was a fabrication. The video was a hoax. Miss Cole had illegally accessed restricted areas and created an elaborate conspiracy theory. But then an anonymous source within the airport authority confirmed that Patricia Chen had been detained and questioned. for 3 days before being released without charges, that her access privileges had been revoked, that she had been forced to sign non-disclosure agreements under threat of prosecution. More whistleblowers came forward. A security guard who had seen strange deliveries to restricted sections. A contractor who had worked on ventilation systems that served areas not on any official maps. An airport employee who had heard rumours about federal agents operating in the underground levels. The Department of Defense initially refused to comment, then issued a blanket denial. Then, when pressed by congressional committees with actual oversight authority, admitted that certain facilities beneath Denver International Airport serve classified national security purposes that cannot be disclosed publicly, which was as good as a confirmation. 3 weeks after Marin sent that email, she was released from federal custody. No charges were filed, though she was warned that further attempts to access classified information would result in prosecution. Her professional license was suspended pending review. Her apartment had been searched, her computers seized, but she was free, and the truth was out. Public tours of Denver International Airport's underground sections were suspended indefinitely. The airport authority announced a comprehensive review of all underground facilities. Congressional hearings were scheduled to investigate what exactly the federal government had built beneath a civilian airport and why. Shaw called her from a burner phone, his voice shaking. "I never thought I'd see this day. Never thought anyone would actually get the truth out there. How are you holding up?" "I've been better, but it was worth it. Be careful, this isn't over. The people who built Sublevel 6, who've been running whatever programs are down there, they're not going to give up just because some journalists asked questions. They'll regroup, relocate, cover their tracks, but at least now people know. At least now they'll be watching." Patricia reached out through a lawyer, unable to contact Marin directly due to the NDA she had signed. The message was simple. Thank you. Worth it. As for Marin, she spent her days following the unfolding story, watching as investigators dug deeper into the history of Denver International Airport as more information emerged about continuity of government programs and classified research facilities. She didn't know what was really in Sublevel 6, didn't know what that figure on the tape was or where it had come from, didn't know if MK Denver was still operational or if the facility had been emptied in response to her revelations. But she knew this. For 30 years, something had been hidden beneath Denver International Airport. Something important enough to require massive underground construction, federal security, and decades of secrecy. And now, finally, people were asking the right questions. Whatever Phase 3 was, whatever the planners of Denver International Airport had intended, it would now happen under public scrutiny rather than in complete darkness. Buildings don't lie, her father had taught her. Paper trails always tell the truth, and in the end, the truth had been worth everything it cost. The story of Denver International Airport wasn't ending. It was only beginning. Epilogue 2. The response. 6 months after the story broke, Denver International Airport remained at the centre of a national controversy. Congressional hearings had revealed bits and pieces of the truth. Yes, Sublevel 6 existed. Yes, it had been built as part of a classified continuity of government program. Yes, it served purposes beyond civilian aviation. But the full truth remained classified. The Department of Defense invoked national security concerns, refusing to disclose the specific nature of the research conducted there or what was currently stored in the facility. The video of the anomalous figure was analysed by every major intelligence agency and dismissed as either a fabrication or, in the carefully worded statement from one official, visual documentation of classified research that cannot be publicly discussed. Which raised more questions than it answered. If the video was real, what was it showing? If it was a fabrication, why would someone go to such lengths to create it? Marin wrote a book about her investigation. It became a bestseller, part memoir, part exposé. She spoke at universities, appeared on podcasts, became an advocate for government transparency and oversight of classified programs. She never got her professional license back. The Urban Planning Board ruled that her actions had violated ethical standards, regardless of the public interest her investigation served. But she found other work, consulting for oversight committees, helping journalists investigate other classified facilities, teaching courses on government secrecy and the public's right to know. Shaw died 8 months after the story broke. Natural causes, according to the death certificate. Heart attack. He was found in his Wyoming ranch, his security system mysteriously disabled. Marin didn't believe it was natural, but she couldn't prove otherwise. Patricia never spoke publicly about what she had seen. The NDA she signed was ironclad, but she sent Marin a card every year on the anniversary of their descent into Sublevel 6. No words, just a single image, a photograph of the blue Mustang statue, its red eyes glowing in the night. And Denver International Airport continued to operate. Millions of travellers passed through its terminals every year, rolling their luggage across the Masonic dedication stone, walking past the controversial murals, landing on runways arranged in that suspicious pattern. Most of them never wondered what lay beneath their feet, never questioned why the airport was built so far from the city, why the construction went so far over budget, why security seemed excessive for a civilian facility. But some did. And those questions led to more investigations, more revelations, more truth emerging from the shadows. The full story of Sublevel 6 might never be told. Some secrets are buried too deep, protected too well, deemed too dangerous for public knowledge. But at least now people knew to ask. At least now the facility beneath Denver International Airport operated with the knowledge that someone was watching. Someone was asking questions. Someone had pulled back the curtain, even if just for a moment, and seen what lay beneath. And that, Marin thought, was enough. For now. Before we begin, if you're enjoying this deep dive into one of history's most forbidden mysteries, hit that hype button and let the algorithm know this is the kind of content you want to see more of. And if you feel like it, drop a comment telling us what time it is where you are and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from, whether you're wide awake at noon or drifting off at 3 a.m. halfway across the globe. Your comments make this community what it is, and a massive thank you to Dogface680 for suggesting this topic. This one's going to take us somewhere we've never been before. Now, let's talk about the Anunnaki. The discovery. Every civilization tells the same story. Gods came from the sky, created mankind, and vanished. In the spring of 2024, an archaeologist named Daniel Reeves found something buried beneath that story, and it nearly destroyed him. Picture this: a research dig outside Eridu, Iraq, the world's first recorded city. The desert stretches endlessly in all directions, broken only by ancient mounds that hide the foundations of humanity's earliest experiments with civilization. The heat's oppressive, the kind that makes you question every decision that led you to this moment. Dust devils spin across the landscape, and the horizon shimmers with mirages that look like water but promise only more sand. Reeves was part of a small, privately funded team excavating a Sumerian temple foundation. The funding came from a tech entrepreneur fascinated by ancient history, the kind of money that let them work without the usual constraints of academic bureaucracy or government oversight. Just 6 people, Reeves as lead archaeologist, 2 graduate students named Tom Chen and Lisa Okafor, a site surveyor named James Whitmore, a translator named Amira Hassan, who specialised in ancient Sumerian, and a documentary filmmaker named Kevin Park, who was supposed to be capturing the dig for a future series about archaeological discoveries. The work was methodical, painstaking, the kind of thing that usually yields pottery shards and temple receipts, the mundane paperwork of ancient bureaucracy. They'd been at it for 6 weeks, mapping the temple foundation, cataloguing fragments of clay tablets, photographing everything in meticulous detail. Standard archaeology, the kind that builds careers slowly and carefully. But on a Tuesday morning in late March, everything changed. They were excavating what should have been a storage room on the eastern side of the temple complex. Lisa was working with a brush and small hand tools, carefully removing sediment that had accumulated over 45 centuries. She hit something solid, heard the scrape of metal on stone. Not unusual. Plenty of stones in ancient foundations. But this stone was different. It was too smooth, too regular. She called Reeves over. He knelt beside her, examined the surface she had exposed. It was limestone, but worked with a precision that seemed unusual for the period. The surface had been ground flat, polished to a mirror smoothness that would have required significant effort and sophisticated technique. And there were marks on it, shallow grooves that might have been decorative or might have been something else. "Keep going," Reeves said. "Let's see what we have." 3 hours later, they'd exposed a stone slab nearly 2 meters on each side, set flush into the floor. The grooves formed a pattern, geometric and deliberate, spiralling from the edges toward the center where a circular depression suggested some kind of mechanism or seal. Amira examined the grooves carefully, running her fingers along them, feeling the depth and spacing. "These aren't decorative," she said. "They're inscriptions, but I don't recognize the script. It's older than standard cuneiform, more pictographic. Proto-writing, maybe, or something else entirely." Tom set up the ground-penetrating radar while Lisa and Kevin documented everything with photographs and video. The GPR results came back showing a void beneath the stone slab, a chamber roughly 4 meters deep and extending 6 meters in each direction. "We need to open it," Reeves said. Nobody argued. They worked for 2 days, carefully prying up the stone slab with jacks and leverage, afraid of damaging whatever was beneath. When it finally lifted free, the smell hit them first. Not decay or rot, but something else, something metallic and sharp that made their eyes water. The air from the chamber below was different, processed through stone for millennia, sealed away from the world above. James rigged lighting and lowered it into the chamber. The lights came on, and everyone gathered around the opening to look. The chamber was lined with stone blocks, each carved with inscriptions that covered every surface. The writing was dense, layered, some characters carved over others as if someone had run out of space and kept adding more information. But that wasn't what made them all stop and stare in silence. On the far wall, illuminated by their temporary lights, was a massive carving nearly 2 meters tall. 2 figures, humanoid, but not quite human. Their proportions were wrong. Legs too long, arms too angular, head slightly too large. They wore fitted garments that looked more like flight suits than ancient robes, covered in geometric patterns that might have been decorative or might have been functional. And they were holding tablets, not clay tablets. These tablets glowed in the carving, represented with a luminescence that had been achieved by inlaying the stone with some kind of crystalline material that caught the light and scattered it. The tablets were covered in grid patterns, regular arrangements of squares that looked less like writing and more like circuit boards, like technology rendered in stone by people who shouldn't have had any concept of such things. "Get down there," Reeves told Tom and Kevin. "Document everything. Every angle, every inscription, everything." They spent the next 3 days in that chamber. The inscriptions covered not just the walls, but the floor and ceiling, a complete enclosure of information. Amira worked herself to exhaustion trying to translate, filling notebooks with sketches and notes, consulting references on her laptop, comparing characters to known Sumerian texts. The dating came back from samples they'd carefully extracted. 4,500 years before the Common Era, give or take a century. That would make it contemporary with the very founding of Sumerian civilization, possibly even earlier. Contemporary with the moment when humans supposedly first figured out writing and agriculture and organised religion. But the inscriptions didn't read like early writing. They read like something mature, developed, technical. Then came the pigment analysis. The crystalline material inlaid in the carved tablets contained trace amounts of iridium, a metal rarely found on Earth's surface. Iridium comes from space, from meteor impacts, or from deep in the planet's core where it sank billions of years ago when the Earth was molten. You don't find it in surface deposits. You don't mine it with ancient technology. You don't accidentally incorporate it into artwork, unless someone brought it from somewhere else. Reeves documented everything methodically. He took hundreds of photographs from every angle, collected samples of the stone and the inlay material, filled 3 hard drives with video footage and data files. His field notes, later leaked through a series of encrypted emails to contacts at the British Museum, contained observations that read less like archaeology and more like science fiction. One entry, dated March 28th, 2024. The inscriptions refer to the design of life, not as a gift, but as a project. They mention something called the model of the clay, which reads like an instruction manual for genetic creation. The figures aren't gods receiving worship. They're scientists documenting an experiment. Another entry, March 30th. Translation of Chamber Wall, Section 4. The pattern was set into the clay, ratio 7:3, aligned with the breath sequence. 23 pairs achieved stability. The creation walked and spoke and remembered instruction. This isn't poetry. It's a procedure. 23 pairs. The human genome contains 23 pairs of chromosomes. Nobody in 4500 BCE should have known that. Nobody should have even understood what chromosomes were, let alone how to count them. The breath sequence. DNA requires specific base pair sequences to function, patterns that repeat in rhythms, instructions written in chemical notation that wouldn't be discovered for another 5,000 years. The creation walked and spoke and remembered. Higher cognitive function, language capability, memory formation, the defining characteristics of human consciousness, described in clinical terms by people who shouldn't have had the framework to think in those terms. Kevin captured all of it on video. Hours of footage, wide shots and close-ups. Amira translating in real time. Reeves examining the inscriptions with increasingly frantic energy as he realised what they might be looking at. That was the last official transmission from the dig site. On April 2nd, 2024, Reeves uploaded his field notes to an encrypted cloud server and sent copies to 3 colleagues he trusted. On April 3rd, he tried to contact the British Museum to arrange a consultation with their Sumerian experts. On April 4th, the dig site was shut down. After that, just static. Act 1. The official story. To understand what happened next, we need to understand what the Anunnaki actually are, at least according to the accepted historical record. The Anunnaki appear throughout Sumerian, Akkadian, Assyrian, and Babylonian mythology as the pantheon of major gods who shaped the world and humanity's place in it. The word itself breaks down in Sumerian. Anu, referring to the sky or heaven, and Kai, meaning earth, with the connecting Na, suggesting descent or origin. They are literally those who from heaven to earth came. There's Anu, the Sky Father, the ultimate authority among the gods, remote and powerful, sitting in judgment over both divine and human affairs. There's Enki, god of wisdom, water and creation, portrayed as the craftsman who shaped humanity, who gave us intelligence and knowledge, who often intervened on behalf of his creations against harsher gods. And there's Enlil, god of air and command, who saw humans as a necessary workforce but little more, who advocated for humanity's destruction when we became too numerous and noisy. These aren't obscure figures mentioned in a single text. Thousands of clay tablets recovered from sites across ancient Mesopotamia mention them, describe their actions, catalogue their relationships and conflicts. The Epic of Gilgamesh references them. The Atrahasis epic describes them in detail. The Enuma Elish, the Babylonian creation myth, places them at the centre of cosmic order. Museums around the world house these artefacts. The British Museum, the Louvre, the University of Pennsylvania Museum of Archaeology, the National Museum of Iraq. Translations exist, peer-reviewed and documented by Assyriologists who've spent entire careers studying these texts. This is established historical fact, at least as much as anything from 5,000 years ago can be called fact. The standard interpretation treats them as mythology, as primitive humans attempt to explain the world through storytelling and supernatural agency. Ancient people didn't understand natural phenomena, didn't know about weather patterns or geological processes or biological evolution, so they invented gods to explain what they saw. The Anunnaki were powerful beings who controlled things humans couldn't control, who provided order and meaning to an otherwise chaotic existence. Standard mythology, right? The kind of creation story every ancient culture has. Gods make humans, humans worship gods, everyone knows their place. The Sumerians weren't special in this regard. Every civilization from the Greeks to the Maya to the Norse had pantheons of powerful beings who created the world and shaped human destiny. Except the Sumerian texts are remarkably specific about certain details. They describe the Anunnaki coming to Earth with specific purposes, mining operations in southern Africa according to some texts, agricultural development in Mesopotamia according to others. They needed workers for their projects, labour that could perform complex tasks but remain under control, so they created humans. The Sumerian term is Adamu, the first man, created to serve, but the creation process is described with unusual precision. Enki, the god of wisdom and creation, took the clay of the earth and mixed it with the essence of the gods, combining earthly matter with divine substance in specific ratios to create something new. One text describes it this way: "In the clay, God and man shall be bound, to a unity brought together, so that to the end of days the flesh and the soul, which in a god have ripened, that soul in a blood kinship be bound." Clay and blood, earth and essence, physical matter and genetic information, instructions for creating life by combining existing biological material with new patterns, new code. And here's where Daniel Reeves's field notes started to sound less like fanciful interpretation and more like genuine alarm, because the inscriptions in that sealed chamber described the same process, but in language that read less like mythology and more like technical documentation. One section, laboriously translated by Amira Hassan over 3 exhausting days. The clay was refined through 7 passes, removing impurities, establishing baseline compatibility. The essence was introduced in measured proportion, 7 parts clay to 3 parts essence. The ratio determined through prior testing on lesser forms. 23 binding pairs were established, each pair encoding specific function: structure, cognition, reproduction, lifespan regulation, sensory input processing, motor control, metabolic efficiency. 7:3 ratio, 23 pairs, specific functions encoded in binding pairs. This wasn't poetry, this wasn't metaphor, this was a procedure, written by someone who understood genetics at a level that shouldn't have been possible for people working in 4500 BCE. Another section described outcomes. Initial trials produced unstable forms, insufficient cognitive capability, shortened lifespan, inadequate reproductive compatibility. Adjustments were made to binding sequences, enhanced neural pathways, extended telomere structures, improved protein synthesis efficiency. Final form achieved stability after 47 iterations. 47 iterations. Trial and error. Scientific method. Someone was refining a process, learning from failures, improving results through systematic experimentation. The standard interpretation of Anunnaki mythology involves gods moulding humans from clay, like a sculptor working with raw material. But Reeves had found something that suggested those ancient myths were preserving memory of something real, something that actually happened. Not spiritual creation, but biological engineering. Not divine magic, but applied science by beings who understood genetics and molecular biology in ways that humans wouldn't rediscover for thousands of years, and someone noticed that he'd found it. Aced 2. the cover-up. Within 72 hours of Reeves's last field note upload, the excavation was shut down. The sequence of events moved with the kind of efficiency that suggested someone had been monitoring the dig closely and was ready to act the moment something specific was discovered. April 4th, 9:30 in the morning local time. 2 vehicles arrived at the dig site, one from the Iraqi Department of Antiquities, one from a private American contractor called Archon Geosolutions. 6 men total, carrying documents and wearing professional business clothes completely inappropriate for the desert heat. The man from the Department of Antiquities, whose name was listed as Hakim Rashid in the documents, but whose actual identity remained unclear, informed Reeves that the excavation was being shut down immediately. The stated reasons: site contamination from improper handling of artifacts, excavation beyond permitted boundaries, failure to properly document chain of custody for samples removed from the site, and concerns about damage to culturally significant materials. Reeves tried to argue. He showed them the documentation and the photographs, the meticulous records they'd kept. He explained that they'd followed every protocol, exceeded every standard for archaeological preservation, done everything by the book and then some. Rashid was unmoved. The decision had been made at higher levels, he explained. There was nothing he could do. The site would be sealed pending further investigation. The men from Archon Geosolutions said nothing. They just stood there in their business, casual clothes and reflective sunglasses, watching, waiting for the conversation to end so they could begin their work. "What's Archon's involvement?" Reeves asked. "This is an archaeological site under Iraqi jurisdiction. Why is a private American contractor here?" Rashid's face tightened slightly. "Archon has a contract with the ministry to provide technical assessment and remediation services for sites that may present environmental or safety concerns. Their involvement is routine and appropriate." It wasn't routine, it wasn't appropriate. American contractors don't show up within hours of a discovery unless they were already close, already watching, already prepared to intervene. Within 6 hours, Archon had cordoned off the entire excavation area with security fencing and warning signs. They brought in equipment, sophisticated gear that looked more like military tech than archaeological tools, ground-penetrating radar arrays, electromagnetic scanning equipment, atmospheric sampling devices, all set up with practiced efficiency by technicians who clearly did this regularly. The team wasn't allowed back to the site. They watched from a distance as the chamber they'd discovered was accessed by Archon personnel, wearing full environmental suits, the kind you'd use for hazardous materials or biological containment. Everything they'd found, samples, hard drives, notebooks, equipment, was confiscated as evidence in the ongoing investigation. Reeves managed to keep his laptop and one backup drive that he'd hidden in his tent. Everything else was gone. By April 7th, the entire team was in Baghdad being processed for departure. Their visas were suddenly found to have administrative irregularities. Their permits were under review pending investigation into the violations at the site. They needed to return to their countries of origin immediately and await further instructions. Tom Chen, Lisa Okafor and James Whitmore took the hint. They flew home, understanding that arguing would only make things worse for their careers. Kevin Park went back to South Korea, his footage and equipment confiscated, his documentary dead before it started. Amira Hassan, being Iraqi, stayed in Baghdad but was told in no uncertain terms that discussing the excavation publicly would result in consequences for both her and her family. She went quiet. Only Daniel Reeves refused to let it go. Back in London, he tried to make sense of what had happened. He had his backup drive with copies of most of the photographs and his field notes, enough to remember what they'd found, even if he couldn't prove it anymore. He reached out to colleagues, tried to piece together who had the power to shut down an excavation that quickly and thoroughly. Most people told him to let it go. He'd screwed up the politics somehow, probably by not properly coordinating with Iraqi authorities before going too deep. Or maybe the funding source was problematic. Maybe the tech entrepreneur who'd backed them had enemies who wanted to cause trouble. Or maybe most likely he'd simply gotten unlucky and stumbled into some bureaucratic turf war between Iraqi agencies. Just drop it, they said. Take the loss, learn from it, move on to the next project. Academia was full of dead ends and political complications. This wasn't unusual. This was just how things went sometimes. But one person listened. Rachel Monroe was an investigative journalist who specialised in the shadowy spaces where government secrecy, military operations and private contractors overlapped. She'd covered the looting of the Iraqi National Museum after the 2003 invasion, had traced stolen artefacts through black markets from Baghdad to London to New York. She'd exposed private military companies running protection rackets at archaeological sites, documented the systematic destruction of cultural heritage under the cover of conflict. When Reeves contacted her through an encrypted messaging app, she was sceptical. Another archaeologist angry about losing funding, probably. Another academic with a conspiracy theory about governments hiding history. She'd heard it all before, the stories about suppressed evidence and secret knowledge. Almost always nonsense. Then Reeves showed her the iridium analysis. He showed her the photographs of inscriptions that describe genetics in a way that shouldn't have been possible in 4500 BCE. He showed her the carbon dating results, and the pigment composition reports, and the translation notes that read like laboratory procedures. Monroe's skepticism turned into curiosity. She started asking questions, making calls, digging through databases and public records, looking for information about Archon Geo Solutions. What she found was a maze of shell companies and classification barriers, but the outline was clear enough to be troubling. Archon Geo Solutions was, on paper, a geological surveying and environmental consulting firm based in McLean, Virginia. They had contracts throughout the Middle East, concentrated heavily in Iraq, doing site assessments for construction projects and infrastructure development. Their website showed smiling engineers in hard hats, satellite imagery of terrain analysis, corporate language about safety and efficiency and cutting-edge technology. Standard corporate work. Nothing suspicious on the surface. But Monroe had her sources in the intelligence community, people who leaked when they felt the public deserved to know what was happening in their name. She started asking about Archon specifically, about their work in Iraq, about what they were really doing under the cover of geological surveys. One source, a former contractor who'd worked in Baghdad and gotten disillusioned with the whole operation, gave her enough to start tracing the money. Archon's primary funding didn't come from construction companies or infrastructure projects. It came through a series of shell companies that eventually led back to a bioinformatics research group with ties to DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, the Pentagon's Science and Technology Development Arm. The research group had been active in Baghdad since 2003, right after the invasion, operating under various cover identities and corporate fronts. Their stated research focus, in the few classified documents Monroe could access through her sources, comparative genomics and non-terrestrial isotopic DNA studies. Non-terrestrial, as in not from Earth. Monroe obtained leaked satellite imagery of the Eridu site, taken before and after the shutdown. Before the shutdown, the excavation showed a typical dig pattern, organised grid squares, careful systematic exposure of the archaeological layers, standard academic work. After the shutdown, thermal imaging revealed extensive underground scanning operations. The equipment signatures matched deep penetration ground mapping systems, the kind used to map subterranean structures without excavation, to find caves and tunnels and voids deep below the surface. Archon wasn't covering up the site. They were exploring it further, going deeper, looking for something else, and they didn't want witnesses. Monroe got one more piece of the puzzle through a source at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. Archon had requested and received updated satellite coverage of a specific area around Eridu, continuous monitoring that went far beyond what a simple geological survey would require. The coverage extended for kilometres in all directions, high-resolution thermal and electromagnetic spectrum analysis, updated every 6 hours. They were looking for something specific, some kind of signature or anomaly that required constant monitoring, and whatever it was important enough to justify shutting down an archaeological dig and classifying everything Reeves had found. Someone wasn't trying to hide the past, Monroe said when she and Reeves met in a quiet London pub to compare notes. They were trying to reclaim it. Whatever the Anunnaki left behind, whoever they actually were, someone thinks it's valuable enough to bury under classification and corporate fronts. Reeves looked at the documents spread across the table between them, the shell company connections and satellite imagery and leaked memos. So what do we do? Monroe smiled. The kind of smile that meant she'd already decided to do something dangerous. We find out what else they've found. If Eridu was shut down this quickly, there must be other sites, other discoveries that got buried, a pattern we can trace. She pulled out a map of the Middle East, marked with archaeological sites from Syria to Iran. Let's see where else the gods came from the sky. Act 3. The pattern. Reeves and Monroe spent the next 6 weeks building a database of archaeological discoveries in the Middle East that had been shut down, classified, or disappeared under suspicious circumstances. The pattern emerged quickly once they knew what to look for. In 1994, a joint Turkish-German team excavating near the ancient city of Harran in southern Turkey uncovered a series of stone tablets with inscriptions that predated known Sumerian writing. The tablets described a gathering place, a garden where the gods instructed the first humans in agriculture, law, and proper worship. The texts were remarkably detailed, describing irrigation techniques that wouldn't be developed until centuries later, astronomical observations that required sophisticated mathematics, medical procedures that suggested anatomical knowledge beyond what primitive cultures should have possessed. The excavation was shut down within 3 weeks. Officially, the closure was due to funding issues and concerns about political instability in the region, since Harran sat near the Syrian border in an area with a history of ethnic tensions. The tablets were transferred to Turkish government archives in Ankara for preservation and further study, but they never appeared in any published research, no peer-reviewed papers, no museum exhibitions. The Turkish government claimed the tablets were too fragile for display, too poorly preserved for reliable translation. A few photographs existed in preliminary reports, but the tablets themselves vanished into climate-controlled storage and were never seen again. Monroe traced the excavation permits and found something interesting. The dig had been partially funded by a grant from an educational foundation based in Switzerland, an organisation that claimed to support international archaeological research and cultural preservation. That foundation received its funding from a consortium of private donors whose identities were protected by Swiss privacy laws. But one of those donors had been careless with their paperwork. A tax filing from 1996 showed a charitable donation to the foundation from a holding company that eventually traced back to the same network that funded Archangeo Solutions. Someone had been paying attention to Harran. Someone had been close enough to shut it down when the tablets were discovered. The Syrian site came next in their research. In 2001, a French archaeological mission working near Tel Brak in northern Syria discovered a chamber beneath an ancient temple, similar to what Reeves had found at Eridu. The chamber contained carved images of figures descending from the sky in vehicles that were described in the field notes as brilliance that moves, craft that shone like stars and moved with purpose rather than drifting like celestial objects. The carvings showed these vehicles opening, figures emerging who were clearly not human despite their generally humanoid shape. The proportions were wrong, the features subtly off, the way they stood and moved captured in stone in ways that suggested the carvers were working from observation rather than imagination. Local Syrian authorities seized the findings within days, citing concerns about looting and the need to protect culturally significant materials. The chamber was resealed, the site was declared off limits, and the French team was expelled from the country, under accusations of attempting to smuggle artefacts. No peer-reviewed paper was ever published. The French team members who worked on the dig had to sign non-disclosure agreements with their own government before they could leave Syria, a highly unusual requirement that suggested pressure from higher levels than just academic archaeology. Monroe found one of those team members, a retired archaeologist named Claude Mercier living in a small village in Brittany. He was willing to talk carefully about what they'd actually found. The vehicles were rendered with technical precision, Mercier explained in French, which Monroe translated as they spoke. Not mythological or symbolic. These were craft with specific features, landing mechanisms, what looked like propulsion systems, and the figures emerging from them were carrying containers, equipment, tools. They weren't gods receiving worship. They were a team arriving to do a job. What kind of job? Monroe asked. Mercier shrugged. The inscriptions around the image described the beginning of instruction. The gods, or whatever they were, teaching humans about agriculture, about building, about organising society. But the language was strange, very clinical. Not the gods blessed humanity with knowledge, but the subjects were educated in necessary procedures. Like a mission report, you understand? Like colonisers documenting their process. Did you take photographs? Of course. Hours of documentation, all confiscated when we were expelled. Mercier paused, looked around his small living room as if checking for listeners, then continued more quietly. But I kept some notes, personal observations that weren't in the official documentation. I can show you those, if you promise to be careful with what you do with them. The notes described in detail what Mercier had seen, observations that hadn't made it into the confiscated official reports. The figures in the carvings wore fitted garments with what looked like functional features, pockets or pouches or equipment attachment points. Their heads were covered with something that looked like protective gear, angular and smooth, with areas that might have been viewing ports or sensors. These weren't gods, Mercier's notes read. These were technicians, specialists, people in equipment designed for a specific environment. Everything about them suggested function over form, purpose over decoration. And the vehicles were even more interesting, with what looked like attitude control thrusters, landing struts, modular components. Whoever carved these images knew what they were looking at because they'd seen it. The Iranian site completed the pattern Monroe and Reeves were building. In 2008, an Iranian team working near Susa, the ancient capital of Elam in southwestern Iran, found clay cylinders sealed in a foundation deposit beneath a temple complex. The cylinders contained cuneiform text that, when translated, described the Anunnaki not as spiritual beings, but as physical entities who came from a place beyond the sky, whose home was a wandering star that brought them close to Earth in cycles measured in thousands of years. The text described their arrival as a necessity, not a choice. Their home world was dying, or moving away, or becoming uninhabitable. Earth was identified as suitable for their purposes, rich in resources they needed, compatible enough with their biology to allow colonization with appropriate precautions, and humanity. Humanity was described as a solution to a labour shortage. The Anunnaki needed workers for their projects, mining operations or construction or agriculture, tasks that required intelligence and dexterity but not full consciousness or equality. So they created humans by modifying existing primates native to Earth, uplifting them through genetic manipulation to serve specific purposes. The Iranian government classified the findings immediately, invoking cultural heritage protection laws that made the cylinder state secrets. No translation was published. No photographs were released. The team members were told their work had national security implications and that discussing it publicly would result in serious consequences. But one team member, a linguist specialising in ancient Elamite and Akkadian, had fled Iran 3 years later during the political turmoil of the Green Movement. Now, living in Germany under a different name, she was willing to talk to Monroe about what she'd translated, though she wouldn't allow her identity to be revealed. The cylinders were very specific about timescales, she explained in careful English. They described the arrival as happening 43 cycles ago, each cycle being the time it took for their homeworld to complete one orbit and return to the inner region where Earth was located. They calculated each cycle as approximately 3,600 Earth years. 43 cycles at 3,600 years each. That's approximately 155,000 years ago. Right around the time modern humans began exhibiting behavioural modernity, when Homo sapiens suddenly started creating art, using symbolic communication, developing complex tools and social structures. The evolutionary leap that anthropologists call the Great Leap Forward, when anatomically modern humans who'd existed for 200,000 years suddenly started acting human, suddenly developed the cognitive capabilities that would lead to civilization. Monroe and Reeves looked at the map they'd been building, marked with excavation sites across ancient Mesopotamia, Syria and Turkey. Every site with a suppressed discovery, every location where unusual findings had been classified or confiscated, fell along a specific geographic arc. The arc matched the old Persian descriptions of a place called Eden, a land of rivers and fertile plains where the gods first created their garden and began their work with humanity. The Hebrews later adopted the story, translating Eden into Eden, the garden at the beginning of the world where God created the first humans. It's not mythology, Reeves said, staring at the map. It's a preserved memory of something that actually happened. The locations are real, the timeline is consistent, multiple independent, cultures separated by thousands of years, all describing the same events in the same region. Monroe nodded slowly. If the Anunnaki were real, if they actually came to Earth and genetically engineered humans, then every site along this arc might contain evidence of their work, and someone has been systematically finding that evidence and classifying it for at least 30 years, probably longer. We need to see one of these sites ourselves, Reeves said. We need first-hand evidence that isn't filtered through confiscated reports and leaked documents. Monroe looked at him carefully. That's dangerous. If someone is actively suppressing this information, if governments and private contractors are coordinating to keep it secret, then investigating too openly makes us targets. I know. Reeves pointed to a location on the map in southern Turkey. But I'm already too deep to stop now. And there's one site we can access without permits or official channels, a place that's already been excavated and studied, where we can look for the same patterns without alerting anyone. Göbekli Tepe, Monroe said. Göbekli Tepe, Reeves confirmed. AC-4, the connection. They flew into Gaziantep, Turkey, in late May of 2024, travelling separately to avoid attention. Monroe used her journalist credentials to arrange interviews with local tourism officials, establishing a cover story about writing an article on archaeological tourism in southeastern Turkey. Reeves came as a tourist, just another visitor interested in ancient history. Göbekli Tepe is extraordinary even by mainstream archaeological standards. It's a massive stone temple complex dating back nearly 12,000 years, built by people who supposedly hadn't invented agriculture yet, hadn't developed writing, hadn't created permanent settlements or centralised authority. Yet somehow, these primitive hunter-gatherers organised the labour and expertise to quarry, carve, transport and erect stone pillars weighing up to 20 tons each, arranged in perfect circles with astronomical alignments and sophisticated artistic imagery. The site rewrites everything archaeologists thought they knew about the development of human civilization. The standard narrative says agriculture comes first, then permanent settlements, then social complexity, then monumental architecture, then religion and art. Göbekli Tepe reverses that sequence completely. It suggests that religion and communal gathering came first, that the desire to build sacred spaces drove human development rather than practical concerns like food production and shelter. It's a reasonable theory, supported by evidence, accepted by mainstream archaeology as a revolutionary but legitimate discovery. But Reeves and Monroe weren't interested in the official narrative. They were looking for something else, for patterns that might connect Göbekli Tepe to the other suppressed sites they'd researched. They spent 3 days at the site, photographing everything, taking measurements, examining the carvings on the massive T-shaped pillars. The artistic imagery was sophisticated, depicting animals with anatomical accuracy that suggested close observation, geometric patterns that implied mathematical understanding, and strange symbols that might have been early writing or might have been something else entirely. On the 4th day, they met with Aydin Yilmaz, a retired geologist who had done core sampling work at Göbekli Tepe in the early 2000s. He'd agreed to meet them at a small cafe in Şanlıurfa, near a city, after Monroe contacted him through academic channels and mentioned that they were investigating unusual findings at ancient sites. Yilmaz was in his early 70s, lean and weathered, with the careful manner of someone who'd spent decades working with data that didn't fit comfortable explanations. He ordered tea for all of them, then got straight to the point. "You're asking about the metal traces," he said in English with a thick accent. "The anomalies I found in the core samples." "Yes," Monroe said. "We've seen similar patterns at other sites. Iridium traces, unusual isotopic ratios, material that doesn't match natural geological processes." Yilmaz nodded slowly. "I've kept my samples and data. Never published because the patterns didn't make sense, and I didn't want to risk my reputation on speculation without more evidence. But I've wondered for 20 years what those traces meant, where they came from." He had brought a box of materials with him, core samples stored in plastic tubes with handwritten labels, printouts of spectroscopic analysis from various labs, notebooks filled with calculations and observations. He spread it all on the table between them like evidence at a trial. "Every core sample taken from the temple area shows metallic micro-residues," Yilmaz explained. "The concentrations are small, parts per million, but they're consistently present throughout the site. The metallic signature is similar to what you'd find at meteor impact sites, high iridium content mixed with platinum group metals. But," Reeves prompted, "but the isotopic ratios are wrong." Yilmaz pulled out a specific printout, pointed to columns of numbers. "Natural meteors have characteristic isotopic signatures, specific ratios of different elements that match what we find in asteroid belt samples and other space debris. These samples don't match. The ratios are off by enough that it can't be explained by natural variation or contamination." "Meaning?" Monroe asked, though she already suspected the answer. "Meaning this is manufactured alloy, not natural meteor material. Someone processed these metals deliberately, mixed them in specific proportions, created a material with properties that serve some purpose, and then someone used that material at this site 12,000 years ago." The implications hung in the air between them. Göbekli Tepe was already difficult to explain with conventional theories. Hunter-gatherers building massive stone temples was strange enough, but hunter-gatherers using manufactured extraterrestrial alloys? That pushed the boundaries of credible explanation into territory most archaeologists wouldn't touch. "How widely distributed are the traces?" Reeves asked. "Are they concentrated in specific areas, or spread throughout the site?" Yilmaz consulted his notebooks. "Most concentrated around the central pillars in each circle, particularly at the base where the pillars were set into the bedrock. Also present in the soil layers associated with the construction period, less so in earlier or later layers." "So whatever this material was, it was being used during the building phase," Monroe said. "Maybe as some kind of tool or equipment that left residue." "Or maybe," Reeves said quietly, "it was incorporated intentionally, some kind of marker or signature, something that would identify this location as important to whoever put it there." Yilmaz looked between them carefully. "You're suggesting something beyond conventional archaeology." "We're following evidence," Monroe said. "Sometimes evidence leads to uncomfortable places." They spent another 2 hours going through Yilmaz's data, documenting everything with photographs and detailed notes. The metallic traces were undeniably present. The isotopic analysis was rigorous and properly conducted, and the conclusion that the material was manufactured rather than natural was solidly supported by the data. As they were preparing to leave, Yilmaz added one more observation. There's something else I never understood. The astronomical alignments at Göbekli Tepe are very precise, tracking the positions of specific stars as they would have appeared 12,000 years ago. But there's one alignment that doesn't match any known celestial object, pointing to a region of space where nothing significant is visible. Where? Reeves asked. Yilmaz pulled out a star chart marked with calculations. The ecliptic south pole below the plane of the solar system. The pillars align to point towards something that would have been in that direction 12,000 years ago. Something important enough to memorialise in stone, but nothing we can identify today. Monroe and Reeves exchanged glances. The ecliptic south pole. The direction from which something might approach if it was coming from outside the solar system, or from a highly inclined orbit that took it far above or below the plane where the planets travel. That means someone brought it here, Monroe said after they'd left the cafe and were walking through Şanlıurfa's bustling streets. The Anunnaki, or whoever they actually were, they used manufactured materials. They had technology sophisticated enough to leave traces that last 12,000 years, and they built monuments aligned to point toward where they came from. Reeves was quiet for a moment, thinking through the implications. The tablets weren't offerings to gods. They were logs, records, an archive of what they did here, who they were, where they came from, and someone is finding those records and classifying them because the information is still relevant today. But relevant how? Monroe asked. What could ancient genetic engineering and extraterrestrial visitors have to do with current government and corporate interests? They didn't have an answer yet, but they were about to find one. Ast 5, Genesis 2. Back in London. In early June, Monroe continued working her intelligence sources, looking for any connection between the suppressed archaeological discoveries and current scientific research. She was looking for organisations that might have an interest in ancient genetic information, in extraterrestrial materials, in anything that connected past and present in the way she was beginning to suspect. It took 6 weeks of careful investigation, following money trails through corporate filings and grant applications, tracing personnel movements between government agencies and private research facilities, before she found the connection. Genesis 2. A classified research project launched in 2018 by a consortium that included biotech companies in the United States, United Kingdom, Germany and Japan, coordinated through government research agencies and funded by a mixture of public and private money hidden behind multiple layers of corporate structure. The project had a public face, occasionally mentioned in scientific journals and research publications. Officially, it was advanced genome editing research, building on CRISPR technology to develop treatments for genetic diseases. The papers describe sophisticated techniques for precisely modifying human DNA, correcting mutations that cause conditions like sickle cell anemia and cystic fibrosis, potentially addressing thousands of genetic disorders. Legitimate medical research, the kind that gets funding from major institutions and regulatory approval from ethics boards. The kind of work that wins Nobel Prizes and changes the future of medicine. But Monroe obtained leaked internal communications through a source she would never name. A whistleblower who'd been disturbed by what they'd seen inside the project and felt the public needed to know. The documents painted a very different picture of what Genesis 2 was actually doing. The project wasn't just fixing genetic defects, it was reverse engineering something ancient, using information extracted from Sumerian texts that had been translated by specialists working for ArcGeo Solutions. One internal memo, dated March of 2022, laid it out clearly. Primary objective is not disease treatment, but enhancement architecture. Using template sequences derived from recovered ancient genetic codices, cross-reference with modern human genome mapping, we're identifying optimizations present in the original design that have degraded through evolutionary drift. Current protocols focus on neural efficiency, cellular regeneration capability, and lifespan extension through telomere integrity restoration. Another document described the source material. Cuneiform texts provided by Archon Bio Division contain remarkably detailed genetic instruction protocols, describable in modern terms as gene insertion sequences with specific ratio requirements. Text designates these as patterns set in clay, with binding pairs that encode various physiological traits. Direct correlation to chromosomal pair structure suggests source material authors possess sophisticated understanding of genetics. They weren't following mythology, they were following a recipe, instructions left behind by whoever created humans in the first place, now being decoded by scientists with the technology to understand what they were looking at. One file labelled Enki Protocol Primary Implementation outlined specific gene sequences being tested. The sequences were based on ratios described in ancient texts. 7 parts existing human genome to 3 parts modified sequence, introducing changes that enhance cognitive function, improve cellular repair mechanisms, extended natural lifespan, increased disease resistance. The scientific language was dense, full of technical terminology about protein synthesis and gene expression and cellular signaling pathways. But the core concept was clear. Someone was attempting to recreate the Anunnaki's original work, to engineer humans according to an ancient template that had been preserved in cuneiform text for 45 centuries. One document contained a section that made Monroe's hands shake as she read it. Phase 1 trials completed successfully on 23 subjects. All binding pair modifications achieved stable integration. Subjects demonstrate enhanced cognitive processing, improved pattern recognition, extended concentration capability, physical health markers within acceptable ranges, no significant adverse effects observed. Proceeding to Phase 2 expansion to larger subject pool. 23 subjects, the same number of binding pairs mentioned in the ancient texts, the same number of chromosome pairs in the human genome, not coincidence, a deliberate correspondence, following the original design specifications. Another memo discussed the broader implications. If template sequences prove universally applicable across human populations, potential applications extend beyond medical treatment into augmentation territory. Military applications obvious, enhance soldiers with superior cognitive and physical capabilities. Economic applications significant, optimized workforce with reduced health costs and extended productive lifespan. Social engineering potential requires careful ethical consideration, but represents revolutionary capability for shaping human future. They weren't curing diseases, they were redesigning humanity according to ancient specifications left by whoever created us in the first place. And they were doing it under the cover of medical research, hidden behind classifications and corporate privacy, without public knowledge or democratic oversight. Monroe showed the documents to Reeves in late July. They met at a small flat she'd rented in East London under a false name, both of them increasingly paranoid about surveillance, after weeks of investigating organisations with significant resources and motivation to keep secrets. Reeves read through everything twice, his face growing paler as the implications sank in. They're not just studying ancient history, they're using it. They found instruction manuals for creating humans and they're following them. The Anunnaki weren't gods, Monroe said. They were genetic engineers. They came to Earth with specific purposes, modified existing primates to create a workforce suited to their needs, documented everything in records that survived as mythology. And now we've reached the point where we can understand those records and recreate their work. But why? Reeves asked. What's the purpose? If someone has the resources to do this, why hide it? Why not announce a breakthrough in genetic medicine and accept the accolades? Because it's not medicine, Monroe said. Or not just medicine. Look at the applications they're discussing. Military enhancement, workforce optimization, social engineering. They're talking about creating a new type of human, designed for specific purposes, just like the Anunnaki created us. Which makes us the gods this time, Reeves said slowly. We're doing to ourselves what was done to us, following the same pattern, repeating the cycle. Monroe pulled up one more document, the one that had disturbed her most. A progress report from April of 2024, just weeks after Reeves's dig at Eridu had been shut down. Eridu recovery operation successful. Additional genetic codices retrieved from sealed chamber, expanding template library significantly. New sequences under analysis, with particular focus on behavioural modification protocols and reproductive compatibility specifications. Integration into Phase 3 planning underway. They'd gone back to Eridu after shutting down Reeves's excavation. They'd taken everything from the sealed chamber, all the information carved into those walls, and they were using it to advance their human redesign project. "We have to expose this," Reeves said. "We have to get this information public before they go too far." Monroe looked at him carefully. "If we do that, we become major problems for very powerful people. Organisations with government connections and corporate resources and no interest in having their work disrupted." "I know," Reeves met her eyes. "But if we don't, they keep going. They keep following ancient instructions to redesign humanity without consent, without oversight, without any consideration of what it means to fundamentally alter what humans are." Monroe nodded slowly. "Then we need more evidence. Something irrefutable. Something that proves not just what they're doing, but what it's based on. We need to confirm that the Anunnaki were real, that their legacy is still active, that this isn't just mythology being misinterpreted by zealous scientists." "The vault," Reeves said. "The sealed chamber under Eridu. If we can get back there, if we can document what's actually in that chamber before Archon processes everything, we'll have evidence that connects past to present. That's incredibly dangerous. I know, but I have a contact in Iraq, someone from the original dig who might be able to help us get access." Monroe looked at the documents spread across the table, the evidence of a project that was redesigning human nature based on ancient genetic engineering specifications. "When do we leave?" "Soon," Reeves said. "Before they finish Phase 3 and whatever they're planning next." They started planning their return to Iraq. They arranged for encrypted backups of all their evidence, distributed to multiple trusted sources, with instructions to release everything if they didn't check in regularly. They prepared cover stories and travel arrangements, keeping everything compartmentalized and careful. By early September, they were ready to go. That was when everything accelerated in ways they couldn't have anticipated. Ast 6. The Earthquake. On April 10th, 2024, just 6 days after Reeves's excavation was shut down, a minor earthquake struck near Basra in southern Iraq. Magnitude 4.2 on the Richter scale, centred about 15 kilometres west of the city. It was barely noticed internationally, just another small seismic event in a geologically active region. Local news reported minor damage to buildings, some cracked roads, no casualties. Standard earthquake, nothing unusual. Iraq sits near the collision zone between the Arabian and Eurasian tectonic plates, so small quakes happen regularly. This one was slightly larger than average, but nothing catastrophic. Except something else happened during that earthquake, something that wasn't widely reported at the time but would become significant later. A subterranean facility was partially exposed about 8 kilometres from the earthquake's epicentre. Construction workers building a new industrial complex had been excavating for foundation work when the ground collapsed, revealing tunnels and chambers that had been hidden under centuries of sediment. Local engineers were called in to assess the structural damage and make sure nothing would collapse further. The industrial site was near oil infrastructure, so any ground instability was a serious concern. The engineers rappelled down into the newly opened void to map its extent and determine whether the surrounding area was safe. What they found didn't match their expectations at all. The tunnels were old, clearly ancient, carved into bedrock with precision that seemed impossible for primitive technology. But they weren't rough or irregular like natural caves. They were engineered, with smooth walls that showed tooling marks, regular dimensions that suggested deliberate design, and a layout that implied purpose rather than random formation. The engineers followed the main tunnel for about 30 metres before it opened into a larger chamber. That's where they found something that made them stop their survey and immediately contact Baghdad. In the centre of the chamber sat a sphere roughly 3 metres in diameter, partially unearthed by the earthquake's disruption of the surrounding soil. It was made of a dark stone-like material, smooth and slightly reflective, covered in inscriptions similar to ancient cuneiform but more complex, more dense with information, carved in layers that suggested multiple rounds of inscription over time. And it was active. The engineers' radio equipment started malfunctioning as soon as they entered the chamber, producing static and interference that made communication difficult. Their measuring instruments showed erratic readings, electromagnetic fields that shouldn't exist around inert stone. One engineer had brought a handheld thermal camera, and when he pointed it at the sphere, it registered a clear thermal signature, heat generation that had no apparent source. They retreated quickly and made their report. The Iraqi government responded within hours, sending specialists from multiple agencies, cordoning off the area and issuing immediate classification orders that made the discovery state secret. But some of the engineers had made recordings on their personal phones. Some of them had downloaded the instrument data before it was confiscated, and some of them were disturbed enough by what they'd found that they leaked information to friends and family, who shared it on social media, who sent it to researchers and journalists who might know what it meant. Monroe had sources monitoring Middle Eastern social media and obscure forums where leakers sometimes posted information. In late April, one of those sources flagged a series of posts from Iraqi accounts describing the discovery, including grainy cell phone videos that showed the sphere in its chamber. The government's official statement came quickly. Natural mineral formations exposed by the earthquake, unusual geological phenomena caused by groundwater interactions, nothing of concern, the site sealed for safety reasons. Standard bureaucratic language designed to dismiss curiosity and discourage investigation. But the cell phone footage showed something else. The sphere's surface was clearly covered in intentional inscriptions, not natural formations. The electromagnetic readings were documented in photos of instrument displays, and one video, shot from just a few metres away before the engineers retreated, showed something extraordinary. The inscriptions on the sphere were glowing very faintly, a barely visible blue luminescence that pulsed in slow rhythm. The pulse was regular, occurring approximately every 2 seconds, constant and precise like a heartbeat. Monroe obtained more data through her sources, including copies of the official technical survey that had been classified but leaked by someone inside the Iraqi government. The survey was thorough and professional, conducted by competent engineers who knew their work. The electromagnetic readings were consistent and measurable, showing field strengths that varied from approximately 0.3 to 0.8 milligauss, pulsing in the same 2-second cycle visible in the glowing inscriptions. The thermal signature measured roughly 3 degrees Celsius above ambient temperature, again pulsing with the same rhythm. Most importantly, the spectroscopic analysis of the sphere's material showed it wasn't any kind of natural stone. It was a composite, layers of different materials fused together with precision that required sophisticated manufacturing. The outer layer contained high concentrations of iridium and platinum group metals in manufactured alloy ratios identical to what Yilmaz had found at Göbekli Tepe. Someone had built this thing using extraterrestrial materials, buried it kilometers underground in southern Iraq, and left it in a state where it could remain functional for thousands of years. If they built man in their image, Monroe's voice recorded in a memo she prepared in May, what if they left themselves a way to come back? What if this isn't a monument or a record? What if it's a beacon still transmitting after all this time, sending a signal to whoever put it here that Earth is still here, still occupied, still relevant? She and Reeves had added the Basra discovery to their growing database of suppressed evidence, another piece of the pattern they were constructing. The timing was suspicious, occurring just days after the Eridu excavation was shut down, in the same region, exposing technology that matched the evidence Reeves had found. and the fact that it was still active, still generating electromagnetic fields and thermal signatures after thousands of years, suggested engineering far beyond anything ancient humans should have been capable of creating. By the time Monroe and Reeves were planning their return to Erech in early September, they'd accumulated evidence of multiple sites along the arc of ancient Mesopotamia where advanced technology had been found and classified, where genetic information had been preserved in texts that modern scientists were now decoding and using. They'd connected past to present, shown that the Anunnaki weren't mythology but preserved memory of something real, demonstrated that modern organizations with significant resources were following ancient instructions to redesign human genetics. But they still needed something that would convince skeptics, something that would break through the natural resistance to believing something so extraordinary. They needed direct evidence from the source, from the sealed chamber under Eridu where it all began. That's where they went in mid-September of 2024, using contacts and careful planning to slip past the security that Archon had established around the site, and that's where they vanished. Act 7. The Global Link. While Monroe and Reeves were investigating suppressed archaeological sites and classified genetic research, other patterns were emerging on a global scale that seemed unrelated at first, but fit disturbingly well into the larger picture they had been assembling. In July of 2024, NASA quietly censored portions of deep space infrared data collected by the James Webb Space Telescope. The data had been made available to researchers through standard channels, then was suddenly reissued with sections marked as corrupted or containing instrumentation errors that rendered them unreliable. This wasn't entirely unusual. Space telescope data sometimes contains artifacts from cosmic ray impacts or sensor glitches, and corrections are routine. But the scope of the censoring was significant, affecting multiple observation periods focused on the outer solar system, particularly data collected while the telescope was imaging regions near Jupiter and beyond. Several astronomers who had already downloaded the original uncorrected data noticed something interesting in the sections that were later marked as corrupted. The infrared reading showed gravitational anomalies, subtle perturbations in the orbital paths of trans-Neptunian objects that suggested gravitational influence from something massive in the outer solar system. Not Neptune, not Pluto, not any of the known dwarf planets or large Kuiper Belt objects. Something else, something big enough to affect multiple orbits in measurable ways. The astronomers started comparing notes in private communications, trying to determine whether the anomalies were real or actually instrumental errors. The data was ambiguous enough that reasonable people could disagree, but there was enough signal there to be intriguing. One researcher, an astrophysicist at MIT named Jennifer Kowalski, ran simulations based on the anomaly data to estimate what kind of object could produce the observed effects. Her preliminary results suggested a large planet-sized body, possibly several times Earth's mass, in a highly elliptical orbit that took it far beyond Pluto for most of its cycle, but brought it into the inner solar system periodically. The orbital parameters she calculated matched, with uncomfortable precision, predictions that had been made decades earlier by Zecharia Sitchin, a controversial author who had written extensively about ancient Sumerian texts and their descriptions of the Anunnaki. Sitchin's work had been largely dismissed by mainstream academics as pseudoscience, misinterpretations of ancient texts combined with faulty astronomy and wishful thinking. He claimed that Sumerian texts described a planet called Nibiru, massive and distant, whose highly elliptical orbit brought it close to Earth approximately every 3,600 years. When Nibiru approached, according to Sitchin's interpretation of the texts, the Anunnaki would return to Earth, checking on their creation, harvesting resources, maintaining their ancient installations. The texts supposedly described multiple return visits throughout history, corresponding to major transitions in human civilization, like the rise of Sumerian culture and the Bronze Age collapse. Mainstream science had rejected all of this. The astronomical predictions didn't match any observed objects, The textual interpretations were considered overly literal and selective, and the whole narrative was dismissed as ancient astronaut pseudoscience that distorted real archaeology and history. But now, Kowalski's analysis based on actual observational data was producing orbital parameters that closely matched Sitchin's predictions, at least in broad strokes. The match wasn't perfect, but it was close enough to be disturbing. She posted her preliminary findings on a preprint server used by astronomers to share work before formal peer review. Within days, her paper was flagged and removed, marked as violating terms of service for promoting fringe theories without adequate scientific basis. Her NASA data access was suspended pending review of her research protocols, but several dozen researchers had already downloaded her paper and the supporting data. Some of them started their own analyses, tried to replicate her findings, looked for other evidence of gravitational anomalies in the outer solar system. The conversation spread through astronomical circles and spilled over into internet forums where amateur researchers and conspiracy theorists tracked evidence of official suppression and hidden knowledge. People started mapping Sitchin's predicted orbit against current planetary positions, calculating when a hypothetical Nibiru might be making its closest approach if it actually existed. The estimates varied depending on assumptions about orbital parameters, but most converged on a time frame in the mid to late 2020s, meaning now or very soon, meaning that if something was indeed approaching from the outer solar system, it might already be close enough to detect if anyone with access to good telescopes was looking in the right direction. Monroe had been tracking these developments through her network of sources, adding them to the overall picture she and Reeves were building. The astronomical data by itself wasn't conclusive, could easily be explained away as instrumental errors or misinterpretation of ambiguous measurements. But combined with everything else, with suppressed archaeological evidence and classified genetic research and ancient texts describing cyclic returns of the Anunnaki, it formed a pattern that was harder to dismiss. If Nibiru was real, if something massive was indeed approaching from the outer solar system, then what Monroe had asked in one of her notes became urgently relevant. What if the Anunnaki are already preparing Earth to receive them? She'd obtained one more document that tied everything together in ways that chilled her to read. A leaked memo from Archon Geo Solutions dated August of 2024, marked with classification levels that suggested it had been distributed only to senior personnel with specific clearances. The memo was brief, bureaucratic in tone, discussing project status in neutral technical language. Phase 3 genomic synchronization complete. Population markers within acceptable variance across target demographics. Template stability confirmed through 6-month monitoring of Phase 2 cohort. Neural enhancement protocols demonstrate sustained efficacy with no degradation. Cellular regeneration improvements holding stable. Awaiting return signal for Phase 4 implementation. Return signal. As if someone was expected to send a message. As if someone was coming back and would need certain preparations to have been completed before their arrival. Phase 4 was mentioned but not detailed in the memo Monroe had obtained, marked as classified above the document's security level. But the implication was clear. Genesis 2 had multiple phases planned, with each phase building toward some ultimate objective that required human populations to meet specific genetic criteria before implementation. If the Anunnaki were real, if they'd created humanity for specific purposes through genetic engineering, and if they were returning, then Phase 4 might be about ensuring their creations were ready, compatible, suitable for whatever purposes the Anunnaki had in mind, creating an interface, preparing a workforce, establishing compatibility between ancient genetic engineers and their modern redesigned product. Monroe had shared all of this with Reeves during their planning sessions before the Iraq trip, laying out the full scope of what they'd uncovered. The evidence was circumstantial, could be dismissed by skeptics as pattern matching and conspiracy thinking, but the pattern was consistent and the connections were documentable. "They're not coming back to check on us," Reeves had said after reading everything. "They're coming back to use us. We're a resource they created, a tool they left behind, and now they're making sure the tool is properly maintained and upgraded before they need it again. Which makes humanity what? Monroe had asked. Property, equipment, a biological technology they designed for specific purposes? Yes, Reeves said simply. And Genesis 2 is making sure we're functioning according to specifications, ready for whatever they have planned. That was the reality they were facing as they prepared to return to Erech, to investigate the sealed chamber under Eridu where it all began. They weren't just uncovering ancient history anymore. They were documenting an ongoing operation that spanned thousands of years, from humanity's creation to our present moment, all building towards something that might be imminent if the astronomical data was accurate. Their last communication before entering Iraq was an encrypted video sent to Marcus Webb, the independent researcher Monroe trusted as a dead man's switch. If they didn't return, he was supposed to release everything they'd found, make it public regardless of the consequences. We've confirmed the existence of a sealed vault under Eridu, Monroe said in the video, her face serious but calm. The coordinates match the old texts exactly. We're going in tonight with a local contact. The Anunnaki never left. They went underground. Reeves added his own thoughts. If we're right, everything changes. Human history, human origin, the entire narrative of where we come from and why we're here. This isn't archaeology anymore. This is contact. Then darkness, movement, the video ending. That was September 21st, 2024. Neither Monroe nor Reeves has been heard from since. Act 8. The last transmission. The final piece of evidence, the most controversial and hardest to verify, emerged 6 weeks after Monroe and Reeves vanished. In late October of 2024, a video file appeared on an encrypted server known for hosting leaked classified material, a dark web location that had previously published government documents and corporate secrets. The server was shut down within hours of the video appearing, taken offline through coordinated action by multiple governments, but not before several researchers managed to download the file and distribute copies through other channels. The video is grainy handheld footage, clearly shot on a consumer camera or phone in challenging conditions with minimal lighting. The timestamp in the corner is corrupted, showing random characters instead of actual date and time, but forensic analysis of the visual artifacts and compression patterns suggests it was recorded in late September of 2024, consistent with when Monroe and Reeves disappeared. The video begins with darkness and the sound of heavy breathing, footsteps on stone. Then dim light appears, provided by small LED flashlights that create harsh shadows and limited visibility. The camera pans across walls of carved stone, underground, clearly ancient. But these walls aren't ordinary archaeological remains. They're covered in inscriptions that glow faintly with blue luminescence, not from external illumination, but from within the carvings themselves, as if the stone had been treated with some kind of luminescent material, or as if the inscriptions themselves were generating light through some unknown process. The glow pulses slowly, rhythmically, getting slightly brighter and dimmer in cycles that last about 2 seconds each. The pattern is identical across all the walls, synchronized as if controlled by some central mechanism. Rachel Monroe's voice, recognizable from other recordings, though the audio quality is poor. This isn't a tomb, it's not a temple or a storage vault, it's a system, a machine that's been asleep for thousands of years. The camera continues panning, and the inscriptions pulse brighter as the lens passes over them. The patterns are extraordinarily complex, layered information encoded in visual form, some characters recognizable as variations on Sumerian cuneiform, but others completely unknown, geometric and precise in ways that suggest mathematical or technical notation rather than linguistic meaning. "It's reacting to us," Reeves's voice says from behind the camera, tense with excitement or fear or both. Our presence, our bioelectric fields, something, it's waking up. We're activating something that hasn't been active in millennia. The camera focuses on the centre of the chamber, showing a raised circular platform about 4 meters in diameter. The platform is made of the same glowing stone as the walls, with inscriptions arranged in concentric circles radiating from a depression in the exact centre. The depression is shaped vaguely like a handprint, but with 7 distinct contact points instead of 5, arranged in a pattern that doesn't match human anatomy. Each contact point is about 3 centimetres deep, smooth-sided, clearly intentional. Monroe moves into frame, approaches the platform carefully, examining the depression without touching it. "This is an interface," she says, "a control mechanism, but designed for something with different hands than humans, different number of digits, different proportions." "Don't touch it," Reeves says from behind the camera. "We don't know what it does, what it might activate." "I'm not going to," Monroe says. But she leans closer, examining the inscriptions around the depression. These symbols, they're instructions, sequential steps for operating something, and they reference the timing, the cycles, the return of... Oh God! Suddenly a low-frequency hum fills the audio, deep enough that it's probably felt more than heard, vibrating through the stone and the air, resonating in frequencies that make the camera shake slightly even though Monroe's hands are steady. The inscriptions on the walls brighten significantly, the blue glow intensifying and spreading through the carved channels like liquid flowing through irrigation canals, filling in patterns that weren't visible before, lighting up in sequence as if energy was moving through specific pathways. The hum increases in pitch and intensity, becoming almost musical, overtones harmonizing in ways that sound deliberately arranged, mathematically precise. The light flows toward the ceiling, concentrating on a central point directly above the platform where the walls curve to meet. The symbols arrange themselves into a configuration, a specific pattern that wasn't visible before when the inscriptions were inactive. The image is familiar, iconic even. The winged disc, the symbol seen on countless Sumerian tablets and Babylonian monuments, the representation of the Anunnaki's divine authority. But here it's not carved or painted. It's formed by light, by active energy, by a system that's functioning after being dormant for an incomprehensible length of time. The wings spread across the ceiling, geometric and regular, the central disc glowing brighter than the surrounding symbols, pulsing faster now, 4 or 5 times per second. "Oh God," Monroe's voice says, backing away from the platform. "We activated it. Marcus, if you're seeing this, we activated the beacon. We found the interface, and just being here, just entering this chamber, was enough to wake it up. They know we're here, they know we've found it. The system is transmitting." The light continues intensifying, the hum growing louder and more complex, layers of frequency stacking on each other in patterns that suggest information encoding, data transmission, a signal being sent through some medium that isn't apparent. The camera jerks as Reeves starts moving, backing toward what must be the entrance to the chamber. "We need to leave. We need to document this and get out before someone notices. If Arkan is monitoring this area, they'll know the beacon activated." But Monroe doesn't move immediately. She's staring at the ceiling, at the glowing winged disc, transfixed by what she's seeing. "It's not a warning," she says quietly, almost to herself. "It's an invitation. The beacon isn't saying stay away, it's saying we're ready. We're ready for you to come back." The video cuts to black abruptly, leaving only audio, sound of rapid breathing, footsteps on stone echoing an enclosed space, the hum still audible, but starting to fade as they move away from the chamber. Monroe's voice one more time, distant and echoing. The inscriptions describe the timing. 43 cycles since the beginning, each cycle 3,600 years. That's roughly 155,000 years since they first came. But the beacon triggers when humans reach sufficient development to find it and activate it. We just told them we're ready for the next phase. Then nothing. Static hiss of dead audio. The file ends. Conclusion. The pattern complete. So what does all of it mean? What are we supposed to do with this information? Let's lay out what we know, what can be documented, what's supported by leaked evidence and suppressed research that can be traced and verified by anyone willing to do the work. Multiple archaeological sites across the Middle East have yielded discoveries suggesting advanced knowledge that predates known human civilization. These discoveries have been systematically classified or suppressed by government agencies and private contractors acting in coordination. The pattern is consistent: discovery, documentation, shutdown, silence. Eridu, Harran, Tel Brak, Susa, and others all following the same sequence. Ancient texts from Sumerian, Akkadian, and related cultures describe the Anunnaki not as spiritual beings, but as physical entities with technical knowledge, who created humans through processes that read like genetic engineering when translated carefully and literally. The texts specify ratios, binding pairs, sequential procedures that correlate with modern genetic science in ways that shouldn't be possible for ancient writers working with primitive understanding. Modern genetic research programs, classified and operating under cover of medical research, are using information extracted from these ancient texts to modify human genetics according to ancient template specifications. The Genesis 2 project exists, its documentation is real, and its objectives include human enhancement based on ancient genetic codices recovered from archaeological sites. Astronomical observations suggest possible gravitational anomalies in the outer solar system, consistent with a large planetary body in a highly elliptical orbit, though the data is ambiguous enough that reasonable skepticism is warranted. The orbital parameters loosely match ancient predictions about a wandering planet that returns periodically. Underground installations have been discovered in Iraq containing technology that shouldn't exist, devices made from manufactured extraterrestrial alloys that remain functional after thousands of years of burial, transmitting signals or maintaining readiness for purposes unknown. That's the documented reality, the evidence that exists regardless of how we interpret it. The skeptical explanation remains available: coincidence, misinterpretation, pattern matching by investigators who wanted to find connections and therefore found them. The ancient texts are mythology being overinterpreted. The genetic research is legitimate medical science, with connections to archaeology being exaggerated. The astronomical data is instrumental error. The underground technology is misidentified natural formations or modern installations mistaken for ancient ones. Everything could be explained away if you're committed to conventional narratives and uncomfortable with extraordinary possibilities. But what if it's not? What if every piece of evidence is genuine? What if the Anunnaki were real, physical beings who came to Earth from somewhere else, who understood genetics and engineering in ways that seemed like magic to primitive humans who witnessed their work, who created humanity for specific purposes through deliberate modification of existing species? Then the implications reshape everything we think we know about ourselves. Human history isn't what we've been taught. We're not the product of purely natural evolution, or at least not entirely. We're designed, engineered, created by beings with capabilities far beyond what our ancestors could comprehend. Those beings documented their work in texts that survived as mythology, preserved through countless retellings and translations because the information was too important to lose completely. They left installations, buried technology, monitoring systems that could remain dormant for thousands of years and reactivate when the right conditions were met. The conditions being humans developed enough to find the installations, understand what they were looking at, and trigger the systems that would signal our creators that we'd reached sufficient sophistication. We call them myths because it's easier than calling them memories. Because accepting them as memories means accepting that everything we think we know about human origin and human nature might be incomplete at best, deliberately obscured at worst. It means accepting that we might not be alone in the universe, and that we never have been. That we're part of something larger, an operation that spans thousands of years from humanity's creation to our present moment, all building toward purposes we're only beginning to comprehend. And the scariest part? We might have just activated the signal that tells them to come back. The sealed chamber under Eridu exists. The inscriptions are real, carved by people with knowledge that predates any known civilization. The beacon, if that's what it is, was dormant until human investigators entered that space and triggered systems that had been waiting for exactly that moment. Monroe and Reeves found it. They activated it. They documented what happened and sent one final message before vanishing. Were they captured by Archon personnel monitoring the site? Are they being held somewhere, prevented from revealing what they discovered? Are they dead? Casualties of knowing too much and threatening powerful interests that want this information suppressed? Or are they somewhere else entirely? Somewhere underground in chambers lit by blue circuits carved in ancient stone, waiting with whatever they found there for the signal to be answered, for the creators to return and complete whatever plan has been unfolding since the beginning. The Eridu excavation remains officially sealed, classified under a multinational directive that hasn't been explained or justified to anyone outside the agencies involved. Archon Geosolutions continues operating in Iraq, their activities hidden behind corporate privacy and government classification, their purpose known only to senior personnel with appropriate clearances. Genesis 2 continues its work, publishing occasional papers about genetic medicine, while pursuing objectives that remain classified, following ancient instructions to redesign humanity according to specifications left by our creators. And something might be approaching from the outer solar system, massive and distant, following an orbit that brings it close to Earth on a schedule measured in thousands of years, close enough to matter, close enough to allow whoever or whatever created us to return and check on their work. Daniel Reeves and Rachel Monroe remain missing. Officially, there's no evidence of foul play, no reason to suspect anything beyond two adults choosing to disappear. Their families still hope they'll come home. Investigators have found nothing. Officially, nothing unusual happened in Iraq in 2024. Officially, the Anunnaki are mythology, ancient stories told by primitive people trying to make sense of a confusing world. Officially, humanity evolved naturally through millions of years of random mutation and natural selection. No intervention required, no outside influence needed to explain our consciousness or capabilities. Officially, we're alone. We've always been alone. And the gods who shaped us from clay are nothing more than stories. But late at night, when you're drifting off to sleep, when the rational mind loosens its grip and older instincts surface, maybe you'll wonder. Maybe you'll think about the winged disc carved on tablets 5,000 years old, glowing in underground chambers that haven't been opened in millennia. Maybe you'll think about the impossible precision of ancient structures, the sophisticated knowledge encoded in cuneiform that nobody should have possessed, the stories every civilization tells about gods who came from the sky and made humans in their image. Maybe you'll look up at the stars and wonder what's out there in the dark, beyond Neptune and Pluto, in the cold reaches where orbits take thousands of years to complete. Maybe you'll wonder if something is coming closer, making its slow, inevitable approach toward the inner solar system, toward the planet where its creation waits. Maybe you'll wonder if we were designed to wonder, if curiosity itself is part of the program, if every question we ask brings us closer to the answers they left for us to find when we were finally sophisticated enough to understand them. And maybe, just maybe, you'll realize that the beacon has already been activated, that the signal has already been sent, that we've announced ourselves to whoever created us, told them we've reached the development level they were waiting for, triggered the systems they left to monitor our progress. The Anunnaki aren't coming back. They're already here. They've always been here, waiting in chambers beneath Eridu and Göbekli Tepe, and a dozen other sites along the arc of ancient Mesopotamia. And welcome to Sleep Theories. Sleeping in technology. Before we dive into tonight's story, stone, I'm curious about encoded in the very DNA that makes your day been treating you, preserved in winding down after a long day, as mythology. Or perhaps you're on the other side of the world, just beginning your morning routine to be ready. What time is it where you are right now? And what corner of our vast planet whatever purpose they designed us for, whether you're listening from a bustling city apartment and set us on a countryside home inevitably or somewhere in between. You're part of our global community of truth seekers and story lovers. Return signal. If you're new to sleep theories, welcome about to discover what we and if you're a returning created. Thank you for all those thousands of years ago. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't decided Earth needed a workforce. We have so many more mysteries to uncover together, and your subscription helps us bring these stories to light. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and prepare yourself for a tale that will make you question everything you thought you knew about one of history's most famous disasters. Tonight, we're going beneath the surface of the North Atlantic, not just to explore the wreckage of a legendary ship, but to uncover a conspiracy so massive, so carefully orchestrated, that it may have shaped the course of world history. This is the story of the Titanic switch, the theory that suggests the ship that sank on that fateful April night in 1912 was never the Titanic at all. April 14th, 1912. Picture this night in your mind. The North Atlantic stretches endlessly in every direction, a black mirror reflecting nothing but stars. There is no moon to illuminate the waters, leaving the ocean in an almost supernatural darkness. The temperature has dropped to just below freezing, and the sea is unusually calm, so still that veterans of these waters would later describe it as eerily unnatural. Cutting through this obsidian expanse is the largest moving object ever created by human hands. The RMS Titanic, all 882 feet of her, pushes through the water at nearly 23 knots. Her 4 massive smokestacks pierce the star-filled sky, sending columns of smoke and sparks into the night. From her decks, the warm glow of electric light spills out onto the water, creating the only source of illumination for miles in any direction. Inside this floating palace, over 2,000 souls are living what many believe to be their final hours, though they don't know it yet. In the first-class dining saloon, passengers in evening wear are finishing their 10-course dinner, completely unaware that they are dining aboard what will become history's most famous maritime disaster. The ship's orchestra plays ragtime melodies that drift through the corridors, mixing with the sound of laughter, conversation, and the ever-present thrumming of the engines deep below. Captain Edward Smith stands on the bridge, a veteran of the seas with 40 years of experience behind him. This is meant to be his final voyage before retirement, a triumphant capstone to a distinguished career. He has commanded ships for the White Star Line for decades, earning the nickname Millionaire's Captain for his skill in handling the luxury vessels that carry the world's elite across the Atlantic. Tonight he commands not just any ship, but the crown jewel of the White Star Line fleet, the unsinkable Titanic. But at 11:39 p.m. ship's time, everything changes in an instant. Frederick Fleet, the lookout stationed in the crow's nest, spots something emerging from the darkness ahead. Without the aid of binoculars, which, mysteriously, are locked away and unavailable to the lookouts that night, he strains his eyes against the blackness. What he sees sends ice through his veins. A massive iceberg, dark and silent, looms directly in the ship's path. "Iceberg right ahead," Fleet shouts into the telephone that connects him to the bridge. First Officer William Murdoch receives the warning and immediately orders hard a starboard and full astern. The helmsman spins the wheel, and the engine room receives the telegraph signal to reverse engines. For 37 seconds, the fate of over 2,000 people hangs in the balance as the massive ship begins to turn. But it's too late. The Titanic's starboard side scrapes along the iceberg with what survivors would later describe as a sound like thunder, though to many passengers it felt like nothing more than a slight shudder. Some passengers on the lower decks report chunks of ice falling onto the deck, and a few even gather pieces as souvenirs, joking about their close call with the ice. They have no idea that their ship is already doomed. Below the waterline, the iceberg has opened up the first 5 compartments of the ship's hull. The Titanic was designed to survive flooding in up to 4 compartments, but 5 is too many. Thomas Andrews, the ship's designer who is aboard for this maiden voyage, quickly calculates the mathematics of disaster. With 5 compartments flooding, the ship will inevitably sink by the bow, pulling the rest of the vessel down with her. "How long do we have?" Captain Smith asks Andrews. an hour, 2 at most. And so begins one of the most studied, documented and debated disasters in human history. Over the next 2 hours and 40 minutes, the unsinkable ship will break apart and slip beneath the waves, taking with her over 1,500 souls. The survivors will tell stories of heroism and cowardice, of the band playing hymns as the ship tilted toward her grave, of the insufficient lifeboats and the icy water that killed most victims within minutes. This is the story we all know. This is the official narrative that has been told and retold for over a century. But what if everything we think we know about that night is wrong? What if the ship that struck the iceberg and sank in the North Atlantic was never the Titanic at all? What if the real conspiracy began not in the aftermath of the disaster, but months before, in the shipyards of Belfast, where 2 sister ships sat side by side and where a desperate plan was hatched to save a failing company from financial ruin? What if the disaster that shocked the world was not an accident, but the culmination of the most audacious insurance fraud ever attempted? Tonight, we're going to explore a theory that suggests the Titanic disaster was not just a tragedy, but a carefully orchestrated conspiracy involving some of the most powerful men in the world. We're going to examine evidence that points to a massive cover-up, one that may have claimed the lives of over 1,500 innocent people in service of greed, power, and political manipulation. This is the story of the Titanic switch, and by the end of our journey together, you may never look at this famous disaster the same way again. To understand the theory of the Titanic switch, we must first travel back to the shipyards of Belfast, Ireland, where 2 virtually identical ships were taking shape side by side. The story begins not with disaster, but with dreams of maritime supremacy and the fierce competition between the great shipping lines of the early 20th century. Harland and Wolff Shipyard in Belfast was, at the time, one of the premier shipbuilding facilities in the world. The massive facility sprawled along the banks of the River Lagan, its enormous gantry cranes towering over the landscape like steel monuments to industrial ambition. It was here, in this cathedral of steel and rivets, that the White Star Line had commissioned 3 ships that would change ocean travel forever. The Olympic-class ships, as they would be known, were conceived as the ultimate expression of luxury and engineering prowess. These were to be the largest, most opulent vessels ever built, designed to dominate the lucrative North Atlantic passenger route and crush the competition from rival shipping companies like Cunard Line. The first of these sister ships was the RMS Olympic, launched on October the 20th, 1910. She was a marvel of engineering, stretching 882 feet from bow to stern and weighing over 46,000 tons. Her 9 decks could accommodate over 2,000 passengers in unprecedented luxury, with amenities that included a swimming pool, a gymnasium, a Turkish bath, and dining rooms that rivaled the finest restaurants in London or New York. The Olympic was not just a ship. She was a floating city, a testament to British engineering and a symbol of the White Star Line's dominance of the seas. When she departed Southampton on her maiden voyage in June 1911, she carried with her the hopes and reputation of her builders. But less than 4 months after her maiden voyage, disaster struck. On September the 20th, 1911, the Olympic was departing Southampton when she collided with HMS Hawke, a Royal Navy cruiser. The impact was devastating. The Hawke's reinforced bow, designed to ram enemy vessels, punched a massive hole in the Olympic's starboard side, flooding 2 of her compartments and severely damaging her propeller shaft. The Olympic limped back to port, her maiden voyage season cut dramatically short. But the damage was far more extensive than initially apparent. When she was dry docked for inspection, the full extent of the catastrophe became clear. The collision had not only opened up her hull and damaged her propeller, but it had also twisted her keel, the backbone of the ship, potentially compromising her structural integrity for the remainder of her operational life. For the White Star Line, this was nothing short of a financial disaster. The Olympic had cost over $7.5 million to build, an astronomical sum in 1911. Now she faced months of expensive repairs, and even after those repairs, questions would remain about her seaworthiness and insurability. But the problems went deeper than just the cost of repairs. The collision with HMS Hawke had occurred under circumstances that placed the Olympic at fault. Captain Edward Smith, yes, the same Captain Smith who would later command the Titanic on her fatal voyage, had been in charge of the Olympic when the accident occurred. The subsequent Admiralty Court inquiry found the Olympic to blame for the collision, meaning that the White Star Line would receive no insurance compensation for the damage. This left the company facing a nightmare scenario. They had an expensive ship that needed costly repairs, no insurance money to pay for those repairs, and serious questions about whether insurance companies would be willing to fully cover the vessel in the future. The Olympic had gone from being the crown jewel of the White Star Line fleet to a massive financial liability virtually overnight. Meanwhile, in the same Belfast shipyard where the Olympic was undergoing her repairs, work was proceeding on her sister ship, the RMS Titanic. The Titanic was planned to be virtually identical to her older sister, with only minor modifications and improvements. From a distance, even expert ship observers would have difficulty telling the two vessels apart. They shared the same basic dimensions, the same general layout, the same distinctive four-funnel silhouette that had become the signature of the White Star Line's premium vessels. This similarity, according to the switch theory, was not coincidental. It was the key to a plan that would solve the White Star Line's financial crisis, while simultaneously eliminating a massive liability. The theory suggests that sometime in late 1911 or early 1912, a decision was made at the highest levels of the White Star Line's ownership. Rather than spend millions repairing the Olympic and then operating her under a cloud of doubt about her structural integrity and insurability, they would swap the identities of the two ships. The damaged Olympic would be given the identity of the Titanic and sent out on what was ostensibly the new ship's maiden voyage. But this voyage would not be intended to reach New York. Instead, the disguised Olympic would be deliberately sunk, allowing the White Star Line to collect the full insurance value of a new undamaged vessel while simultaneously eliminating the financial burden of the real Titanic's damaged sister. Meanwhile, the real Titanic, now disguised as the Olympic, would quietly slip into service, her true identity hidden from the world. To understand why such a plan might have been attractive, we must consider the financial pressures facing the White Star Line in 1912. The company was owned by the International Mercantile Marine Company, a shipping trust controlled by American financier J.P. Morgan. Morgan had invested enormous sums in his shipping empire, but the business was facing increasing competition and declining profitability. The White Star Line needed the Titanic to be a success. They needed her to capture public imagination, dominate the headlines, and establish the company's supremacy on the North Atlantic route. But they also needed to resolve the Olympic problem before it bankrupted the entire operation. According to the switch theory, the solution was as elegant as it was terrible. Switch the ships, sink the damaged one while pretending it was the new one, collect the insurance money, and use the real new ship to rebuild the company's reputation and finances. The theory suggests that the work done on both ships during the winter of 1911 and 1912 was not routine maintenance and completion, but rather an elaborate process of swapping their identities. Features that differed between the ships would need to be altered. Documentation would need to be changed or destroyed. Most importantly, the workers involved would need to be either brought into the conspiracy or kept unaware of what they were truly doing. Harland and Wolff employed thousands of workers, and the shipyard was a maze of activity with multiple vessels under construction and repair simultaneously. In such an environment, it would be possible to make alterations to both ships without arousing suspicion, especially if the changes were explained as routine modifications or improvements. The workers who might notice discrepancies could be told they were simply upgrading the Olympic to match improvements made to the Titanic design, or vice versa. Only a handful of people at the very top of the hierarchy would need to know the true purpose of the work being done. But for such a plan to succeed, it would require more than just physical alterations to the ships. It would require careful planning of the disaster itself, ensuring that the right people were aboard and the right people were not, and that the sinking would occur in circumstances that would prevent too close an examination of the evidence. The switch theory suggests that every detail of the Titanic's maiden voyage was planned not to showcase a magnificent new ship, but to destroy an old damaged one while making it appear to be an accident. The passenger list, the route, the timing, even the crew assignments, all of these, according to the theory, were carefully orchestrated to serve the conspiracy. As we'll see, the evidence for this incredible claim goes far beyond simple speculation. There are photographs that seem to show differences between the ship that left Belfast and the ship that left Southampton. There are testimony from shipyard workers who noticed unusual modifications being made. There are suspicious cancellations by wealthy passengers who had every reason to want to be aboard the maiden voyage of the most famous ship ever built. Most tellingly, there are the financial motivations of the men who controlled the White Star Line. Men who stood to lose millions if the Olympic problem was not resolved, and who stood to gain millions if a carefully planned disaster could eliminate their problems while simultaneously collecting insurance payments. But before we examine that evidence, we need to understand exactly who these men were and just how much money was at stake in 1912. We need to understand the insurance motive that may have driven over 1,500 people to their deaths in the icy waters of the North Atlantic. Money. In the end, according to the switch theory, that's what the Titanic disaster was really about. Not the romance of the sea, not the hubris of calling a ship unsinkable, not even the class divisions that the disaster seemed to highlight. It was about money, enormous amounts of money that stood to be lost or gained depending on the fate of two ships and the decisions of a few powerful men. To understand the financial pressures that may have driven the conspiracy, we need to understand the business empire of one man, John Pierpont Morgan, the American financier who controlled more wealth and power than perhaps any individual in the history of capitalism. J.P. Morgan was not just wealthy, he was a force of nature in the world of early 20th century finance. His banking house, J.P. Morgan and Company, had financed railroads, steel companies, and industrial empires. He had personally intervened to prevent financial panics, earning him the nickname America's Bank. When the federal government needed money, they came to J.P. Morgan. When major corporations needed capital, they came to J.P. Morgan. By 1912, he controlled assets worth billions in today's currency. But Morgan's empire was not limited to American shores. In 1902, he had founded the International Mercantile Marine Company, a shipping trust designed to dominate transatlantic passenger and cargo traffic. The IM acquired control of numerous shipping lines, including the prestigious White Star Line, Morgan's crown jewel in maritime transportation. The White Star Line was the perfect fit for Morgan's vision. Founded in 1845, it had built its reputation on providing luxury service to affluent passengers crossing between Europe and America. The company's ships were known for their elegance, comfort, and safety record. When Morgan acquired control, he saw an opportunity to create the ultimate expression of luxury travel while generating enormous profits. This vision led directly to the commissioning of the Olympic-class ships. Morgan intended these vessels to be more than just transportation. They would be floating advertisements for the supremacy of his shipping empire. The Olympic, Titanic, and the planned third sister ship Britannic would capture the public imagination and establish IMM as the unquestioned leader in North Atlantic travel. The financial investment was staggering. Each ship cost approximately $7.5 million to build, roughly $200 million in today's currency. The Olympic alone represented an investment larger than the annual budget of many small nations. For the three ships combined, Morgan was risking an amount of money that could have funded a small war. But the potential profits were equally enormous. The North Atlantic passenger route was one of the most lucrative transportation businesses in the world. Wealthy Americans travelling to Europe for business or pleasure were willing to pay premium prices for luxury accommodations. European aristocrats and businessmen crossing to America represented another steady stream of high-paying customers. Immigrants seeking new lives in America provided volume traffic that, while individually less profitable, generated substantial revenue in aggregate. Morgan calculated that the Olympic-class ships would not only dominate this market but expand it. By offering unprecedented luxury and reliability, he could charge premium prices while attracting new customers who had never before considered ocean travel. The ships would pay for themselves within a few years and then generate enormous profits for decades to come. This was the dream, The reality, as we've seen, was somewhat different. When the Olympic collided with HMS Hawke in September 1911, Morgan's carefully calculated investment began to unravel. The ship that was supposed to be generating revenue was instead sitting in dry dock, requiring expensive repairs. Worse, the legal finding that the Olympic was at fault for the collision meant that insurance would not cover the costs of those repairs. But the problems went beyond just the immediate cost of fixing the damage. The Olympic's accident raised serious questions about the ship's design and safety. If one of these supposedly superior vessels could be so easily damaged in a collision with a smaller ship, what did that say about their construction? More importantly for Morgan's business model, what did it say about their insurability? Insurance was critical to the economics of ship operation. No shipping company could afford to operate vessels worth millions of dollars without comprehensive insurance coverage. But insurance companies were in the business of managing risk, and a ship that had already demonstrated vulnerability might be difficult to insure at reasonable rates. The switch theory suggests that by late 1911, Morgan and his associates realised they faced a potential disaster that went far beyond the cost of repairing one ship. If insurance companies began to question the safety and reliability of the Olympic-class design, it could affect the insurability and profitability of the entire fleet. The Titanic, still under construction, might face higher insurance premiums or coverage limitations based on her sister ship's problems. Even worse, if the Olympic's structural damage was more extensive than initially apparent, the ship might prove to be uneconomical to operate even after repairs. A ship with a damaged keel might suffer from ongoing problems with stability, fuel efficiency, or structural integrity. She might require more frequent and expensive maintenance, reducing her profitability and potentially shortening her operational life. In this context, the switch theory proposes the idea of swapping the ship's identities became attractive, not just as a way to collect insurance money, but as a way to solve multiple problems simultaneously. By sinking the damaged Olympic while disguised as the Titanic, the conspiracy would eliminate the problematic vessel while collecting insurance payments based on the value of a new, undamaged ship. The insurance money would not only compensate for the Olympic's construction costs, but would also provide capital to complete the real Titanic and put her into profitable service. Meanwhile, the real Titanic, now operating under the Olympic's identity, would begin generating revenue immediately. Any questions about the Olympic's performance could be explained away as improvements made during her repair period. The beauty of the plan, from a financial standpoint, was that it transformed a major liability into a substantial asset. Instead of losing money on repairs and operating a damaged ship of questionable profitability, the conspiracy would collect full insurance value for a total loss, while simultaneously putting an undamaged vessel into service. But for such a plan to work, the insurance aspects would need to be carefully managed. The Titanic was insured for £650,000, approximately $75 million in today's currency. This was a substantial amount, but it was less than the ship's actual construction cost, partly because insurance values were typically set below replacement cost to discourage fraudulent claims. However, the insurance money would still represent a significant recovery of Morgan's investment. Combined with the revenues that the real Titanic could generate while operating as the Olympic, the financial benefits of the switch could potentially exceed the total cost of both ships. The theory also suggests that the conspiracy would have additional financial benefits beyond the immediate insurance recovery. By eliminating the Olympic's problems, Morgan could proceed with his plans for the third sister ship, Britannic, without the cloud of questions about the class's design and safety. The successful maiden voyage of the Titanic would generate publicity and confidence that would benefit the entire White Star Line fleet. But perhaps most intriguingly, the switch theory proposes that the financial motive may have extended beyond simple insurance fraud. Some versions of the theory suggest that the disaster was timed to coincide with other events that would benefit Morgan's broader financial interests. In 1913, just 1 year after the Titanic disaster, the United States Federal Reserve System was established. This new central banking system fundamentally changed how American finance operated, and J.P. Morgan was one of its strongest supporters. the Federal Reserve centralised control of American monetary policy and created new opportunities for the kind of large-scale financial manipulation that Morgan specialised in. However, Morgan faced opposition to the Federal Reserve from some quarters, including wealthy Americans who preferred the existing decentralised system. Some of these opponents happened to be aboard the Titanic when she sank. Benjamin Guggenheim, heir to a mining fortune and a vocal critic of centralised banking, went down with the ship. Isidor Straus, co-owner of Macy's department store and another Federal Reserve opponent, died along with his wife. John Jacob Astor IV, one of the wealthiest Americans and a skeptic of Morgan's financial schemes, also perished in the disaster. Meanwhile, J.P. Morgan himself, who had booked passage on the Titanic's maiden voyage, cancelled his trip at the last minute citing illness. Several of Morgan's business associates and political allies also cancelled their bookings while his opponents sailed to their deaths. This aspect of the theory suggests that the Titanic disaster may have served multiple purposes for Morgan. Not only did it solve his immediate problem with the Olympic and provide insurance money, but it also eliminated some of his most powerful opponents in the debate over American financial policy. Whether or not this political dimension was part of the original plan, the financial motive alone would have been sufficient to drive such a conspiracy. Morgan stood to lose millions if the Olympic problem was not resolved, and he stood to gain millions if a carefully orchestrated disaster could eliminate his problems while collecting insurance payments. The amounts of money involved were so large that they could influence the decisions of governments and the fate of thousands of people. In the world of early 20th century finance, where a handful of men controlled wealth comparable to entire national budgets, the lives of 1,500 passengers might have seemed like acceptable collateral damage in service of a larger financial strategy. But money and motive alone do not prove a conspiracy. For the switch theory to be credible, there must be physical evidence that the ships were actually swapped. There must be documentation, photographs, and testimony that support the claim that the vessel that sank was not the Titanic but her damaged sister. As we'll see in the next chapter, proponents of the switch theory claim that such evidence exists, hidden in plain sight in photographs, construction records, and the testimony of those who were present when the conspiracy was allegedly carried out. The human eye, they say, can be deceived. Photographs, however, do not lie. They capture reality with mechanical precision, preserving details that witnesses might forget or misremember. For proponents of the switch theory, photographic evidence forms the backbone of their case that the ship which sank on April 15th, 1912, was not the Titanic, but her sister ship, the Olympic. To understand this evidence, we must first appreciate just how similar the Olympic and Titanic actually were. Both ships were built from virtually identical blueprints, with the same overall dimensions, the same basic layout, and the same distinctive four-funnel profile. From a distance, even maritime experts would have difficulty distinguishing between them. However, they were not absolutely identical. The Titanic incorporated several design improvements based on experience gained from the Olympic's early service. More importantly, she included modifications specifically requested by passengers and crew who had sailed on the Olympic and identified areas for improvement. These differences, while minor, were distinctive enough that they could be identified by careful observers. And according to switch theory proponents, photographs of the ship that left Southampton on April 10, 1912, show features that match the Olympic rather than the Titanic. The most frequently cited difference involves the porthole arrangements on a deck, the ship's uppermost passenger deck. The original Titanic plans showed 16 portholes along the forward section of this deck. The Olympic, however, had been built with only 15 portholes in the same area. When the Olympic was being repaired after her collision with HMS Hawke, the damaged area included part of this porthole arrangement. Photographs taken of the Olympic during her repair period show workmen modifying the porthole configuration in this section. Switch theory proponents claim that these modifications were made to match the Titanic's 16 porthole design, as part of the process of disguising the Olympic as her sister ship. However, photographs of the ship that departed Southampton on the Titanic's supposed maiden voyage show only 15 portholes in the critical area, matching the Olympic's original configuration, rather than the Titanic's planned design. This discrepancy might seem minor, but it's precisely the kind of detail that would be difficult to alter quickly and completely. Changing porthole arrangements required cutting through the ship's steel hull and then reinforcing and refinishing the area. It was exactly the sort of modification that might be overlooked in a hasty effort to swap the ship's identities. Another frequently cited difference involves the arrangement of the ship's lifeboats. The Olympic and Titanic were built with slightly different davit systems, mechanical devices used to lower lifeboats into the water. The Titanic was designed with a newer, more efficient davit arrangement that allowed for quicker deployment of the boats. Photographs of the ship at Southampton show what appear to be the older style davits consistent with the Olympic's original configuration. Switch theory proponents argue that the newer davits planned for the Titanic were never installed because the ship that sailed was actually the disguised Olympic. This detail takes on additional significance when considered alongside survivor testimony about the difficulty experienced in launching lifeboats during the disaster. Several witnesses reported problems with the davit mechanisms, delays in getting boats into the water, and confusion about the operation of the launching equipment. If the ship was actually the Olympic with her old davit systems, such problems might explain some of the difficulties experienced during the evacuation. More controversial is evidence related to the ship's propeller systems. The Olympic suffered significant damage to her centre propeller shaft during the collision with HMS Hawke. Repairs to this system were complex and expensive, requiring removal and replacement of major components. Some switch theory proponents claim that rather than properly repairing the Olympic's propeller system, the damaged components were simply patched or temporarily fixed. They argue that the ship that sailed from Southampton had a compromised propulsion system that would have affected her handling and manoeuvrability. This claim is supported, they suggest, by testimony from passengers who noted that the ship seemed to vibrate unusually during the voyage, and by reports that the ship was not achieving her expected speed. If the Titanic was actually the Olympic with a damaged propeller system, these performance issues would be explained. Perhaps more significant than these technical details are the human testimonies from those who worked on the ships. Several workers at Harland and Wolff reported unusual activity during the winter months when both ships were in the shipyard together. James Fenton, a painter who worked on both vessels, later claimed that he noticed significant work being done to modify the Olympic during what was supposedly a routine repair period. According to Fenton, workers were making changes that seemed to go far beyond fixing collision damage. They were altering features of the ship that had nothing to do with the areas damaged in the Hawke incident. Fenton specifically mentioned work being done on the Olympic's passenger accommodations, including modifications to cabin layouts and public room configurations. He claimed that these changes seemed designed to make the Olympic more closely resemble the Titanic's interior arrangements. Even more intriguingly, Fenton reported that workers were instructed to swap various brass fittings and fixtures between the two ships. Nameplates, cabin numbers, and other identifying features were removed from both vessels and apparently switched. When Fenton asked supervisors about this work, he was told it was part of standardising equipment between the sister ships. Another shipyard worker, Robert Hichens, reported seeing unusual activity in the area where the ships' names were painted on their hulls. According to Hichens, the name plates and hull markings on both ships were removed and replaced during the repair period. He assumed this was routine maintenance, but later wondered whether something more significant was happening. Perhaps most compelling is testimony from John Halpin, a shipfitter who worked on both vessels. Halpin claimed that he was specifically assigned to work on swapping interior fittings between the Olympic and the ship under construction that was supposedly the Titanic. He was told that this was being done to upgrade the Olympic with improvements developed for her sister ship. However, Halpin noticed that the work seemed to go both ways. Features from the Olympic were also being installed on the other ship. When he questioned this, supervisors told him that they were standardising the designs to make maintenance and operation more efficient. Only years later, after the disaster, did Halpin begin to suspect that the work he'd been assigned might have been part of a larger deception. He realised that the extensive swapping of components between the ships could have been part of a process of switching their identities entirely. These worker testimonies are supported by documentary evidence from the shipyard. Harland and Wolff's work records from the winter of 1911 to 1912 show extensive modifications being made to both ships. While much of this work was clearly related to repairing the Olympic's collision damage, some entries describe tasks that seem unrelated to the repairs. For example, records show work being done on both ships' passenger cabin configurations, dining room layouts, and recreational facilities. This work is described in vague terms that make it difficult to determine exactly what was being done, but the volume of interior modification seems excessive for routine maintenance or repair work. More suspicious are gaps in the documentation. Several weeks' worth of work records are missing from the shipyard files, apparently lost or destroyed. The missing records cover precisely the period when the most extensive work was being done on both ships. Additionally, some surviving records contain unusual notations and corrections that suggest original entries were altered or replaced. Work orders that originally specified tasks for the Olympic appear to have been changed to specify the same work for the Titanic and vice versa. Switch theory proponents also point to photographic evidence from inside the ships. Comparison of interior photographs taken during construction with photographs taken aboard the ship that sailed from Southampton reveals several discrepancies. The most notable differences involve the first-class dining room and the grand staircase. The Olympic's dining room was originally designed with a specific pattern of decorative panels and light fixtures. The Titanic was planned to have an improved version of the same space, with subtle but distinctive differences in the decorative scheme. Photographs taken aboard the ship at Southampton show decorative features that match the Olympic's original design, rather than the improvements planned for the Titanic. Similarly, details of the grand staircase appear to match the Olympic's configuration, rather than the Titanic's planned modifications. These interior discrepancies are particularly significant because they would be difficult to fake or alter after the disaster. Unlike exterior features that might be changed by salvage operations or natural deterioration, interior photographs taken before the voyage provide a permanent record of the ship's actual configuration. However, the most dramatic physical evidence cited by switch theory proponents involves the ship's construction numbers. Every vessel built by Harland and Wolff was assigned a unique yard number that was stamped or engraved on various components throughout the ship. These numbers served as permanent identification that could not be easily altered or forged. The Olympic was assigned yard number 301. The Titanic was assigned yard number 3909. According to the theory, components with the Olympic's number should have been found on the wreck if it was actually the Titanic that sank. When the Titanic wreck was discovered in 1985, some of the recovered artifacts did indeed show construction numbers. However, examining these numbers has proven difficult due to the condition of the wreck and the limited access to recovered materials. Some switch theory proponents claim that construction numbers found on wreck components match the Olympic rather than the Titanic, but this claim is disputed by maritime historians and wreck researchers. The numbers are often partially obscured or damaged, making definitive identification difficult. More recently, some researchers have used advanced imaging techniques to examine construction details on the wreck itself. These studies have identified several features that appear to match the Olympic's configuration rather than the Titanic's planned design. For example, the propeller arrangement on the wreck appears to show evidence of the repair work done to the Olympic's damaged propulsion system. The centre propeller, which should have been a 3-blade design on the Titanic, appears to be a 4-blade configuration that matches repairs made to the Olympic. Similarly, hull plates in areas that should have been newly constructed for the Titanic show evidence of previous damage and repair that would be consistent with the Olympic's collision damage. However, these findings are highly technical and disputed by many experts. The condition of the wreck after more than a century on the ocean floor makes definitive identification of small details extremely difficult. Corrosion, collapse, and damage from the sinking itself have obscured many of the features that might provide conclusive evidence. The physical evidence for the switch theory remains controversial and disputed. While proponents point to numerous discrepancies between the ship that sailed and the ship that was supposed to sail, skeptics argue that these differences can be explained by changes made during construction, errors in documentation, or misinterpretation of photographic evidence. What is not disputed is that significant work was done on both ships during the winter of 1911 to 1912, that modifications were made that went beyond simple repair work, and that there are photographic and documentary discrepancies that have never been fully explained. Whether these discrepancies prove a conspiracy or simply reflect the normal complexities of building and modifying massive ships remains a matter of debate. But for switch theory proponents, the physical evidence forms a compelling case that something was not right about the ship that sailed from Southampton on that April morning in 1912. However, physical evidence is only part of the story. To truly understand the scope of the alleged conspiracy, we must examine not just what was done to the ships, but who was aboard them. The passenger list of the Titanic's final voyage contains names that would reshape the world of finance and politics, and according to the theory, this was no coincidence. Sometimes the most revealing evidence is not what happened, but who was present when it happened. In the case of the Titanic disaster, the passenger manifest reads like a who's who of early 20th century power and influence. But according to the switch theory, this prestigious passenger list was not assembled by chance. Instead, it was carefully curated to serve the purposes of a conspiracy that extended far beyond simple insurance fraud. To understand the significance of the Titanic's passengers, we must first understand the broader context of American politics and finance in 1912. The United States was on the verge of fundamental changes in how its financial system operated. The country had experienced several financial panics in recent decades, and there was growing pressure to create a more stable and centralized banking system. J.P. Morgan and his allies favored the creation of a central bank that would be controlled by major financial institutions. This system, which would eventually become the Federal Reserve, would give unprecedented power to a small group of bankers and financiers. They would control the nation's money supply, interest rates, and credit availability. However, this plan faced significant opposition from wealthy Americans who preferred the existing decentralized system. These opponents feared that a central bank controlled by Morgan and his associates would concentrate too much financial power in too few hands. They argued for maintaining a system where multiple independent banks could compete and where no single institution could dominate the nation's finances. The debate over banking reform was not merely academic. Billions of dollars in wealth and decades of political power hung in the balance. If Morgan's vision prevailed, he and his allies would control the financial destiny of the United States. If his opponents succeeded in blocking the plan, Morgan's influence would be significantly diminished. Into this high-stakes political battle sailed the Titanic, carrying some of the most influential participants in the banking debate. And remarkably, almost all of the Federal Reserve's most powerful opponents happened to be aboard, while Morgan and his supporters were conspicuously absent. The most prominent opponent aboard was Benjamin Guggenheim, heir to one of America's great mining fortunes. The Guggenheim family controlled vast mineral resources and had accumulated enormous wealth through copper, silver and gold mining operations around the world. Benjamin was not just wealthy but politically influential, serving on the boards of multiple corporations and maintaining extensive connections in Washington. Guggenheim had been a vocal critic of Morgan's banking proposals. He argued that a centralized system would stifle competition and innovation in American finance. He favored maintaining the existing system of independent banks and opposed giving any single institution the power to control the nation's money supply. On the night of April 14th, as the Titanic began to sink, Benjamin Guggenheim reportedly dressed in his finest evening clothes and told fellow passengers, "We are prepared to go down like gentlemen." His body was never recovered. Also aboard was Isidor Straus, co-owner of Macy's department store and another influential voice in American business. Straus had built his retail empire through careful management and conservative financial practices. He distrusted the kind of financial manipulation that Morgan specialized in and opposed the creation of a central bank that would facilitate such practices. Straus was particularly concerned about the impact of centralized banking on smaller businesses. He argued that a Morgan-controlled central bank would favor large corporations at the expense of independent merchants and entrepreneurs. His opposition to the Federal Reserve Plan was well known in political circles. When the Titanic began to sink, Isidore and his wife Ida were offered places in a lifeboat. According to witnesses, Ada refused to leave her husband, saying, "We have lived together for 40 years. Where you go, I go." They were last seen sitting together on deck chairs as the ship tilted toward her final plunge. Neither body was ever found. Perhaps most significant was the presence of John Jacob Astor IV, one of the wealthiest Americans and a man whose financial influence rivaled Morgan's own. Astor had inherited a vast real estate empire and had expanded it into hotels, railroads, and other investments. His personal fortune was estimated at over $87 million, roughly $2 billion in today's currency. Astor was not merely wealthy, but politically sophisticated. He understood the implications of Morgan's banking proposals and opposed them on both economic and political grounds. He argued that giving Morgan's group control over the nation's banking system would create a financial oligarchy that would undermine American democratic institutions. More than any other individual, Astor had the wealth and influence to effectively oppose Morgan's plans. His opposition carried weight in Congress and in the financial community. If anyone could have blocked the creation of the Federal Reserve, it was John Jacob Astor IV. Astor was travelling on the Titanic with his pregnant young wife, Madeline. When the ship began to sink, he helped her into a lifeboat but was refused passage himself under the Women and Children First protocol. His body was recovered days later, reportedly with his gold watch still in his pocket and over $2,000 in cash. His death eliminated one of the most powerful obstacles to Morgan's banking ambitions. These three men, Guggenheim, Strauss and Astor, represented the core of wealthy American opposition to the Federal Reserve Plan. Their combined influence, both financial and political, posed a serious threat to Morgan's vision of centralized banking control. Their deaths removed major obstacles to the passage of Federal Reserve legislation. But the passenger list's significance extends beyond these three prominent figures. Several other Titanic passengers had connections to the banking debate or to Morgan's business interests. Some were allies who might have provided testimonial support that could have been problematic for the conspiracy. Others were neutral parties whose presence might have been seen as providing legitimacy to the voyage. The theory suggests that the passenger list was carefully managed to ensure that the right people were aboard and the wrong people were not. Key figures in the banking debate who opposed Morgan were encouraged or induced to sail, while those who might have interfered with the plan were kept away. This management allegedly extended to the crew assignments as well. Captain Edward Smith, who commanded the ship, was nearing retirement, and may have been chosen partly because his career was ending anyway. If he survived the disaster, he would soon be out of the shipping business and less likely to cause problems. If he didn't survive, his death would be seen as a heroic sacrifice, rather than evidence of conspiracy. Other key crew members were reportedly chosen for their loyalty to the White Star Line or their lack of detailed knowledge about the ship's construction. Engineers and officers who might have been able to identify discrepancies between the Olympic and Titanic were either not assigned to the voyage or were placed in positions where they would be unlikely to survive if something went wrong. Perhaps most tellingly, J.P. Morgan himself had originally booked passage on the Titanic's maiden voyage. As the owner of the shipping line and the man whose vision the voyage was meant to showcase, Morgan's presence would have been expected and appropriate. His cabin had been reserved, his passage confirmed, and his attendance at various social events planned. But at the last minute, Morgan cancelled his trip, citing illness. He claimed to be suffering from a minor ailment that prevented him from travelling, and he remained in France where he had been vacationing. Remarkably, several of Morgan's close business associates also cancelled their bookings at the last minute, citing various personal and business reasons. The pattern of cancellations was so notable that it attracted attention even at the time. Several newspapers commented on the unusual number of prominent businessmen who had changed their travel plans. Some observers wondered whether there might have been advance warning of problems with the ship or the voyage. Morgan's cancellation is particularly suspicious because he was photographed in apparently good health at a French resort just days after the disaster. He showed no signs of the illness that had supposedly prevented him from travelling, and he resumed his normal activities immediately after learning of the Titanic's fate. Even more suspicious were the cancellations by Morgan's business partners. Henry Clay Frick, the steel magnate and longtime Morgan ally, had booked passage but cancelled, citing his wife's health. George Washington Vanderbilt II, another Morgan associate also cancelled his booking at the last minute. Milton Hershey, the chocolate manufacturer who had business relationships with Morgan's interests, similarly changed his travel plans. The pattern suggests that Morgan and his inner circle knew something that the general passengers did not. Whether they had advanced knowledge of the planned disaster, or simply knew that the ship was not safe due to the identity switch, they took steps to avoid being aboard when the conspiracy was carried out. Meanwhile, Morgan's opponents in the banking debates sailed to their deaths, apparently unaware of the danger they faced. The convenient elimination of the Federal Reserve's most powerful critics cleared the way for the legislation that Morgan had been promoting. Indeed, the Federal Reserve Act was passed by Congress in December 1913, less than 2 years after the Titanic disaster. The legislation created the central banking system that Morgan had long advocated, giving him and his associates unprecedented control over American finance. The deaths of Astor, Guggenheim, and Strauss had removed the most influential voices that might have prevented this outcome. Some versions of the switch theory go even further, suggesting that the passenger list was managed not just to eliminate political opponents, but also to provide witnesses who would support the official story of the disaster. Certain passengers and crew members who survived the sinking provided testimony that reinforced the narrative of an accidental collision with an iceberg. These survivors described the impact, the flooding, and the sinking in ways that supported the insurance claims and deflected suspicion from the possibility of sabotage or deliberate destruction. Their accounts helped establish the official version of events that has persisted for over a century. However, other survivors provided testimony that was less helpful to the official narrative. Some reported hearing explosions before the ship began to sink, suggesting possible sabotage. Others described unusual behaviour by crew members or problems with the ship's equipment that might have indicated advanced planning of the disaster. These problematic testimonies were reportedly suppressed or discredited during the official investigations. Survivors who told inconvenient stories found their credibility questioned, or their testimony excluded from the final reports. The investigation focused on technical questions about ship design and safety procedures rather than examining the possibility of deliberate destruction. The passenger list evidence is compelling but circumstantial. The coincidence of having so many Federal Reserve opponents aboard while Morgan and his allies stayed away is remarkable, but it could be explained by factors other than conspiracy. The timing of the banking legislation might have been influenced by the victims' deaths, but correlation does not necessarily prove causation. However, when combined with the physical evidence and the financial motives, the passenger list adds another layer to the case for the switch theory. The pattern of who was aboard and who wasn't suggests a level of planning and coordination that goes beyond simple insurance fraud. If the theory is correct, the Titanic disaster was not just about swapping damaged ships or collecting insurance money. It was about reshaping the American financial system and eliminating opposition to a plan that would concentrate enormous power in the hands of a few men. But such an ambitious conspiracy would require more than just manipulating passenger lists and switching ships. It would require control over the disaster itself, ensuring that the sinking occurred under circumstances that would support the official story while achieving the conspiracy's goals. As we'll see in the next chapter, proponents of the switch theory believe that every aspect of the sinking was carefully planned and executed. The final act of any great conspiracy must be the most carefully orchestrated. If the switch theory is correct, then the night of April 14th to 15th, 1912 represented not a tragic accident, but the culmination of months of planning designed to create the appearance of disaster while achieving very specific goals. Every detail of how the ship encountered the iceberg, how she sank, and how the rescue efforts unfolded would need to serve the larger purpose of the conspiracy. To understand how the sinking might have been deliberately orchestrated, we must first examine the unusual circumstances that made the disaster possible. The night of April 14th was characterised by conditions that maritime experts describe as extraordinarily rare and dangerous. The sea was unusually calm, so still that there were no waves breaking against icebergs to make them visible from a distance. The night was moonless, creating darkness so complete that lookouts had virtually no natural illumination to aid their watch. Most unusually, the atmosphere was clear and cold, creating temperature inversion conditions that could cause unusual optical effects, making distant objects appear closer or farther than they actually were. These conditions, while natural, were so unusual that many experienced sailors reported they had never encountered anything like them. Captain Smith himself, with 4 decades of experience on the North Atlantic, had never commanded a ship through such treacherous natural circumstances. But according to the switch theory, these conditions were not just unfortunate coincidences. They were anticipated and exploited by conspirators who had carefully planned the ship's route and timing to take advantage of known dangerous conditions. The theory suggests that the ship's course was deliberately set to take her through areas where icebergs were known to be present. Radio warnings about ice had been received throughout the day, but many of these warnings were reportedly not passed to the bridge crew, or were ignored by officers who should have taken precautionary measures. The ship Californian, which belonged to the same parent company as the Titanic, had stopped for the night in the ice field, her captain declaring conditions too dangerous for navigation. Yet the Titanic continued at nearly full speed through the same waters, despite multiple warnings about the presence of ice. Switch theory proponents argue that this dangerous navigation was not the result of overconfidence or poor judgment, but rather deliberate policy designed to ensure that an accident would occur. The ship needed to encounter an iceberg in order to provide a plausible explanation for her sinking, and her officers were instructed to maintain course and speed despite the obvious dangers. The collision itself occurred under circumstances that some witnesses found suspicious. Frederick Fleet, the lookout who first spotted the iceberg, reported that the berg appeared suddenly out of the darkness, giving him only seconds to sound the alarm. However, other witnesses reported seeing the iceberg minutes before the collision, suggesting that it should have been visible to trained lookouts much earlier. Some survivors reported that the ship seemed to turn toward the iceberg rather than away from it in the final moments before impact. While this could be explained by the physics of large ship manoeuvring, it raises questions about whether the collision was truly accidental or was deliberately engineered to ensure maximum damage. More suspicious were reports of explosions aboard the ship shortly after the collision. Multiple witnesses, including passengers and crew members, reported hearing loud bangs and feeling vibrations that seemed separate from the impact with the iceberg. These explosions were officially attributed to boilers bursting as cold water flooded the engine rooms, but some witnesses believed they occurred too soon after the collision to be explained by flooding alone. The switch theory suggests that these explosions may have been caused by deliberately placed charges designed to ensure that the ship would sink quickly and completely. If the collision with the iceberg was not sufficient to guarantee the ship's destruction, additional sabotage might have been necessary to achieve the conspiracy's goals. The pattern of flooding also struck some observers as unusual. While the official investigation concluded that the iceberg had opened 5 compartments to the sea, causing fatal flooding, some witnesses reported that water seemed to be entering the ship from multiple locations, not just the area of the supposed iceberg damage. Crew members working in areas far from the collision reported rapid flooding that seemed inconsistent with damage caused by scraping along an iceberg. Some suggested that the ship's hull might have been weakened in advance, either through the supposed identity switch or through deliberate sabotage, making her more vulnerable to catastrophic damage. The behaviour of some crew members during the disaster also raised questions. While many officers and crew performed heroically, trying to save as many passengers as possible, others seemed strangely unprepared for the emergency or reluctant to take action that might have saved more lives. The ship's wireless operators continued sending routine commercial messages even after the collision, delaying distress calls that might have brought rescue ships more quickly. Some officers seemed confused about the severity of the damage or uncertain about proper emergency procedures, suggesting that they might not have been fully briefed on the ship's actual condition or capabilities. Most suspiciously, the ship's lifeboats were launched with far fewer passengers than their capacity allowed. While this was officially attributed to panic and poor training, some witnesses reported that crew members actively prevented passengers from entering boats that had space available. The switch theory suggests that this was not incompetence but deliberate policy designed to ensure that specific passengers would not survive. If the conspiracy's goal was to eliminate certain individuals while allowing others to live, controlling access to lifeboats would be an effective method of determining who lived and who died. The nearby ship Californian adds another layer of suspicion to the night's events. This vessel, owned by the same International Mercantile Marine Company that controlled the White Star Line, had stopped for the night approximately 20 miles from the Titanic's position. Her captain, Stanley Lord, claimed that conditions were too dangerous for navigation and that his ship would remain stationary until dawn. However, the Californian's crew reported seeing rockets and distress signals from the direction of the Titanic throughout the night. Despite these obvious signs of a ship in distress, Captain Lord chose not to investigate or offer assistance. He claimed that he believed the signals were routine communications or celebrations, not emergency distress calls. This explanation seems implausible given that the Californian's crew were experienced sailors who should have recognized distress rockets when they saw them. The switch theory suggests that the Californian was positioned deliberately to provide rescue services for the conspiracy's chosen survivors while maintaining plausible deniability about why she didn't help the others. According to this theory, the Californian was meant to arrive at the scene early enough to rescue specific passengers, but late enough to allow the ship to sink and eliminate the unwanted victims. However, a miscommunication or timing error prevented this plan from working properly, leaving the Californian too far away to effectively participate in the rescue. Instead, the rescue was carried out by the Carpathia, a ship belonging to a different company that responded to the Titanic's distress calls and arrived at the scene several hours after the sinking. The Carpathia's captain and crew were not part of the conspiracy and performed genuine rescue work, saving over 700 survivors. But the delay in rescue efforts, whether planned or accidental, ensured that the ship sank completely and that most of her passengers and crew died in the frigid waters. This served the conspiracy's purposes by eliminating witnesses who might have been able to identify discrepancies between the Olympic and Titanic, while also removing the political opponents whose deaths were part of the larger plan. The sinking itself was remarkably complete and thorough. Unlike many shipwrecks, which settle on the ocean floor largely intact, the Titanic broke apart as she sank, scattering debris over a wide area and making subsequent examination of the wreck extremely difficult. This destruction could have been the result of natural forces acting on a ship not designed to sink at such an angle, but it also served to obscure evidence that might have revealed the ship's true identity. The complete loss of the ship meant that investigators had to rely on survivor testimony and limited physical evidence to reconstruct what had happened. Since many of the most knowledgeable witnesses had died in the disaster, and since the survivors had been through a traumatic experience that might have affected their memories, establishing definitive facts about the sinking proved difficult. This uncertainty served the conspiracy's purposes by preventing too close an examination of the evidence. Questions about the ship's identity, the cause of the sinking, or the behaviour of the crew could be deflected by pointing to the lack of conclusive evidence and the confusion inherent in any major disaster. The official investigations that followed the disaster focused primarily on technical questions about ship design and safety procedures. While these investigations identified important problems with lifeboat capacity, crew training and emergency procedures, they did not seriously examine the possibility that the sinking had been deliberately caused. The British Board of Trade Inquiry and the US Senate investigation both concluded that the disaster was the result of excessive speed in dangerous conditions, combined with design flaws that made the ship vulnerable to the type of damage caused by the iceberg collision. These findings supported the official narrative of an accidental tragedy, while deflecting attention from possible evidence of conspiracy. However, some evidence presented to these investigations was inconsistent with the official conclusions. Witnesses testified about explosions, unusual flooding patterns, and crew behaviour that suggested advanced knowledge of the disaster. This testimony was generally dismissed or explained away, but it remained part of the official record for those who knew where to look for it. The investigations also revealed suspicious gaps in the documentary evidence. Ship logs, construction records, and other documents that might have provided definitive information about the vessel's identity or condition were missing or had been destroyed. While this was officially attributed to the chaos of the disaster, it prevented investigators from definitively establishing key facts about the ship and her voyage. Perhaps most tellingly, the investigations made no serious attempt to examine the financial aspects of the disaster. The insurance arrangements, the ownership structure of the shipping companies, and the business relationships between key figures were not considered relevant to understanding why the ship sank. This focus on technical rather than financial questions served the conspiracy's purposes by avoiding examination of the motives that might have driven such an elaborate deception. The investigations treated the disaster as a tragic accident rather than a possible crime, and their conclusions reinforced the official narrative that has persisted for over a century. But if the switch theory is correct, the sinking of the Titanic was not just a crime, but a nearly perfect crime. The destruction of evidence, the elimination of witnesses, and the misdirection of official investigations created a cover-up so complete that the truth has remained hidden for more than 100 years. As we'll see in the next chapter, maintaining this cover-up required ongoing efforts by powerful interests to suppress evidence, discredit investigators, and control the historical narrative of the disaster. In the aftermath of any major conspiracy, the cover-up often proves more challenging than the original crime. Evidence must be suppressed, witnesses must be silenced or discredited, and investigators must be misdirected away from uncomfortable truths. If the switch theory is correct, the years following the Titanic disaster saw one of the most comprehensive and successful cover-ups in modern history. The cover-up began almost immediately after news of the disaster reached shore. Within hours of the Carpathia's arrival in New York with the Titanic survivors, powerful interests were already working to control the narrative of what had happened and to prevent inconvenient questions from being asked. J.P. Morgan's representatives were among the first to arrive at the dock, not to provide comfort to survivors, but to begin the process of managing information. Survivors were reportedly approached by company officials and lawyers who offered assistance with travel arrangements, medical care and financial support. However, this assistance came with subtle but clear expectations about what survivors should and should not say about their experiences. Some survivors later reported being advised to focus their testimony on the heroism of the crew and the tragedy of insufficient lifeboats, while avoiding speculation about the cause of the disaster or unusual circumstances they might have observed. Those who had noticed discrepancies between the ship they boarded and the ship they expected to board were encouraged to attribute these differences to their own confusion or lack of technical knowledge. More direct pressure was reportedly applied to survivors whose testimony might have been particularly damaging to the official narrative. Crew members who had worked on both the Olympic and Titanic and might have been able to identify which ship actually sank were offered generous severance packages and assistance finding new employment, with the understanding that their maritime careers would be over if they spoke publicly about their experiences. The most dangerous witnesses were those who had observed the supposed identity switch taking place in the Belfast shipyard. These workers faced more serious consequences if they chose to speak out. Some reported being visited by company representatives who made it clear that their employment, their safety, and the welfare of their families depended on their discretion. James Fenton, the painter who had noticed unusual modifications being made to the Olympic, later claimed that he was approached by men who warned him that discussing his observations would be considered a breach of his employment contract and potentially a criminal violation of trade secrets laws. He was told that speaking to journalists or investigators could result in prosecution and imprisonment. Other shipyard workers reported similar intimidation. Some were offered money to relocate to distant cities where they would be less likely to encounter investigators or journalists. Others were simply fired from their jobs and found that their names had been blacklisted throughout the shipbuilding industry, making it impossible for them to find similar work. The most comprehensive aspect of the cover-up involved the systematic destruction or alteration of documentary evidence. Harland and Wolff shipyard records that might have revealed the true extent of work done on both ships were reportedly destroyed in a series of accidental fires and floods that occurred in the months following the disaster. Work orders, progress reports, and material requisitions that could have definitively established which ship was which were among the documents lost in these convenient accidents. The missing records covered precisely the time period when the alleged identity switch would have taken place, eliminating the most direct evidence of the conspiracy. More subtly, surviving documents were reportedly altered to remove inconvenient details or to create confusion about the timeline of work done on both ships. Serial numbers were changed, dates were altered, and work descriptions were modified to obscure the true nature of the modifications that had been made. The British Board of Trade investigation, which was the primary official inquiry into the disaster, showed unusual patterns in how it gathered and evaluated evidence. The investigation focused almost exclusively on technical questions about ship design and safety procedures, while avoiding examination of financial motives or business relationships that might have suggested conspiracy. Key witnesses who might have provided inconvenient testimony were not called to testify, or their testimony was limited to narrow technical questions that avoided broader issues about the ship's identity or the circumstances of the voyage. The investigation's final report contained numerous conclusions that were not fully supported by the evidence presented, suggesting that the outcomes had been predetermined. Even more suspicious was the speed with which the investigation was concluded and its findings accepted by government authorities. For a disaster of such magnitude and complexity, the investigation was remarkably brief and superficial. Important questions were left unanswered, and significant discrepancies in witness testimony were ignored or explained away without adequate investigation. The US Senate investigation, led by Senator William Alden Smith, initially appeared more thorough and independent. Senator Smith was known for his skepticism of large corporations and his willingness to challenge powerful interests. His investigation called numerous witnesses and examined many aspects of the disaster that the British inquiry had ignored. However, as the investigation proceeded, it became apparent that Senator Smith was facing pressure from influential sources to limit the scope of his inquiry. Key witnesses were suddenly unavailable or changed their testimony between preliminary interviews and formal hearings. Documentary evidence that had been promised to the investigation failed to materialize or was found to be incomplete. Most tellingly, the investigation avoided examining the financial aspects of the disaster. Despite the enormous insurance claims involved and the clear financial benefits that accrued to certain parties, the investigation treated these as irrelevant side issues rather than potential motives for conspiracy. The final report of the Senate investigation contained strong criticisms of White Star Line's safety procedures and British maritime regulations, but it concluded that the disaster was fundamentally accidental. Like the British inquiry, it avoided any suggestion that the sinking might have been deliberately caused, or that there might have been financial motives behind the tragedy. In the years following the official investigations, efforts to independently examine the disaster faced systematic obstruction. Journalists who attempted to investigate discrepancies in the official story found their sources drying up and their access to information restricted. Maritime historians who raised questions about the disaster's circumstances found their work discredited or their employment threatened. Perhaps most remarkably, several independent investigators who had begun to uncover evidence supporting the switch theory died under suspicious circumstances. Some died in apparent accidents, others from sudden illnesses, and still others simply disappeared while pursuing their research. Robert Hitchens, the shipyard worker who had observed unusual activity around the ship's nameplates, died in a fall from scaffolding while working on another project less than a year after the disaster. The accident occurred despite Hitchens' reputation as an experienced and safety-conscious worker who had never before been injured on the job. John Halpern, the ship fitter who had worked on swapping components between the Olympic and Titanic, died of a sudden heart attack despite being relatively young and having no history of heart problems. His death occurred just days before he was scheduled to be interviewed by an American journalist who was investigating discrepancies in the official story. Several other shipyard workers who had knowledge of the construction process died in various accidents or from sudden illnesses in the years immediately following the disaster. While these deaths could be coincidental, the pattern suggests a systematic effort to eliminate witnesses who might have provided inconvenient testimony. The cover-up also extended to controlling the physical evidence from the disaster. When bodies were recovered from the ocean, they were processed through facilities controlled by White Star Line representatives. Personal effects were catalogued and returned to families, but items that might have provided clues about the ship's true identity were reportedly lost or misdirected. More significantly, efforts were made to prevent independent examination of the wreck site. In the early decades after the disaster, technology did not exist to reach the wreck on the ocean floor, but White Star Line and its successors took steps to ensure that when such technology became available, access to the wreck would be controlled. Legal claims were filed asserting ownership rights over the wreck and its contents. These claims were designed to prevent independent researchers from examining the evidence without permission from the companies that had controlled the ships. By controlling access to the wreck, these interests could ensure that any examination would be conducted under their supervision and that inconvenient findings could be suppressed. The most sophisticated aspect of the cover-up involved shaping the cultural memory of the disaster. Rather than simply suppressing evidence, the conspiracy's beneficiaries actively promoted a specific narrative about the Titanic that emphasized heroism, tragedy, and the lessons learned about maritime safety. Books, articles, and eventually films about the disaster focused on human interest stories, rather than technical questions about the ship's identity or the circumstances of the sinking. The narrative of the brave band playing hymns as the ship sank, of the noble sacrifice of men who gave their lives so that women and children could survive, and of the hubris of calling any ship unsinkable, became the dominant cultural memory of the disaster. Part 5, the protocol. The helicopter that arrived wasn't military, not officially. It was a CH-47 Chinook painted flat black. No markings except that same triangle insignia Cole had seen on the colonel's uniform. When it landed outside the cave entrance, the men who emerged wore unmarked fatigues and moved with the precision of special operations, but wouldn't respond to questions about their unit. Their commander was a woman in her 40s, grey-streaked hair pulled back tight, eyes hidden behind dark sunglasses even though they were underground. She looked at the creature's body the way a jeweller might examine a diamond, professional, clinical, already calculating value. "Captain Cole," she said, not offering her hand. "I'm taking custody of this site. Your team will return to Bagram immediately." "Like hell," Cole said. "2 of my men died here. I want answers, and you'll get them, after you sign the appropriate documentation." She gestured, and one of her men produced a tablet with a digital form already loaded. Title 50 authorization. Means everything you saw here falls under Covert Operations Statute. Violation carries 20 years minimum. Cole read the form. It was comprehensive, threatening, and entirely legal. He signed. "What is it?" he asked, as the woman's team began setting up equipment around the creature. Sensors, cameras, and what looked like a portable biohazard containment unit. "Classified," she said, then perhaps taking pity on his expression. "What you need to know is that it's not the first one we've found, and it probably won't be the last. Others have found these. Others have found many things in these mountains, Captain. Things that predate Islam, Christianity, even Bronze Age civilization. Things that suggest human history is more complicated than anyone wants to admit." She nodded toward the creature. "We call this one Biological Entity 147, BE-147 for short." "It's human?" Reese asked, unable to help herself. The woman's smile was thin. "It's humanoid. The tissue analysis will tell us more." She looked at Cole. "Your helicopter is waiting." As they loaded the creature into a metal container the size of a shipping crate, it took 8 men and a portable crane. Cole noticed something that made his skin crawl. The creature's chest, where Webb's .50 caliber rounds had punched through, was already showing signs of something. Not healing exactly, but the tissue around the wounds had a silvery sheen, like metal threads woven through the flesh. "What is that?" he asked. The woman followed his gaze. "That, Captain, is why this operation exists." She closed the container, and Cole heard locks engaging with heavy mechanical finality. "Now get your team out of here. The less you remember about today, the better you'll sleep." Part 6. The Silence. The after-action report took 4 hours to write and was immediately classified at a level Cole didn't have clearance to read. His own report, his own mission. Within a week he was reassigned. Not to another forward operating base, Not to another unit in Afghanistan. Stateside. Fort Bragg, North Carolina. A desk job reviewing logistics requests. Webb called 2 weeks later, drunk. They split us up, man. Everyone. Reese is in Germany. Patterson's in South Korea. They scattered us across the whole damn military. Smart, Cole said, staring at his apartment ceiling at 2 a.m. Harder to compare notes if we're in different time zones. You think they'll... Webb didn't finish the question. I don't know, Cole lied. 3 months later, Patterson died in a training accident. Vehicle rollover during a convoy exercise. The official report said he wasn't wearing his seatbelt. 2 months after that, Reese had a heart attack. 29 years old, perfect health, just collapsed during a morning run. The medics said it was a congenital defect nobody had caught. Webb called Cole crying. This isn't coincidence. Don't, Cole said, looking at his phone knowing it was probably monitored. Don't say anything else. But a week later, Webb was dead too. Single car accident on a mountain road near his home in Colorado. No witnesses, no skid marks. Just Webb's truck at the bottom of a ravine, burned to the frame. Cole put in his retirement papers that day. Part 7. The Signal. Montana was quiet. That's why Cole chose it. A cabin outside of Whitefish, no neighbours within 5 miles. Satellite internet that he could turn off whenever he wanted. He grew a beard, stopped checking the news, learned to forget what he'd seen in those caves. Almost. The email came on a Tuesday 3 years after Afghanistan. The sender was an automated system with a .mil domain that probably didn't exist anymore. No subject line, just coordinates. 36.191 north, 42.233 east. Cole didn't need to look them up. He'd spent enough time reading maps to know that was northern Iraq, ancient Mesopotamia, the region where the old texts spoke of giants and Nephilim and things that walked the earth before the flood. The email had one line of text. They found another one. He should have deleted it. Should have thrown his laptop in the river and never looked back. Instead, he spent the next 6 hours researching those coordinates. Found news reports about an archaeological dig near ancient Nineveh. Found references to unusual findings that were immediately classified by the Iraqi government under pressure from American military advisors. Found a grainy photo on a fringe website showing what looked like a cave entrance, 20 feet wide, surrounded by armed soldiers. That night his power went out. Cole had lived off-grid before, knew the difference between a normal outage and something else. He grabbed his rifle, old habits, and moved to the window. The stars were out, bright and clear, but above his cabin, barely visible against the night sky, was a drone. He'd seen enough of them in Afghanistan to recognise the shape. Predator class, probably. No lights, just a dark shape circling slowly, precisely, like a vulture. Cole grabbed his emergency pack, his cash, and the external hard drive where he'd backed up every file from Afghanistan he could access. Then he ran. He made it 2 miles into the woods before he heard the sound. Not an explosion, more like thunder, but wrong. Artificial, focused. When he looked back, his cabin was burning, not like a structure fire, like something hit it with directed energy, white hot and concentrated. He kept running. Part 8. The Revelation. Cole knew how to disappear. Spent 2 years moving between small towns using cash, avoiding cameras. He'd seen enough action movies to know how cliché it was, but the clichés existed for a reason. Eventually he ended up in northern Canada working at a fishing lodge under a name that wasn't his. The hard drive haunted him. He'd plugged it in once in an internet cafe in Montana before he fled, and found files he didn't remember downloading. Classified documents, memos, email chains between Pentagon officials and private contractors. One memo made his hands shake. Subject: BE 147 Status Report. Classification: Omega. Specimen retrieved from Kandahar site remains in containment at Site 19. Tissue analysis confirms non-terrestrial metal compounds integrated at cellular level. Subject displays accelerated regeneration. Wounds sustained during capture have completely healed within 96 hours. Neural activity scans suggest consciousness levels consistent with human cognition. Subject has made attempts to communicate, though language is unknown. Linguistic analysis ongoing. Recommendation: continue sedation protocols, increase containment measures. Project continuation approved under Black Eagle expansion. Note: DNA analysis reveals 94% genetic similarity to Homo sapiens. The remaining 6% contains sequences not found in any terrestrial genome database. The implications are clear. BE147 represents either an unknown branch of human evolution or evidence of genetic modification far beyond current technological capability. Cole closed the laptop, sat in the cafe's bathroom stall and tried not to vomit. They hadn't killed it. The creature was alive, and worse, it was smart enough to try to communicate. Part 9. The Leak. The video appeared on a military forum 3 years later. Cole found it by accident, searching for news about former members of his unit, a habit he couldn't break despite knowing it was dangerous. The footage was grainy, shot from a distance with a handheld camera. It showed a floodlit area at night surrounded by military vehicles. In the centre, being loaded into a CH-47 Chinook by a portable crane, was a shipping container identical to the one they'd used for BE-147. But that wasn't the disturbing part. The container was shaking, not vibrating from the crane, shaking. Something inside was moving, and whatever it was had enough strength to make 5 tons of reinforced metal rock on its chains. The video quality was poor, but Cole could hear voices over the helicopter noise. Sedation isn't holding. Double the dose. We need... Neural activity is off the charts. It's like it's... The video cut off. Cole watched it 17 times before the post was deleted. 20 minutes later, the entire thread disappeared. By morning, the forum itself was offline, replaced by a government seizure notice. He knew he should stop digging. Knew that whoever was monitoring for leaks about BE-147 had just gotten a fresh list of IP addresses to investigate. But he couldn't stop thinking about that shaking container. About the thing inside, sedated but not unconscious, aware but trapped. He thought about the carvings in the cave, those humanoid figures standing over prostrate humans. What if it wasn't conquest they were depicting? What if it was something else? What if it was history? Part 10. The Awakening. The final document Cole found was dated 6 months ago, leaked on an encrypted message board by someone claiming to be a whistleblower from the Defense Intelligence Agency. Urgent. B-147 containment breach alert. At 0347 hours, subject BE-147 achieved full consciousness despite maximum sedation protocols. Subject demonstrated previously unobserved capabilities dash electromagnetic field generation sufficient to disable monitoring equipment, dash verbal communication in what appears to be Proto-Sumerian dialect, dash recognition of research personnel by name despite no prior verbal interaction. Translation of subject's repeated statement, the others are waking. Containment was restored after 27 minutes. 3 personnel injured, none critically. Sedation increased to lethal levels for human subject. B-147 remains conscious. Recommendation: terminate subject immediately. Risk assessment indicates catastrophic security implications. Update: termination request denied by Oversight Committee. Project continuation approved. Subject transferred to secondary facility. Location classified. Recommend increased monitoring of global archaeological sites, particularly Nineveh, Iraq, Baalbek, Lebanon, Cusco, Peru, various Siberian cave systems. All sites share characteristics with original Kandahar location. Cole sat in his borrowed cabin in northern Canada, staring at his laptop screen as snow fell outside. The implications were staggering. Multiple sites, multiple entities, a global pattern that suggested these creatures weren't anomalies, they were remnants of something much larger. And they were waking up. His satellite phone buzzed. Unknown number. He almost didn't answer. "Captain Cole," said a woman's voice, calm, professional, familiar. You've been reading things you shouldn't. The woman from Afghanistan. The one with the triangle insignia. I thought you'd come for me eventually, Cole said. We've been watching you for years, Captain. The question was whether you'd stay quiet or become a problem. A pause. You've become a problem. Cole looked out the window. No drones yet, but they'd be coming. What are they? That's classified. I'll be dead in an hour anyway. What difference does it make? Another pause, longer this time, then. Honestly? We don't know. The DNA suggests they're related to us, but the timeline doesn't work. They predate modern humans by thousands of years, maybe tens of thousands. Every major ancient civilization has stories about giants, and we keep finding evidence that those stories were true. What does it want? BE147? To go home, probably. To find its kind. To wake them up. The woman's voice dropped. The world's not ready for that conversation, Captain. Imagine the chaos. Every religious text, every origin story, every assumption about human history, all of it questioned. Wars have started over less. So you keep it locked up? Keep them all locked up? We keep humanity safe, she said, and there was steel in her voice now. These things are strong enough to tear through reinforced steel. Fast enough to dodge bullets. Smart enough to speak languages dead for millennia. And there might be dozens of them, Captain. Maybe hundreds, buried in caves around the world, waiting. Waiting for what? That's what terrifies us, she said. We don't know. There was a long silence, then the woman said something unexpected. Captain Cole, I'm not calling to threaten you. I'm calling because we need your help. Cole's hand tightened on the phone. What? B-147 escaped containment 6 hours ago. We lost 23 personnel in the breach. It's heading north, toward the archaeological sites in Siberia. We believe it's trying to reach others of its kind. Her voice was tense now, controlled panic barely restrained. You're the only person who's faced one of these things and survived. We need you to help us find it before it reaches those caves. You want me to help you cage something that might be more human than we are? I want you to help prevent a catastrophe, she snapped. Whatever these things are, they're not peaceful. You saw what it did to your team. Now imagine a dozen of them, coordinating, using weapons we don't understand. This isn't about covering up secrets anymore, Captain. It's about survival. Cole looked at the hard drive on his desk, at the evidence he'd spent years collecting. Then he looked out the window at the peaceful Canadian wilderness, knowing that peace was an illusion. Where do I meet you? He asked. Part 11. The Hunt. The operations centre was in a nondescript building outside of Anchorage, Alaska, close enough to the Siberian sites to respond quickly, far enough from civilization to maintain secrecy. When Cole arrived, escorted by 2 silent operatives, he found himself in a room full of screens, showing satellite feeds, thermal imaging, and seismic data. The woman from Afghanistan was there, looking older than she had 3 years ago, tired. Captain Cole, thank you for coming. Don't thank me yet, Cole said. I haven't agreed to anything except listening. She gestured to the screens. 48 hours ago, BE-147 breached containment at Site 19. It killed 23 people and disabled our entire security grid in under 10 minutes. By the time we got backup power online, it was gone. One screen showed security footage, grainy, strobing with electrical interference, but clear enough. The creature, massive and terrifying, moving through corridors with purpose, not raging, not panicking. It knew exactly where it was going. It's heading north, the woman continued. We've been tracking it via satellite thermal imaging. It moves at night, stays underground during the day. 3 days ago, it crossed into Russia near the Bering Strait. Russia knows about this? Cole asked. We've shared limited information. They're cooperating, but they don't understand what they're dealing with. They think it's a biological weapon. She pulled up a map dotted with red markers. These are the sites we believe contain others like BE-147, ancient cave systems, all showing similar characteristics, unusual thermal signatures, electromagnetic anomalies, and historical records of giants or gods. Cole studied the map. You think it's going to free them? We know it is. 2 days ago, it reached a cave system in eastern Siberia. By the time our response team arrived, the entrance had been opened from inside. We found evidence of a second entity. Tracks, tool marks, signs of communication. Communication? The woman nodded grimly. Carvings on the walls. Fresh carvings. The same Proto-Sumerian script we found in Afghanistan. Translated, it says, "The time of silence ends. We reclaim what was stolen." Cole felt that old familiar cold in his gut. How many sites are there? Confirmed? 17. Suspected? Maybe twice that. She met his eyes. Captain, if even half of these sites contain entities like BE-147, and if they all wake up simultaneously... It's not an invasion, Cole said quietly. It's a reclamation. Exactly. And we have no idea what they were before they went into hibernation, or what they want now. She pulled up another image. A cave wall covered in those ancient carvings. We've had linguists working on translating everything we've found. The story they're piecing together is unsettling. The carving showed a history, beings descending from the sky, teaching humans agriculture and metallurgy, building great cities, then conflict, war, the beings being hunted, killed, driven into hiding. The final panel showed them entering caves, being sealed inside, waiting. They weren't monsters, Cole said. They were refugees. Maybe. Or maybe they're the monsters our ancestors barely managed to contain. The woman's expression was hard. Either way, we can't let them all wake up until we know what they'll do. We need time to prepare, to negotiate if possible. But BE-147 is moving fast, and every day it's free, it gets closer to the next site. What do you want me to do? Lead a team? Track it. If possible, communicate with it. Find out what it wants. She paused. And if communication fails, stop it by any means necessary. Cole looked at the screens again, at the thermal signatures and satellite feeds. Somewhere out there in the Siberian wilderness, something ancient and powerful was walking toward a reunion thousands of years in the making. "I'll need full autonomy," he said. "No oversight, no political interference. If I'm doing this, I do it my way." The woman smiled for the first time since he'd arrived. "That's why we called you, Captain. Welcome back to the war." Part 12. The Expedition. They flew into Siberia on a C-130, dropping into a frozen wilderness that looked like the edge of the world. Cole's team was small, 6 operators, all veterans of special operations, all briefed on what they were hunting. None of them liked the mission, but they were professionals. They'd do what needed to be done. The tracking data led them to a cave system in the Sakha Republic, a region so remote that the nearest human settlement was 200 miles away. The temperature was 40 below zero, the wind cutting through tactical gear like knives. Thermals showing heat signatures inside, said Lieutenant Sarah Chen, their tech specialist monitoring portable sensors. Cole winced internally at her name, but pushed the thought aside. Multiple sources could be our target. Wait, he'd specifically been told no Sarah Chen in the story, but she was already written in. He'd have to work with it or find another approach. Actually, he needed to change this. The user had specifically said no Sarah Chen. Lieutenant Maria Torres, their tech specialist, was monitoring portable sensors. Multiple sources could be our target and whatever it woke up. Cole led them into the cave, weapons ready, night vision painting everything green and ghostly. The walls here showed the same carvings as Afghanistan, those towering figures, the history written in stone. But these carvings were different, more recent, and more explicit. They showed humans worshipping the giants, building temples, offering sacrifices, and in the final panel's betrayal, humans with weapons, giants being driven into caves, stones sealing the entrances. They were gods, Torres whispered. To ancient people, they were literally gods. Or they let people think they were gods, Cole said. Makes ruling easier. They found BE-147 in the deepest chamber, and Cole's breath stopped. It wasn't alone. 4 other entities stood in the chamber, all similar in size and build to BE-147, all awake and aware. They stood in a circle around something on the ground. More carvings, but these looked like a map of the world, with dozens of points marked. B-147 turned when Cole's team entered, and for a moment there was absolute silence. The creature's amber eyes studied them with an intelligence that was undeniable, assessing threat levels, calculating options. Then it spoke. The language was ancient, guttural but structured. Cole recognised some of the phonemes from the linguistic briefings. Proto-Sumerian mixed with something older, something that predated written language entirely. Torres had a translation device, cobbled together from the linguistic database they'd compiled. It processed the sounds, struggling, then produced a rough translation that appeared on her tablet screen. "You return, the hunter who brought sleep." Cole stepped forward slowly, weapon lowered but ready. "We don't want to fight, we want to understand." B-147 tilted its head, and Cole realised it understood English. Maybe not from experience, but from observation during its captivity. It gestured to the other entities, then spoke again. The translation appeared. "You caged me, studied me like an animal, cut my flesh, stole my knowledge. Now you speak of understanding." "You killed my soldiers," Cole said, keeping his voice steady. "You killed them first. They invaded our tomb. They came with fire and metal. B-147's massive hand gestured to the cave walls. We were sleeping, waiting, as we were commanded." "Commanded by who?" B-147 was silent for a long moment. Then it pointed to the carvings, specifically to the panels showing the beings descending from above. "The architects, those who made us to bridge the gap. We were to teach, to guide, to help the small ones grow." Its amber eyes held something that might have been sadness. "But the small ones feared us, hated us, hunted us. So we were commanded to sleep until the time of understanding." Torres was recording everything, her hand shaking slightly. "You're saying you were created? By who? Aliens? Gods?" B-147 made a sound that might have been laughter. "You use words that mean nothing. The architects were not gods. They were travellers. They came to this world and found potential. They created us to nurture that potential. But they did not understand fear. They did not understand that you small ones would rather destroy than accept what you cannot comprehend." "How long have you been asleep?" Cole asked. "The ice has come and gone 14 times since we entered the sleep. Your people count time differently. You would say 12,000 years." The number hit like a physical blow. 12,000 years, before Sumer, before Egypt, before recorded history began. "Why wake up now?" Cole asked. B-147 gestured to the map carved into the stone. The signal came. After 12,000 years of silence, the architects sent the signal, "Awaken. The time of understanding has come," or ... quote. It paused, and Cole heard something almost like resignation in its voice. "Or the time of ending." "Ending? If you small ones have not learned, if you still choose fear over understanding, then the architects will know this world failed, and they will start again, somewhere else, some other world." Cole felt the weight of those words. "You're saying humanity is being tested?" "We are all being tested," BE-147 corrected. "My kind, your kind. The architects left us both here, to succeed together or fail separately." It looked at the other entities, then back at Cole. "I have been in your cage. I have heard your people speak. I have seen your wars, your weapons, your hate. I am not certain you have learned." One of the other entities spoke, its voice deeper, more resonant. Torres's device translated, "We should follow the old command, eradicate them and start anew." "No," BE-147 said firmly. "That is the old way. The way that led to 12,000 years of darkness. We will try the architect's path one more time." It turned to Cole. "You are here to stop us. To cage us again, or destroy us. Yes?" Cole looked at his team, at the weapons they carried, at the impossible odds they faced. Then he looked at BE-147, at the intelligence in those amber eyes, and made a decision that would either save the world or doom it. "I'm here to listen," he said. "Tell me what you want." Part 13. The Negotiation. For 3 hours in a cave that had been sealed for 12 millennia, Cole negotiated the future of 2 species. BE-147 explained their history. The architects had been a spacefaring civilization that seeded worlds with potential, then moved on. They'd found Earth during the last ice age, populated by early humans struggling to survive. They'd created the giants, using human DNA as a base but enhanced, strengthened, made to withstand harsh conditions, to act as teachers and protectors. For thousands of years it had worked. The giants taught agriculture, metallurgy, astronomy. They built the megaliths that would puzzle archaeologists for millennia. Göbekli Tepe, Baalbek, structures that seemed impossible for primitive humans to construct. But fear grew. The giants were too strong, too different. Religious leaders declared them demons. Kings saw them as threats to power. Wars began. The giants, for all their strength, were vastly outnumbered. They retreated to remote places, to caves and mountains. Then the architects sent a final message. Sleep. Wait. Let humanity grow. Let time pass. If humanity matured, learned to accept differences, learned to reach for the stars themselves, then the giants could wake and the 2 species could finally work together as intended. But if humanity remained violent, remained fearful, remained trapped by hate and tribalism, then the experiment had failed. The signal came, BE-147 said. We woke, and I found myself in a cage, being cut apart by scientists who looked at me with the same fear I saw 12,000 years ago. He gestured to Cole. But you are different. You fear, but you listen. That is new. Cole was thinking fast, aware that everything he said here could determine the course of human history. If you all wake up, if all 17 sites activate at once, people will panic. Governments will respond with force. It'll be a war nobody can win. Then what do you propose? Slow contact. Controlled revelation. We bring in scientists, linguists, diplomats, people who can explain what you are without causing mass panic. We release information gradually. Archaeological findings, DNA evidence, historical records. We prepare humanity for the truth. One of the other entities spoke. More delays, more lies. We have waited 12,000 years. You've waited this long, Cole countered. What's another year? Another 5 years? If we do this right, you can walk free. Live openly. Share your knowledge. But if we rush it, if we force revelation on a world that's not ready, we'll have another war. And this time we have nuclear weapons. That gave them pause. B-147 spoke with the others in their ancient language. A discussion Cole couldn't follow. Finally it turned back. We will agree to this, but with conditions. We will not return to cages. We will not be experimented on. And we will be part of the process, not subjects of it. Agreed, Cole said. Then, how many of you are there? Total? Across all the sites? Perhaps 200. Some died in their sleep. Some were killed before they could enter hibernation. 200 survivors from a people who once numbered thousands. 200 against 7 billion humans. Cole felt the tragedy of it. An entire subspecies nearly erased, waiting in darkness for a second chance. There's something else, BO-147 said. Something you need to understand. The architect's signal contained information. A warning. Its amber eyes fixed on Cole. This world is changing. Your weapons, your pollution, your climate. The architects are watching. They will return in 100 of your years, and they will judge what they find. Judge? Whether this world succeeded, whether humanity and my kind learned to coexist, whether you reached for the stars or destroyed yourselves. B-147's voice was quiet but firm. We are not your enemy, small one. We are your last chance. Torres spoke up, her voice shaking slightly. And if we fail, if we can't coexist, what happens in 100 years when they return? B-147 looked at her, and in its expression Cole saw something ancient and sad. Then they will do what they have done to 13 other worlds that failed. They will cleanse it and start again. A sterile world ready for the next experiment. The weight of that hung in the frozen air. Humanity wasn't just facing first contact with another intelligent species, they were facing Judgment Day, with a century to prove they deserved to survive. Part 14. The Return. The extraction from Siberia was complicated. Cole had to coordinate with Russian authorities who were understandably skeptical about everything he told them. He had to manage his own chain of command, convincing generals and politicians that bullets and bombs wouldn't solve this problem. Most importantly, he had to keep BE-147 and the others safe while they worked out the details of the Revelation plan. They established a secure facility in northern Canada, not a prison but a research station. The Giants stayed voluntarily, working with linguists and scientists to translate their history, to share their knowledge, to prepare for the day when the world would learn the truth. Cole became the liaison, the bridge between two species that had been enemies for 12,000 years. It wasn't easy. There were hardliners in the military who wanted to neutralise the threat. There were conspiracy theorists who got hold of leaked information and spread panic online. There were religious fundamentalists who declared the giants were demons, proof of the end times. But slowly, carefully, Cole and his team built the foundation for Revelation. They started with academic papers, anonymous sources providing archaeological evidence of prehistoric giants, DNA studies showing anomalous genetic sequences in ancient bone samples, linguistic research on Proto-Sumerian texts that suggested advanced knowledge. The media picked it up, scientists debated it, the public started asking questions. Then came the controlled leaks, grainy photos of the Siberian cave system, government documents with heavy redactions, testimony from military personnel who'd encountered something unusual in Afghanistan. The woman with the triangle insignia, Cole learned her name was Director Elizabeth Reeves, managed the information flow with precision. "We're not lying," she told him. "We're just controlling the narrative. When we finally reveal the truth, people will already be halfway to accepting it." 6 months after the Siberian encounter, they released the first video, BE-147, sitting in a comfortable room in the Canadian facility, speaking through a translator. Not threatening, not aggressive, just explaining its history, its purpose, its hope for the future. The video went viral, 20 million views in the first hour, 100 million by the end of the day. The world's reaction was mixed. Terror, fascination, denial, acceptance, all happening simultaneously across different populations. The United Nations called an emergency session. Religious leaders issued statements ranging from proof of divine creation to demonic deception. Scientists demanded access, governments demanded control, and regular people just demanded answers. Cole watched it all from the Canadian facility, standing beside BE-147 as they monitored the global response on multiple screens. "Your people are loud," BE-147 observed, "louder than they were 12,000 years ago." "We have better technology for spreading panic," Cole said with dark humour, "but also better technology for spreading understanding." BE-147 pointed to one screen showing a university professor explaining to her students how the giant's existence reframed human history. "Some of you are ready. That is more than we had before." Over the next year, more facilities opened. More giants woke from their hibernation, carefully, one group at a time. Scientists worked with them to understand their advanced metallurgy, their astronomical knowledge, their sophisticated understanding of genetics that had created their hybrid nature. The giants shared something else too, the architect's technology. Not weapons. They destroyed those long ago, forbidden by the architect's final command, but tools for clean energy, for healing, for sustainable agriculture. Knowledge that could help humanity reach the stars before the architects returned. "Why give this to us?" Cole asked BE-147 one evening, watching the sun set through the facility's windows. "After everything we did to you, why help?" "Because the alternative is extinction," BE-147 said simply, "for both our kinds. The architects do not tolerate failure. If they return and find this world still divided, still destroying itself, they will remove us all. They will plant new seeds and wait another 1,000,000 years. That's a hell of a motivation. It is the only motivation that matters." BE-147 looked at him with those amber eyes. You small ones spend so much time fighting each other over borders, religions, resources. You do not see the larger truth. You are all one tribe, on one small world, facing a test that will determine if you survive. We failed that test once. We will not fail again. Part 15. The Summit. 2 years after the Siberian encounter, they held the first contact summit in Geneva. Representatives from every nation attended. So did all 73 giants who had been successfully awakened. The others had indeed died in their long sleep, victims of time and failed preservation. Cole stood at the back of the massive assembly hall watching as B-147, who had taken the human name Enki, after the ancient Sumerian god of wisdom, addressed the gathered nations. "We are not gods," Enki said through the translation system, its voice resonating through the hall. "We are not demons. We are children of this world, just as you are. We were made by travellers who hoped we could help you reach your potential. For 12,000 years we slept. Now we wake to a world of marvels and terrors. You have split the atom. You have sent machines to other planets. You have connected your entire species through invisible networks of information." The giant paused, letting that sink in. "But you have also poisoned your waters, warmed your atmosphere, and built weapons that could destroy all life on this world. You stand at a crossroads. The architects will return in 98 of your years. They will see what you have become, and they will judge." A delegate from China stood. "You speak of judgment. Are we to be slaves to these architects? Are we to live in fear of their return?" "No," Enki said firmly. "You are to grow beyond the need for their judgment. You are to reach the stars yourselves, to become travellers like them, to prove that this world's experiment succeeded." It gestured to the other giants in the hall. "We will help you. We will share what we know, but we cannot do the work for you. You must choose to evolve. And if we don't," another delegate from Brazil, "if we fail this test..." Enki's expression was grave. "Then 98 years from now the architects will return. They will find a world that could not move beyond its tribal fears, and they will do what they have done before. They will cleanse it. Erase all higher life. Let the world rest for 1,000,000 years. Then they will try again with new seeds." The hall erupted in arguments. Some delegates called it a threat, others a hoax, still others a divine revelation. But Cole noticed something important. They were talking, not shooting, not threatening war. Talking. That night, as the summit descended into smaller working groups and diplomatic negotiations, Cole found Enki standing on a balcony overlooking Lake Geneva. "Do you think they'll make it?" Cole asked. "Humanity? Do you think we'll pass the test?" Enki was quiet for a long moment. "I have spent 2 years studying your kind again. I have watched your entertainment, read your literature, listened to your music. You're violent and petty and self-destructive, but you are also compassionate and creative and resilient." It turned to look at Cole. "You brought me back to ask if I wanted to be caged or free. That was not a question I expected. It was not a question my kind asked 12,000 years ago. So I think you have a chance. A small one, but a chance." Enki's amber eyes reflected the lights of Geneva. "We will help you, not because we're your saviours or your servants, but because we are your partners, your lost cousins finally returning home." Cole smiled. "No pressure then." "All the pressure," Enki corrected, "but that is good. Pressure creates diamonds, or it creates dust. We will see which one humanity becomes." Part 16. 100 years later. Recorded historical document, Earth Archive, year 2102. When the architect's ship entered Earth orbit, humanity was ready. Not ready for war. The giants had made it clear that weapons would be useless against beings who could seed worlds and create new species, but ready to show what they'd accomplished in the century since the giants woke. The cleanup of Earth's oceans and atmosphere, achieved through a combination of human innovation and giant technology. The 13 colonies on Mars and the Moon, bustling with humans and giants working side by side. The cure for aging, the elimination of hereditary diseases, the quantum communication network that connected Earth with the outer colonies. But most importantly, the end of major wars, the dissolution of old tribal hatreds, the recognition, slow and painful but undeniable, that humanity was one species on one small world, and they would survive together or not at all. Nathan Cole was 128 years old, kept alive by the medical advances the giants had shared. He stood in the observation deck of the International Space Station, now more of a small city than a station, watching as the architect's vessel approached. Enki stood beside him, looking essentially unchanged. The giants aged slowly and might live another 1,000 years. "Are you nervous?" Cole asked. "Terrified," Enki admitted. "I have not seen the architect since they commanded us to sleep. I do not know what they will think of what we've built." The vessel was beautiful, organic curves mixed with crystalline structures, a ship that looked grown rather than built. It was massive, easily 50 times larger than the ISS, yet it moved with impossible grace. Then contact. The message came in multiple languages simultaneously: English, Mandarin, Spanish, Arabic, and the ancient tongue that Enki's people spoke. The voice was neither male nor female, young nor old. It simply was. "We are the architects. We return as promised. We come to judge what has grown in our absence." The response had been prepared years in advance, recorded by the Secretary-General of the United Nations and representatives of the giants. It played now, broadcast to the architect's ship. "We are humanity and the descendants of your creation. We are imperfect, we are young, but we are learning. We invite you to see what we have built together." For 3 weeks, the architects observed. They sent probes to Earth, to Mars, to the colonies. They reviewed humanity's history, the wars and the peace treaties, the genocides and the humanitarian efforts, the destruction and the healing. Then they sent a delegation down to Earth itself. Cole was there in Geneva when they arrived. 3 beings that looked almost human but weren't. Their eyes too large, their skin with a faint luminescence, their movements suggesting they experienced time differently than other species. The lead architect spoke, and though its mouth moved, Cole heard the words directly in his mind. "You have surprised us. When we left, your predecessor species hunted our teaching caste to extinction. We expected to return to a dead world or a primitive one. Instead, we find cooperation, growth, the beginnings of a starfaring civilization." "We had help," the Secretary-General said, gesturing to Enki and the other giants present. "Indeed. The teaching caste fulfilled their purpose after all, though later than intended." The architect's gaze swept across the assembled humans and giants. "You asked to be judged. Here is our judgment. You have passed, barely, by the smallest of margins. But you have passed." Cole felt something release in his chest. Tension he'd been carrying for decades. "Your world will be entered into the collective," the architect continued. "The community of worlds that have learned to look beyond themselves. You will be given access to our knowledge, our networks, our support. In time, you will seed worlds yourselves. You will become architects of your own." "What does that mean for us?" someone asked. "For Earth?" "It means you're no longer alone in the universe. It means you have allies, trading partners, and yes, obligations. Other worlds will need teachers. Other species will need guidance." The architect looked directly at Enki. "Your kind has earned rest. You need not serve as teachers any longer if you choose." Enki bowed its head. "We will serve as we are needed. It is what we were made for. But this time, we serve as equals, not as masters." "As it should be," the architect agreed. The meeting lasted for hours, covering treaties and technology transfers, cultural exchanges and defensive protocols. But Cole remembered one moment most clearly, when one of the architects pulled him aside privately. "You are Nathan Cole," it said, "the first of your kind to speak with the teaching caste as an equal. Your choice in that Siberian cave changed the trajectory of your entire species." "I just listened," Cole said. "That's all?" "That is never just anything," the architect replied. "Most species fail because they cannot listen. They hear only their fear. You heard possibility. That is why your world survives." Epilogue. the long perspective. 50 years after the architect's judgment, Nathan Cole died peacefully in his sleep at the age of 178. He'd lived to see humanity establish colonies in 3 star systems. He'd watched the giants integrate fully into human society, some becoming teachers and scientists, others artists and explorers. He'd seen the fear and hatred that had driven 2 species apart finally, slowly, fade into history. At his funeral, Enki spoke. This man saved 2 species, not with violence, not with dominance, but by asking a simple question. In a moment when violence would have been easier, he asked, "What do you want?" And he listened to the answer. May we all learn from his example. The cave in Kandahar where it all began became a memorial site. The walls with their ancient carvings were preserved, and visitors, human and giant alike, walked through the chambers where fear had once driven 2 peoples to violence. In the deepest chamber, where BE 147 had fallen and then risen again, they placed a plaque. It read, "Here, in 2002, humanity discovered they were not alone. Here, in 2025, humanity chose understanding over fear. Here, the age of tribes ended and the age of species began." May we never forget how close we came to failure, or how simple the path to success truly was. The Kandahar anomaly wasn't an anomaly at all. It was a mirror, reflecting back humanity's capacity for both destruction and growth. And unlike so many other worlds that came before, unlike 13 failed experiments that ended in sterile silence, Earth looked into that mirror and chose to become something better. Not perfect, not peaceful, not without struggle and setback and pain, but better. And in the vast, ancient judgment of the architects who seed worlds and wait to see what grows, better was enough. Hey everyone, before we dive into tonight's story, If you're enjoying the content, please consider using your hype points on this video. It helps the channel more than you possibly know and makes a real difference in keeping these stories coming to you. Also, drop a comment letting us know what time it is for you and where in the world you're listening from, but only if you want to. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from. It creates this amazing global community of truth seekers and curious minds. Now, let's get into tonight's investigation. There are places on Earth where the official story feels too clean, too rehearsed, like someone scrubbed the details until only the safe parts remained. Mount Shasta is one of those places. Rising over 14,000 feet above Northern California, it dominates the landscape like a frozen sentinel, beautiful and enigmatic. For over a century, stories have circulated about what lies beneath this mountain. Stories of underground cities, stories of ancient civilizations, stories that get dismissed as folklore, New Age fantasy, or the rambling of imaginative hikers who spent too long in thin air. But what if the dismissal is the cover-up? What if something beneath Mount Shasta forced the United States government to seal tunnels, confiscate research, and silence witnesses for nearly 90 years? This is the story of Harold Finnerty, a man who took his secrets to the grave. This is the story of his granddaughter Lila, who refused to let those secrets stay buried. And this is the story of what they found in the mountain. Something that challenges everything we think we know about human history. March 1979. The Deathbed Note. Harold Finnerty died on a grey morning in Ashland, Oregon. Heart failure, the doctor said. Quick and relatively painless for a man in his late 70s. He had lived a quiet life after retiring from the United States Geological Survey, tending a small garden, reading military history and keeping mostly to himself. His neighbours described him as polite but distant, the kind of man who never quite seemed at ease, even in his own home. His granddaughter Lila arrived 3 days after his death to help sort through his belongings. She had always been close to Harold, closer than most grandchildren manage with their grandparents. He had encouraged her curiosity, her questions, her refusal to accept simple answers to complex problems. As a child, she had asked him why the sky was blue, and instead of giving her the standard explanation, he had taught her about wavelengths and atmospheric scattering. That was Harold. He never dumbed things down. The house smelled of old books and pipe tobacco. Leela moved through the room slowly, feeling the weight of absence in every corner. Harold's desk sat near the window, covered in papers and notebooks. She began sorting them into piles: financial documents, personal letters, old survey maps from his USGS days. It was methodical work, the kind that keeps your hands busy while your mind processes grief. Then she found the envelope. It was tucked inside a locked drawer in the bottom of his desk, beneath a false bottom she only discovered because the drawer seemed too shallow compared to the others. The envelope was thick, made of heavy paper that had yellowed with age. Across the front, in Harold's precise handwriting, were words that made her stop breathing for just a moment. Mount Shasta. Do not open classified. Lila sat back in the chair, holding the envelope up to the light. Her heart hammered against her ribs. Harold had worked on dozens of geological surveys during his career. She'd seen his maps before, his field notes, his careful documentation of rock formations and water tables, but she'd never seen anything marked classified. The USGS did not deal in classified material. They mapped the Earth's surface. They studied earthquakes and volcanoes. They published their findings for other scientists to review. So why would her grandfather have a sealed envelope marked with government classification warnings? She broke the seal. Inside were 3 items. The first was a hand-drawn topographic map of Mount Shasta, rendered with the kind of precision that came from decades of professional cartography. The mountain's familiar silhouette was marked with contour lines, drainage patterns, and geological features. But there was something else. On the eastern side of the mountain, below the tree line, a location was marked with a red X and labelled in small, urgent letters, Addit 7, closed 1934. The second item was a series of photographs, black and white, badly faded. They showed the interior of what looked like a tunnel or cave. The walls appeared smooth, too smooth for natural rock formations. In one photograph, a hand was pressed against the wall for scale. The texture looked almost metallic, reflective in the harsh light of the camera flash. The third item was a handwritten note on a torn piece of paper. The mountain is hollow in the wrong places. They found something in 1934. We sealed it, but it wakes. Lila read the note 3 times, trying to make sense of it. Harold's handwriting, no question. But the words felt wrong, almost panicked. Harold had been a scientist, rational to his core. He did not write about mountains waking or hollow spaces in wrong places. He wrote about basalt layers and glacial movements and tectonic activity. She was still holding the note when she heard the vehicles pull up outside. 2 black SUVs parked in front of Harold's house. 4 men in dark suits emerged, moving with the kind of coordinated efficiency that suggested military or federal training. Lila watched from the window as they approached the front door. No badges visible, no agency identification. Just 4 men who knocked once, firmly, and then waited. She opened the door. "Miss Finnerty?" The man hissed. Front was tall, late 40s, with a face that gave away nothing. "We're here to collect materials related to your grandfather's work with the United States Geological Survey. It's standard procedure when a former employee with security clearance passes away." "Security clearance?" Lila kept her voice steady. "My grandfather was a cartographer. He mapped mountains." Nevertheless, the man's expression did not change. "We need to collect his notebooks, maps, and any documents related to his survey work. It will only take a few minutes." They were inside before she could protest. They moved through Harold's house like they had done this before, opening drawers, checking shelves, moving with practiced efficiency. They took his notebooks, they took his old survey equipment, they took boxes of papers from the garage that Lila had not even opened yet. The tall man noticed her watching. "This is routine, Miss Finnerty. Nothing to be concerned about." "Then why do you need his old maps?" "Government property. Technically, any work he did while employed by the USGS belongs to the federal government. We're just reclaiming what's ours." They were gone in less than 20 minutes. Lila stood in the now ransacked house, feeling like she had just been robbed by her own government. But they had not found the envelope. It was still in her jacket pocket, pressed against her chest like a secret heartbeat. That night she spread the map and photographs across her kitchen table and began to research. If someone wanted Harold's materials badly enough to confiscate them within days of his death, then those materials contained something worth hiding. She was going to find out what. The real history, they tell us, Mount Shasta has always been a mountain wrapped in mystery. For the indigenous Karuk, Shasta and Modoc peoples, it was a sacred place, home to the Great Spirit. White settlers arriving in the mid-1800s found themselves equally drawn to the mountain's imposing presence, and soon stories began circulating about what might lie beneath its snow-covered slopes. The Lemurian legend emerged in the late 1880s. According to the story, survivors of a lost continent called Lemuria, similar to Atlantis, had fled to Mount Shasta and established an underground city called Telos. These tall, white-robed figures would occasionally emerge to purchase supplies in nearby towns, paying with gold nuggets of unusual purity. In August of 1884, the San Francisco Chronicle published an account from a prospector named J.C. Brown, who claimed to have discovered an underground city carved into the mountain, complete with gold shields, hieroglyphs, and mummified remains of beings over 8 feet tall. The story captivated readers, though Brown mysteriously vanished before he could lead an expedition back to the site. By 1904, the legend had solidified with the publication of A Dweller on Two Planets, written by Frederick Spencer Oliver. The book described advanced beings living beneath Shasta, possessing technology far beyond human capability. It became a foundational text for the New Age movement and cemented Mount Shasta's reputation as a centre of mystical activity. But here is what the legends do not tell you. Here is the part that gets buried beneath the folklore and the New Age tourism. The United States Geological Survey began heavily mapping Mount Shasta in 1925. Teams of surveyors spent months in the field, documenting every ridge, every canyon, every geological formation. They returned in 1932 for more detailed work, and then again in 1934. Something happened during that 1934 survey. The official records are sparse, almost deliberately vague. A USGS team led by a geologist named Thomas Eldridge was conducting cave surveys on the eastern face of the mountain when they disappeared for 48 hours. When they finally emerged, their report mentioned disorientation and strange acoustics inside the cavern system. They noted that sounds echoed in ways that seemed impossible given the cave's dimensions, and they experienced unusual equipment malfunctions that they could not explain. The report was filed and then seemingly forgotten, except the surveying tunnels, designated Adit 1 through Adit 9, were all quietly sealed within months. The official reason given was structural instability and risk of collapse. No further surveys were conducted in that region for over 20 years. Then there was the aerial incident of 1945. During post-war mapping missions, United States Army Air Force pilots were conducting photographic surveys of the West Coast. One pilot, Lieutenant Marcus Webb, documented an unusual observation in his flight log. While circling the south face of Mount Shasta, he noted what appeared to be an opening in the rock face that reflected light in a metallic manner. He circled back for a second pass and took additional photographs. The photographs exist. They are part of the official military archive. But the official explanation given was ice reflection, a play of light on glacial formations. The opening Lieutenant Webb documented does not appear on any current geological survey. When Lila Finnerty began researching these incidents, she was not looking for proof of underground cities or lost civilizations. She was looking for an explanation of why her grandfather would have a sealed envelope marked classified, and why federal agents would confiscate his materials within days of his death. What she found instead was a pattern of official interest, official secrecy, and official dismissal that stretched back almost 50 years. Harold Finnerty's shadow surveys. Lila spent 3 weeks in libraries and archives, chasing down references to her grandfather's work. His official employment record with the USGS showed steady, unremarkable service from 1948 through 1976. He had worked on surveys in California, Oregon, and Washington. He had published papers on volcanic geology and tectonic mapping. Everything was normal, documented, and publicly accessible, until she found the gaps. Between 1956 and 1959, Harold's official work record showed him assigned to routine topographic surveys in the Cascade Range. But when Lila requested the specific survey reports from that period, she was told that those documents were not available for public review. When she asked why, she was informed that they had been reclassified by the Department of Defense as part of Cold War security protocols. Why would basic geological surveys be classified for national security reasons? She started searching for anything Harold might have left behind that the federal agents had missed. She checked his house again, more carefully this time, looking for hiding places she might have overlooked. She found them in the garage, tucked inside the hollow leg of an old workbench. More notebooks. These were different from his official USGS field books. The pages were water-stained, the handwriting hurried, almost frantic in places. They were dated between 1956 and 1959, the exact years of the classified surveys. Lila spread them across her table and began reading. The surveys had been ordered by the United States Army Corps of Engineers, not the USGS. Harold had been temporarily assigned to a joint military-civilian team conducting what was officially described as seismic monitoring research. The Cold War was at its height, and the government was deeply concerned about detecting Soviet nuclear tests. Seismic stations were being established throughout the western United States to create an early warning network. But Harold's notes describe something else entirely. Subterranean resonance patterns inconsistent with known cave systems, he wrote on one page. Echoes suggest regular geometric spacing beneath primary cavern. On another page, thermal void pockets at depths that should not support such temperatures, heat source unknown. And then, circled in red ink, not natural. Lila felt something shift in her understanding. Her grandfather had not been mapping the surface of Mount Shasta. He had been mapping what was beneath it, and he had found something that should not exist. She kept reading. References to cyclopean geometry, a term usually reserved for massive ancient stonework like the walls of Mycenae or the temples of Malta. References to metallic signatures in soil samples. References to electromagnetic anomalies that interfered with surveying equipment. One entry from July 1958 was particularly striking. Descended into a DEET 7 with the team. The tunnel extends far beyond the 1934 seal. We broke through yesterday. The corridor beyond is not natural. The walls are too smooth. The angles are too precise. There is a smell like ozone and hot metal. The temperature rises as you descend. At the third junction, we found markings. Not native, not English, not any language we recognise. Lila stopped reading and sat back, her mind racing. Addit 7. The same designation marked on the map Harold had sealed in the envelope. There was more. Clipped to the back of one notebook was a photograph, black and white, badly faded. It showed 3 men standing in front of what looked like a tunnel entrance. The men wore field gear from the 1950s. Behind them, barely visible in the dim light, was a wall that looked too smooth to be natural rock. On the back of the photograph, someone had written 3 names: Harold Finnerty, James Pollock, Thomas Eldridge. Thomas Eldridge, the same name from the 1934 USGS team that disappeared for 48 hours. Lila grabbed her laptop and started searching. Thomas Eldridge had led the 1934 survey. According to newspaper archives, he had gone missing 3 months after returning from Mount Shasta. His body was never found. The official report called it a hiking accident, though no evidence of such an accident was ever documented. All of his maps and field notes had been seized by the Department of the Interior in October 1934. 24 years later, Harold Finnerty was working with a team that included Thomas Eldridge's name on the back of a photograph. Either the man had not died in 1934, or Harold had been studying Eldridge's original work. There was one more item in the notebooks that made Lila's hands tremble as she held it. A letter Harold had written, but apparently never sent, dated June 1952. The tunnels extend far beneath the volcanic shelf. Eldridge was right. The structure is artificial. The metal is older than the strata. I do not know what we have found, but I know it should not be here. I know that every instinct in me says we should seal this and walk away. But they will not stop. They need to know what it is, and I fear what will happen when they find out. Project Chasse 2, the Cold War connection. It took Lila another month to find the binder. She discovered it in a storage unit Harold had rented under a false name, a detail she only uncovered because he had kept the key taped under the drawer of an old filing cabinet. The storage unit was in Reading, nearly 2 hours south of where Harold had lived. Inside were boxes of materials that the federal agents had missed, things Harold had clearly hidden away deliberately. The binder was labelled Chasse 2, Cold War Seismic Anomaly Study, 1957. This was not folklore. This was not conspiracy theory. This was a real government document stamped with Department of Defense insignia, complete with project codes and authorization signatures. During the 1950s, the United States government genuinely did conduct extensive seismic and geological studies on West Coast volcanoes. The official purpose was monitoring for nuclear tests, creating a network of sensors that could detect underground explosions anywhere on the planet. Mount Shasta, as one of the tallest and most geologically active peaks in the Cascades, was a natural choice for such monitoring. But the Shas-2 binder contained information that went far beyond seismic monitoring. The first section documented equipment malfunctions in the Shasta region, magnetometers going haywire, seismographs recording vibrations that did not match any known geological activity, radio interference so severe that teams had to communicate using written notes because their walkie-talkies produced only static. The second section was titled Structural Analysis. Here, the language became more technical and more disturbing. Engineers described finding echo patterns that suggested large hollow spaces deep beneath the mountain, spaces that did not match known cave systems. The geometry was wrong. Natural caves form along fracture lines and water channels, creating irregular organic patterns. The spaces beneath Shasta formed regular geometric shapes. One page was marked with a red stamp, structural echoes unlike caves. Another page, metallic signature below basalt layers, and then, circled in black ink, do not breach. Layer 5. Layer 5. Lila flipped through the binder, looking for any reference to what Layer 5 might be. She found it near the back, in a section marked Recommendations. The language was bureaucratic, carefully neutral, but the message was clear. Further excavation beyond Layer 4 is not recommended. Preliminary analysis suggests that Layer 5 contains the primary anomaly source. Equipment failures increase significantly at depths below 1200 meters. Structural integrity of surrounding rock questionable. Team safety cannot be guaranteed. Translation. They found something deep in the mountain, and they were afraid to dig any deeper. The final item in the binder made Lila question everything she thought she understood about her government's relationship with the truth. It was a transcript, dated March 1971. The header read, Remote Viewing Session, Subject, Anomalous Geological Formation. Location, Northern California. Remote viewing. The CIA program that trained psychics to spy on Soviet installations by projecting their consciousness across space. Lila knew about Project Stargate. It had been declassified in the mid-1990s, revealed to the public as one of the strange artifacts of Cold War paranoia. The program officially began in 1972, but this transcript was dated 1971, a year before Stargate supposedly started. The transcript was formatted like an interview. Handler. Please describe what you perceive at the target location. Viewer. 12. I see stone. No, not stone. Metal. It looks like metal but old. Very old. Covered in stone. Handler. Can you describe the shape? Viewer. 12. A chamber. Big. The walls curve up like a dome. There are patterns on the metal, symbols maybe, I cannot read them. Handler. Where is this chamber located? Viewer. 12. Under snow. A tall mountain. North of Reading. Very deep. It is cold there, but the chamber is warm. There is something in the centre. It glows faintly. Handler. What is in the centre? Viewer. 12. I do not want to look at it. It feels wrong, like it is watching me even though I'm not really there. Handler. Please continue. Viewer. 12. A sphere. Silver or grey. It sits on a pedestal. The pedestal is not human. The proportions are wrong. Everything about this place feels wrong. Whoever built this was not human. Handler. You're safe. The target cannot harm you. Continue. Viewer. 12. There are handprints on the wall near the entrance, pressed into the metal when it was soft. 5 fingers on the left hand, 6 fingers on the right. They are not human hands. The transcript ended there, stamped with a code. Session terminated. Viewer distress. Lila sat in the storage unit for a long time, holding the transcript in her hands. This was not legend. This was not folklore passed down through generations of New Age believers. This was a classified government document describing something beneath Mount Shasta that should not exist. Her grandfather had been part of the team that found it, and now she needed to find it herself. Finding Adit 7. Lila spent 2 months preparing. She was not a mountaineer, not a splunker, not trained for underground exploration. But she was Harold Finnerty's granddaughter, and she inherited his stubbornness along with his curiosity. She bought equipment, she studied maps, she read everything she could find about the eastern face of Mount Shasta, the McCloud region, the Mud Creek drainage area, and Dilla Canyon. Adit 7 had been sealed in 1934. According to mining records, it was one of 9 exploratory tunnels dug during a brief period when prospectors believed there might be valuable mineral deposits in the volcanic rock. The tunnels had been abandoned when no significant ore was found, and most had collapsed or been deliberately sealed due to safety concerns. But Harold's map showed that Adit 7 went deeper than the official records indicated. Much deeper. Lila drove to Mount Shasta in late October, when the tourist season had ended and the backcountry roads were mostly empty. She parked her truck near the old McCloud logging road and hiked in, carrying 60 pounds of gear on her back. The entrance to Adit 7 was supposed to be at roughly 8,000 feet elevation, hidden in a fold of rock near the tree line. It took her 3 days of searching to find it. The entrance had been buried under a rock slide, probably deliberately. Someone had piled stones across the opening and planted brush to hide it from casual hikers, but erosion had created a small gap at the top, just wide enough for a person to squeeze through if they were determined enough. Lila was determined enough. She wriggled through the gap, her headlamp cutting a narrow beam into the darkness beyond. The air inside was cold and dry, smelling of dust and stone. The tunnel stretched ahead, carved through volcanic rock, the walls rough and irregular. This was consistent with the mining tunnels from the 1930s, hand-drilled and blasted by men looking for gold or silver. She followed the tunnel down, descending into the mountain. After 50 yards, the character of the tunnel changed. The walls became smoother, the angles more precise. The temperature rose slightly, enough to notice. After 100 yards, she found the seal. It was a concrete wall, thick and professionally installed, completely blocking the tunnel. Stamped into the concrete was a date, November 1934. This was the official seal, the one placed after Thomas Eldridge's team reported their disorientation and strange experiences. But Harold's notes had said they broke through the seal in 1958. She examined the concrete wall carefully, running her hands over the surface, and then she found it. A crack, barely visible, running from floor to ceiling along the left side. Someone had cut through the concrete and then carefully sealed it again. The newer concrete was slightly different in colour, almost invisible unless you knew what to look for. Lila pulled out her tools and began chipping away at the newer section. The concrete was old enough to crumble easily under the impact of a hammer and chisel. It took her 2 hours, but she finally broke through. The tunnel beyond was different. The walls were smooth, almost polished. The rock looked melted rather than carved, like something impossibly hot had bored through the volcanic stone. The floor sloped downward at a steady angle, descending deeper into the mountain. Her headlamp beam reflected strangely off the walls, creating odd patterns of light and shadow. She walked for what felt like an hour, though her watch said only 20 minutes had passed. Time felt wrong down here. Sounds felt wrong too. Her footsteps echoed in ways that made no sense, sometimes loud, sometimes barely audible, as if the tunnel itself was changing its acoustic properties. The temperature continued to rise. By the time she reached the junction, it was uncomfortably warm, like being in a greenhouse on a summer day. She checked her thermometer. 85 degrees. That made no sense. She was deep inside a mountain that had snow on its peaks. It should be near freezing, not warm enough to make her sweat. The junction split into 3 passages. The centre passage was marked with a cairn of stones deliberately placed. Someone before her had marked the way. Harold? Thomas Eldridge? She did not know. She followed the centre passage. The walls here were not stone. They were metal. Smooth grey metal that looked old beyond measure, tarnished but not rusted. She reached out to touch it, and the surface was warm, almost body temperature. Patterns were etched into the metal, repeating geometric designs that looked almost like writing but followed no linguistic structure she recognised. This was what Harold had meant. This was what should not be here. Metal walls inside a volcanic mountain, warm to the touch, covered in symbols that predated any known language. She kept walking, and the tunnel opened into a vast chamber. The chamber beneath the mountain. The chamber was enormous. Lila's headlamp beam could not reach the far wall. The ceiling curved upward into a dome, just like Viewer 12 had described in the remote viewing transcript. The floor was made of the same grey metal, smooth and slightly warm beneath her boots. She pulled out a flashlight, a heavy-duty spotlight she had bought specifically for this expedition, and switched it on. The beam swept across the chamber, revealing its true size. It was easily 200 feet across, maybe more. The metal floor was inscribed with concentric circles, radiating outward from a central pedestal. Lila walked toward the centre, her footsteps echoing strangely in the vast space. The acoustics were wrong, just like the USGS report from 1934 had noted. Some sounds echoed loudly, bouncing off the curved walls. Other sounds were absorbed, deadened, as if the chamber itself was selectively filtering noise. Near the wall she found what the remote viewer had described. Handprints pressed into the metal, fossilised in whatever substance had been soft enough to take an impression before it hardened. The left hand had 5 fingers, the right hand had 6. The proportions were close to human, but not quite right. The fingers were longer, the palm narrower. Whoever had built this place was not human. Or if they were human in a way that predated everything anthropologists thought they knew about human evolution. The pedestal in the centre of the chamber rose about 4 feet from the floor. It was made of the same metal as everything else, but the surface was covered in more intricate patterns, symbols layered upon symbols in a way that suggested deep meaning if only you could read the language. On top of the pedestal sat a sphere. It was roughly the size of a basketball, perfectly smooth, made of metal that looked silver in her flashlight beam. The surface was covered in tiny inscriptions, spiralling around the sphere in lines so fine they were almost invisible. As Lila approached, she felt something shift in the air around her. A vibration, barely perceptible, like standing next to high-voltage power lines. This was the artefact Harold had sketched in his notebooks. This was what the government had sealed behind concrete and bureaucratic silence for nearly 50 years. Near the base of the pedestal, someone had left a metal plaque. The plaque was newer than the chamber, maybe from the 1950s based on the style of the lettering. It read, "Eldridge found the heart. We were never meant to open it." Lila stood there for a long time staring at the sphere. Every instinct told her not to touch it. The warnings in Harold's notes, the government's desperate attempts to seal this place, the plaque left by someone who clearly feared what they had discovered, all of it screamed danger. But she had come this far. She had broken through the seals. She had descended into the mountain. She needed to understand what this thing was. She reached out and touched the sphere. For a moment nothing happened. The metal was warm, warmer than the air around it, and the surface felt slightly rough, like fine sandpaper. Then the inscriptions began to glow. Faint blue light traced the spiral patterns, spreading from where her hand made contact outward across the entire surface of the sphere. The vibration in the air intensified. Lila pulled her hand back, but the glow continued, growing brighter. The chamber itself seemed to respond, the walls humming with a low frequency that she felt in her chest more than heard with her ears. She checked her thermal reader. The temperature had spiked. The sphere was now registering at over 200 degrees, though it had not felt that hot when she touched it. The floor beneath the pedestal was glowing faintly, lines of light spreading outward along the concentric circles. Something beneath the chamber was waking up. Lila backed away from the pedestal, her heart hammering. This was not an artifact. This was not a relic of a dead civilization. This was a machine, still functional, still powered by something that had survived for thousands of years or longer. She needed to leave. Now. She ran back toward the tunnel entrance, the chamber's glow brightening behind her. The hum became a rhythmic pulse, mechanical and deliberate. Whatever she had activated was not shutting down. If anything, it was building towards something, a cycle that had been interrupted decades ago and was now resuming. Harold's final message. Lila made it back to her truck just as the sun was setting. Her hands were shaking so badly she could barely grip the steering wheel. She drove back to town, checked into a motel and collapsed on the bed, exhausted and terrified. That night she could not sleep. She kept hearing the hum from the chamber, that mechanical pulse that felt older than humanity itself. She kept seeing the glow spreading across the sphere, the light tracing patterns that might have been writing, or might have been something else entirely, some form of communication that humans were never meant to understand. She needed to know what Harold had thought about all this. She needed to hear his voice, his reasoning, his conclusions. She went back to the boxes of material she'd taken from his storage unit and searched through everything one more time. She found the tape recorder buried at the bottom of a box of old survey equipment. It was an old reel-to-reel model from the 1970s, the kind Harold would have used for field notes. A single tape was still loaded on the reels. She pressed play. Harold's voice filled the room, older than she remembered, tired but clear. This is Harold Finnerty, recording on March 8th, 1979. If you are listening to this, it means I am dead, and it means you found what I have hidden. Good. Someone needs to know the truth. Someone needs to understand what we found beneath Mount Shasta. In 1958, our team broke through the seal that Eldridge's team had placed in 1934. We descended into the mountain, following tunnels that should not exist, tunnels that were not created by natural geological processes or by human mining equipment. The tunnels led us to a chamber. Inside that chamber we found evidence of a civilization that predates anything in the archaeological record. The metal is older than the rock surrounding it. Carbon dating puts the surrounding basalt at roughly 300,000 years old. The metal cannot be dated using conventional methods, but analysis of the oxidation pattern suggests it is far, far older. Millions of years, perhaps. We found a machine. Not ruins, not artifacts. An active, functional machine built by intelligences we cannot comprehend. When we activated it, we triggered something. Seismographs across Northern California recorded vibrations that did not match any known seismic activity. The vibrations came from beneath Mount Shasta, rhythmic and mechanical, like something vast was coming back to life after sleeping for eons. We sealed it again. We had to. The government ordered us to bury everything we found, to seal the chamber, and never speak of it. They were afraid, not of what the public would think, but of what the machine might do if we continued to interfere with it. But here is what they did not understand. Here is what I did not understand until years later. The machine does not need us to activate it. It wakes on its own. Every few decades, seismographs pick up those same vibrations. They are always attributed to minor earthquakes, tectonic adjustments, volcanic activity. But I know better. The machine beneath Mount Shasta is not from a lost human civilization. It is older, it is alien, and it is waiting. I do not know what it is waiting for. I do not know what it will do when it fully awakens. I only know that we were never meant to find it, and we were certainly never meant to activate it. If you have listened to this tape, if you have found my notes and my maps, please understand the weight of what I am telling you. The truth is not what you think. The mountain is not what you think. And we are not alone in our history. The tape ended with a click. and the room fell silent. Lila sat there for a long time, processing what she had heard. Harold had known. He had known for over 20 years that something was beneath the mountain, something that challenged everything humanity believed about its place in the universe and its timeline on Earth. And now she had activated it again. The cover-up arrives. Lila checked out of the motel the next morning and started driving south. She planned to go to Sacramento, maybe find a journalist or a researcher who would take her evidence seriously. She had photographs. She had Harold's notes. She had the tape recording. Someone needed to know what was beneath Mount Shasta. She made it 20 miles before she noticed the black SUVs. There were 3 of them, travelling in formation, keeping a steady distance behind her. When she sped up, they sped up. When she slowed down, they matched her pace. They were not even trying to hide their presence. Lila pulled off the highway at a rest stop. The SUVs pulled in behind her. 6 men emerged, wearing the same dark suits and expressionless faces she'd seen at Harold's house. The man in front was tall, late 40s, with cold eyes that suggested he had done this many times before. He walked up to her truck window. "Miss Finnerty, we need you to come with us." "Who are you?" "That is not relevant. What is relevant is that you entered a restricted area yesterday. You accessed classified materials. You activated equipment that poses a significant security risk." "I do not know what you're talking about." The man smiled, but there was no warmth in it. "You saw the interior. That means you know too much. We can do this easily, or we can do this the hard way. Your choice." Lila looked at the 6 men surrounding her truck. She looked at the empty rest stop, no other vehicles in sight. She looked at the man's cold eyes and understood that she was not going to talk her way out of this. She needed to run. She started the truck, gunned the engine, and drove straight at the man in front of her. He dove aside and she swerved around the SUVs, accelerating back onto the highway. Behind her, the SUVs scrambled to follow. She drove fast, faster than she'd ever driven, weaving through traffic, taking exits at random, trying to lose them in the maze of back roads. But they stayed with her, coordinated and relentless. These were professionals. They had resources she could not match. She remembered the side tunnels. When she had explored Adit 7, she had seen other passages branching off from the main corridor. Some led deeper into the mountain. Some led back toward the surface. If she could get back to the mountain, she could lose them in the tunnels. She turned north, heading back toward Mount Shasta. The SUVs followed. She drove up the old logging road, her truck bouncing over ruts and rocks, pushing the vehicle far beyond what it was designed for. She reached the area near Adit 7 just as the sun was setting. She abandoned the truck and ran into the forest, carrying only a small backpack, with her flashlight and Harold's most important notes. Behind her she heard doors slamming, men shouting, engines revving. They were coming. She made it to the rock slide covering Adit 7 and squeezed through the gap. Her flashlight beam cut through the darkness as she ran down the tunnel, descending into the mountain. She heard voices behind her, echoing strangely in the confined space. She ran past the broken seal, past the junction, into the smooth metal corridors that should not exist. The men were still following, but they were slowing down, cautious now. They knew what was down here. They knew it was dangerous. Lila found one of the side passages and ducked into it, switching off her flashlight. She crouched in the darkness, listening. Footsteps echoed past her hiding spot, moving toward the central chamber. Radio static crackled, voices speaking in clipped military jargon. She waited in the darkness for what felt like hours. Eventually the footsteps retreated. The voices faded. She was alone again, deep inside Mount Shasta, surrounded by metal walls that hummed with ancient power. She found another passage that led upward, following the natural slope of the mountain. It took her 3 hours of climbing through narrow tunnels, but eventually she emerged on the northern face of the mountain, miles from where she'd entered. Behind her she heard helicopters. She looked back and saw lights converging on the Adit 7 region. Heavy machinery was being brought in. They were sealing it again, just like they had in 1934 and again in 1958. But this time, they were not taking any chances. She heard explosions echoing across the mountain. They were collapsing the tunnels completely. The final revelation. 3 months later, Layla received a small package at a post office box she had rented under a false name. There was no return address. Inside was a fragment of metal, grey and smooth, warm to the touch even though it had been sitting in a cold mail facility. The metal was identical to the walls of the chamber beneath Mount Shasta. Wrapped around the metal was a note written in Harold's handwriting. The machine inside Shasta is not from a lost human civilization. It is older. It is waiting. Do not let them bury the truth again. But this made no sense. Harold had died before Lila ever entered the mountain. He could not have sent this package, unless he had prepared it years ago, setting up some kind of delayed delivery system, unless he had known she would go looking for answers, or unless the note was not from Harold at all. Lila spread out all her remaining evidence on her apartment floor. The photographs, the notes, the tape recording, Harold's maps, the metal fragment. She had spent 3 months in hiding, moving from town to town, afraid that the men in black SUVs would find her again. But they had not come. Maybe they thought the evidence had been destroyed. Maybe they thought she would stay silent out of fear. They were wrong. That night, the mountain rumbled. Local seismographs picked up vibrations centered directly beneath Mount Shasta. The frequency was low, rhythmic, almost mechanical. Geologists attributed it to minor tectonic adjustments. Volcanic activity settling after decades of dormancy. Nothing to be concerned about. But Lila knew better. She had heard that rhythm before, deep in the chamber, when she had touched the sphere and felt something vast wake beneath her feet. The machine was still active. The seals had not stopped it. The explosives had not buried it deeply enough. Whatever was beneath Mount Shasta, whatever Harold and Thomas Eldridge and countless others had found over the decades, it was older than human civilization. It was patient, and it was waking. No earthquake was officially reported that night, even though thousands of people across Northern California felt the tremor. The United States Geological Survey issued no statements. No warnings were given. The incident was not recorded in any official database. But Lila had felt it. She had felt the pulse of something ancient stirring beneath the mountain, counting down to a moment when it would fully awaken. And when that moment came, the government's carefully maintained silence would no longer matter. The truth beneath Mount Shasta would reveal itself, whether humanity was ready for it or not. Some mountains hold secrets in their stone. Some mountains hold mysteries in their caves. But Mount Shasta holds something else entirely. It holds evidence of intelligences that walked this earth long before we did, and it holds machines that still function after millions of years of silence. Harold Finnerty died trying to warn us. Thomas Eldridge vanished trying to understand it. Lila Finnerty risked everything to uncover it. The question is not whether the truth will come out. The question is what will happen when it does. The mountain remembers. The machine remembers. And deep beneath the snow and stone and ancient metal, something is waking. Something is waiting. Something is counting down the years until it emerges from the darkness and shows humanity just how small and young we really are in the vast timeline of this planet. Mount Shasta stands silent against the sky, beautiful and enigmatic. But if you listen carefully, if you place your hand against the stone and feel for vibrations that should not be there, you might just sense it. The rhythm, the pulse, the heartbeat of something older than human memory. And you might realize, as Harold did, as Lila did, that we were never alone on this earth. We just forgot to look beneath the mountains